Hello. Fucking all this cat does is start crying. What do you want? You had all morning. Move. Ugh. There's a real part of me, by the way, that's serious about doing the whole Monk Twister thing. I think there's something really there. Also, how the fuck did my headset get tangled again? Hackermans? Uh-oh. Oh my god. Totems keep looking better and better. Do it. Dude, I think Monk Twisters with infinite bells might be a real thing. Monk bad? Of Rosa too? Hold on, I gotta look at that Monk reveal again. This says gain combo from all attack hits. Morning, hello. Yeah, that's literally what I was trying to say in that group chat. Combos a counter that tracks the number of melee strikes on your character. Combos not tracked, you have skills that generate combo. I'm pretty sure this overwrites it. Does this node not override the current combo rules? Regardless of weapon set, gain combo from all attack hits. Alright, we're putting this to the side. We're gonna delete this guy so we can have a decent time. What do you want? No, 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 no. Just because you... No, you're not getting attention right now. No, you had all morning. Alright, where's this guy?
Pagan! You failed to liberate your brothers, just as you have failed in poisoning my subjects against me. Call out to your dreamer. Let us see if he answers.
Hello? Please, cat, stop. Not right now. You want pets? Then come here. No? Okay, fine, fuck you. Hello? I need a POB. Anybody come up with a cool theater craft that's not Twisters? No, I have Twister Monk. Do you know anything about the RF yet? No. You want pets? Then come here, motherfucker. You're skipping PoE 2 and you're playing instead. Martial artist thinking Twisters is the way to go to get the shield? That's literally what I'm thinking. Totems and Twisters and Monk, anything are top runners. Yeah. I think MB's high. If they let me just play the new RF skill and scale just that, I'll play. What do you do for a week now? Codexes. You quit the paw pack? Gave all my stuff to another storm with your friend? You gave away the Goblin? Holy. You voted against it as well? What do you mean? Are we hyped or not? It's been ages. Very hyped. Tell me more about this totem angle. The plus 10 points ruined it for me? Wait, why? How did the plus 10 ruin it for you? You just had to, you know, not use them then. Why should I grind if I do infinite damage from a Giga overloaded dice on every skill? Because it's fun.
Rest now. I will see about this Miller.
If I didn't care about others' progression, I'd just play SSF. Well, I mean, to be fair, let's be honest. There were so many Angelics and Unholies flying around everywhere that, like, if you just waited long enough, you got whatever you wanted, right? So I see what you're saying. Those get unchanged and maybe attacks.
Power. But at what cost?
We're gonna find out. I forgot again, I had sprint. I don't know. Overall, I had a really, really, really good experience. Because there didn't seem to be a point of gear, did nothing in the grand scheme of things. That makes sense. Okay, okay, okay. Good morning. Hello.
The Miller has seen better days. Feel the shock. Effective.
How am I? How's Dean? We're good. We're chilling. School's almost over, so he's excited. You know, he's chilling by his mom's now. Oh, I died. He has his, yeah, he's with his mom more in the summer because I have school. Good job. I'm glad you appreciate fucking awesomeness. My Lee Star plans? I don't know. I actually did a video today about it if you haven't seen it. I'm guessing Monk is OP. I don't know.
My training continues. Skill always beats rules.
The funhouse for summer and the normal house for responsibilities? Oh, boy.
How are the Ezamites?
Friendlies than that. Well, I'm Smith. There's a beast of particular dark. Now, if you could channel it, stick to the carrots.
Oh, I was supposed to talk to him before he started walking.
Totem strength.
Fuck. You love your job, but you hate working? It sounds like everybody.
Take a look.
That's insane, but I can't afford it.
Till next time.
Got invited to an F1 event. It was sick. That's awesome. Half remote, half office will be happy. The Paddocks Club? That I've never heard of. Sounds like a sex party. Maybe it was a sex party. Wait. Doesn't he get... Isn't there a way to get another skill gem from out here somewhere? Where does he get the other skill gem from? I know there's one from... You can get 2 skill gems, right? Out here? Or is it only one? It's the camp and the league mechanic has one? The abandoned camp. And the other one you said is at the league mech? There's an easy way to solve this.
Buying a wisdom. Yeah, I'm supposed to put points or not. That's weapon set points. Would anyone in chat to be as kind as to explain what those are? Heli? That's gonna be Locust, and then we need to take Glacial Cave. Oh guys, we just got... Yeah, I'm supposed to put points or not. That's weapon set points.
The league mech is the
Would anyone in
transmute.
chat to be as kind as to explain what those are?
So where's the third? Is the third one then? At the Devourer?
Okay, well to explain the weapon set thing, you can put certain points on weapon set 1 and certain points on weapon set 2. Open your passage tree and look at the top right there.
It is in the
You know
Devourer.
what to do it for League Mechanic and Clearfall next league? What is that, Transmute? Or was that an Org? I can't remember, but generally I think yes, it will be worth it.
The Devourer is a support? I like
Oh my God,
Twisters
I
a
just Golden
lot.
Kappa train, whatever the fuck that is. Golden Kappa. Oh my god. What the fuck is that? I hope you guys like Golden Kappas. Golden Kappa makes you... Oh my god, what cringe. Jesus.
Devourer is not worth doing? What do you mean?
Okay.
This is the guy with the fucking world record. He
No,
literally
damn,
does it.
What the hell? Oh my god. What the fuck? Thank you. Thank you very much.
It does. It gives you a level 2. He got a level 2. Where do you get that level 2 one from?
That's a lot of gifted. So that's gonna be Locust, and then we need to take Glacial Cascade, concentrated area. Yeah, thanks dude, I appreciate it.
He just got a level 2 gem. Where did that come from then? The quest turn in?
Foul lair for a foul creature.
Can you do that? Bro, why? It's a support gem. So where the fuck did the second one come from?
This relic hums with power long dormant.
Did it come from this, maybe?
Not yet.
There's an augment. I literally can't roll past these fucking things. This is why we do some... Oh my fucking god. Nothing's gonna follow. I should rust off, but I can't be fucked. Yeah, I said the same thing, and then I did a run yesterday or the day before, and I was like, oh my god, dude, I suck. Nothing rolling like 1-1-1 more times in a row instead of 10. Oh no. Please. Is he in here? Glacial Cascade or Twister? I like Twisters a lot on the campaign. Like a lot. I haven't done this leveling yet. That's why we're doing it today. We're... Here's have to go to work and start adulting? Nice. Yeah, I've never done the Glacial Cascade leveling. So this doesn't look like Ragnarok Online. Unfortunately, it's not. I realized that if I had turned Ragnarok Online, I'd probably kill my community again playing an MMO. So I have to secretly, in secret, do things. How did this fucking guy... I have to go back and look at this shit. How did this guy kill this fucking Devourer? Yeah, Twisters is... Oh, he does drop an uncut skill gem. That's where it comes from.
Welcome this old... I fear this... Finn makes fun of my collection, but I think it's charming. I will treasure it. Stay safe if you can.
I sense... Oh, now this one. Here's what I've got.
It's for level 4. We're pretty far from level 4. Twisters is way more faster. Yeah, but I'm not a speedrunner, so it doesn't matter.
That's gonna be Lucas, and we need to take Glacial Cascade, concentrated area. Yeah, thanks dude, I appreciate it.
Glacial Cascade and concentrated area. Yeah, I'm not too stressed about speeding through the campaign, right? Like, regardless of how long it takes me to go through the campaign, as shitty as this sounds, I'm still going to be faster than, like, 99% of the players, right? Like, it doesn't matter if it takes me, like, an extra hour or two to go through the campaign because I clicked Glacial Cascade. It's literally coming down to, I'm doing this Glacial Cascade thing to see if I like it because it's the easiest way to do Monk without having to worry about 10,000 different spears and weapons and stuff. And if I don't like it, well, then there's nothing lost, right? It's all going to come down to, like, the real question is what am I clicking? Am I clicking Deadeye or am I clicking martial artist, right?
Powered by sacrifice, same as the
But in terms of like what's better or what's worse, that's up for debate. You can watch the guy that dies videos all you want and see that in theory Twisters is the fastest world record, right? But like it's not going to matter because you're not a racer, right? And like trying to compare his time and what he does compared to what like the average person does is literally not going to matter. I'm the same. I'm just gonna sit in the second miss again. Yeah, like it's not gonna matter. See, like shit happens, right? Like sometimes you just get sometimes you're just gonna get cooked. I think what people need to worry about more is less about like the speed at which they're doing things and more about like how they as the player plan to progress without issues. Calm down, Steve or Mechanic, just enjoy the journey. I think there's value in understanding the 1% speedrun strat, right? There's definitely value in seeing like things that work, things that don't work, routes that work, stuff like that. That's huge value, right? You don't even know how to play trade? Well, it's been a completely different economy every single season, so you haven't missed anything. Is the witch is in Grellwood, right? Or is she not in Grellwood? It's like an hour of extra time. She's at the top. She's at the top at the out of the entrance. Is that where I went? And also, like, with layouts and everything changing next league, it's going to be, like, a completely different story. She is in here, right? Like, she is in the Grellwood, right? She's not in the zone after, right? Oh, there she is. And then respawn at checkpoint. Oh, thanks for following.
What foulness dwells here?
rich.
Enjoy the stream. See you later, man. All right, so what does he take here?
Common team. Gonna take gold attunement. I'm gonna run lift. That's in the trash.
Cold attunement. What does cold attunement go on? Glacial Cascade. Sick. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too stressed about it overall. I think it's going to be a fun experience regardless. And especially with like all the campaign changes and shit that's coming, like we're in for like a wild new ride.
Generations of senseless conflict. And for what?
All right, so we come here. Dude, Frozen Locust is not that bad to deal with. It's actually, like, insane. Holy Christ. Like, I knew Frozen Locust was good, because we've played with it before, but, like, maybe I just don't League start enough to realize, like, how insane it is. Also, Frostbomb is completely ridiculous.
I carry few possessions. And don't have room for that.
Long quarterstaff, 9 to 18. Is this the new one? This is the new one. Hybrid. Ridiculous. This is what I was telling people yesterday. Everybody's like, oh my god, the runs are going to be so easy. The runs are going to be so smooth. And I'm like, what happens when you augment, like, you transmute your item and it turns out bad? And they're like, nah, bro, that shit won't happen. It abso-fucking-lutely does happen. Okay.
A malicious presence.
So I have new flasks. So this goes here, this goes here. Those aren't any good. I don't think we care about IDing anything else. Oh, there's the checkpoint. See, and like we hit all those rune arms, and we didn't hit a magic weapon at all. Hey, what up, bro? We're doing instead of twisters? Maybe some monk shenanigans. We'll see what happens. Monk shenanigans are always fun. A lot of it's just going to come down to, like, seeing how play feels. You know? Dude, we got double augment there. That's crazy. 14 to 250. Really? That's crazy.
Here I would stick to the cairns.
Renly's done a fine. Please, take your time. Oh, I like this one.
Nobody's gonna dump their shit in a stash. Everybody's just gonna hold on to it in case they decide to play again, unless they leave the pact. But then when they leave the pact, it's not like they can take their shit with them. This one's probably better than what I'm using.
Give it go well.
I think I do. One to three, oh my god. Those some bad items. Right there.
But what does he cut?
Revolt that straight away.
What happened here?
Did he just not cut anything? What? Where did my checkpoints go? Yeah, I don't think gear in that people are holding on to is literally ever going to matter. It was like yesterday, right? Like you're literally picking up nothing unless you specifically want it, and even then it doesn't matter because the whole thing just gets shut off in a few days, right? So like I hate to say that it's almost better to spend your time. Like, it's almost better to, like, spend your time debating on if you want to play trade again or SSF. Or if you're going to do, like, a lot of people and just, like, take off. Martial artist is OP. It seems crazy. Go Trader joins Shady's. You should ask Shady how long is left in his. Because there might not be a lot of time left in Shady's.
The old magic's still.
There's a week left in his? Yeah, I wouldn't join a blood pack that ends in a week. You're never gonna get like leveled or geared or like anything in time. Especially on a smaller blood pact. Like, you think about it, right? Like, if you have to wait for Shady to accept you, assuming he accepts you in the next hour or two, that's already 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, or 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You then have to level a character, assuming nobody can, like, this is assuming nobody can rush you, right? And then you have to hope that there's gear in the stash. And then if there's not, you have to hope that one of the 40 people has anything that you could use.
I cannot.
The only thing I really have left to do in the current blood pack is if Julian wants to do the rest of those codexes to try to get an actual angelic. And not fucking peg leg. Also, did I just get super unlucky here by getting this fucking guy to spawn?
I need mana.
He's a better reward? Getting only meme tier 0 is wild. I mean, we could do more later if you want. I don't mind. Monk bad. Hey, yo, what up? Hey, yo, what up? Wanted to hop in and say hello. Hey, yo, what up, bro? God, I fucking hate dodge roll. Am I doing SSF run on a class you never played? Just to try to test them all. I was thinking about doing SSF later tonight and trying some stuff out. Oof. I mean, what can I do? When's PO gonna do a hers and you make it so that I can click respec or respec out the starting point? Fuck! Isn't that expensive? So I bought it and a few other items, including teleport realm. Saw the angelic used isn't that expensive, so I bought it. Oh, solo YOLO? Yeah, because the other bow's better. Bro, how can you not roll fucking past mobs, dude? It's so shit. Thank you for the build. You're welcome, bro. It was fun, dude. I had such a blast with it. I should do a video on the Amazon, but I feel like doing a video on the Amazon with 6 angelics is probably not the best. I lost the reward, too. I did all that work to get that reward and lost it. Embrace the vision. It could be a gear showcase, more of a build guide. Could be. Maybe. Full guide with progression. The video can open up. You trying to scroll. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. This is the exact same experience I had on Monk on League Start, where you just like fucking die. But I guess overall, like Amazon or Deadeye and Monk and Amazon are just gonna be squishy no matter what, and you just have to play good. My damage is insane though. Like I have insane fucking damage.
Be gone, foul creature.
I managed to reroll a lot of gear in this build, so if I don't have to try it again 0 to hero, it's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. Oh, we should definitely upgrade our Glacial Cascade. Please! And this is what I mean, like, people are like, oh my god, the speed, like, you can, blah, 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 speedrunners. Yeah, motherfucker, you're not running past half this shit. Like, this shit sucks. Oh my god.
I cannot.
Takes a lot of teething? What do you mean? Like moving mobs around and shit? Takes a lot of practice. Yeah, that's what, like, that's what I was saying earlier to people, because they're like, you know, what's better, what's faster, how am I gonna do this, how am I gonna do that? I'm like, it's not going to matter. Did I never set up the YouTube live? Did I also never ping the Discord that I was live? I never did. I forgot. The YouTube live set up because there's people watching the YouTube live. There's people talking the YouTube live. So the YouTube live I did. I just forgot to ping the Discord. Oh, I've been live an hour. Holy fuck. Everyone. It's fine. They'll forgive me. I'm talking on the YouTube? Hell yeah, bro! Yeah, I knew the YouTube side was working. So, that's huge. Thanks for watching on YouTube, man.
Loathsome creature. Your end comes.
Why am I pinging an hour after the stream start? Because I can. Because I forgot to. Alright, so I'm supposed to look for a ring. Or there's supposed to be a ring out here, like a guaranteed ring. Hey, what up? If I get the Lae'zel ring, so like, I'm really curious if I'm gonna back-to-back get fucked on this, right? Because like, we got the worst AUG on our thing, and now
My beloved.
we got the Iron Ring. Okay.
Your death shall be avenged, even if it takes 1,000 years.
The fact that it's a 50-50 there on what you get is fucking crazy. Like, I feel like that spot and what ring you get can, like, really make or break your run, right? Nerd? Thanks, Mean. What's up, Mean? Got better Glacial Cascade. I need to learn Frozen Locust more. It's very strong. How do they know what you're playing? I wonder if there's like a way that they could like dictate what ring to give you based on like what if what if I have cold melee skills and frost bomb? You just strike staff them down? There's no reason to strike staff them down. You just literally wait for them to lower their shield. Currently, not enough int. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Maybe 1 mana and 1 iron. It might be better to just do 1 and 1, but I feel like they're gonna be like, that doesn't go with the vision. You can't have 1 and 1. Wasn't I supposed to do the, like, don't you do the other guy first because he's easier? For the extra skill gem? Dude, my damage is pretty good. She literally did not give me a skill gem. What? Game fucking hates me. It's okay.
This place harbors an everlasting malice.
10? From the guy at the chest? did get that. The support gem, yeah, I got that. Hello. What up, bro? The hell is this? What do you think the best starter build from Monk in the next expansion? Probably the thing that guy that dies does with the Glacial Cascade and stuff. Considering the fact that, like, nothing's changed, right? How's Twisters work? Twisters works with Monk also? Mm-hmm. Play Twisters on anything. It's fucking sweet. You can even play Twisters at supper time. You can put Twisters on a bagel, and you can have Twisters anytime. Lightning Air, Ice Shot, they all work. Grenades, Hollow Palm, Twister for Monk if you want speed levels. Twister Jorking? Your guide for Twisters has Purity of Ice in it. I'm assuming that's coming from the new league or is it an actual Purity of Ice thing? There's a Purity of Ice thing. One of the what? Do you want the answer or do you want to search for the answer? Because something is giving it Purity of Ice. I'll find it. I'll happily tell you. It's pretty easy to miss. I just don't know if you want to go on the wild goose chase or not. Let him search for it. What do you think is the best starter build for the next expansion? That's easy. The one that you want to play. $9 trillion DPS. Let's go. What do I actually think is the best league starter? Whirling slash Twisters. Hands down, without a doubt.
Let the Ezamites buried here
Isn't his 7C node? No. What build do I want to play? The one that tickles your fancy. I'm going to start Bell Monk with more bells. I'll bell your monk.
You did that. You did it. At last, it's...
You're going monk? Oh, he gave him the answer. What emo gets auto-modded? No, you guided?
I cannot.
Fair. I hate this boss. Can give me a link to a good monk start build guide. I'm new. How new is new? How new, like, how new is new? Because, like, if you're, like, day one playing PoE, no guide is gonna save you.
You found. if we are to heal...
Yeah, whatever.
Hello. Finn makes fun of my collection. It's beautiful. I accept. Stay safe if you can.
This, I heard you. Anything take your fancy? Stick to the...
I don't know where the fuck to get this. Read the offhand. He told you the answer.
Hold up a moment.
He said, look at the offhand.
Hunt begins.
I must be...
I didn't see the offhand.
Foul creature.
I didn't read his message. Fair. It's on the offhand. All of those guiding palm offhands give one of the purities. Purity of ice, fire, and lightning. Yeah, weapon swap. Yeah, weapon swaps are really important in PoE too. I really wish the weapon swap stuff would come to PoE 1. Like the instant weapon swap for different stuff, for different skills. She gives Chaos Res.
Another such device. Better chill. Praised animal. Not yet.
This one's the Regal, right? I guess this one's the Exalted Orb. I thought that one was supposed to give me a Regal. The Regal's in the cemetery? Do I have the Regal already?
Another corrupted
I don't.
abomination.
Dude, my damage is actually not bad.
Get back here.
I'm really surprised.
Oh no. I'm unable.
Glacial Cascade is actually super fun to play with. There's going to be a replacement of the Temple stuff to guarantee gem drops since Temple will be only max 3. I don't even remember what the hell the new league mechanic is. It's whatever the new league mechanic is. Also, these gloves are fucking nuts.
Creates strange beasts indeed.
We're blasting, bro. What, those gloves? Yeah, I know. Crazy, right? Just wait. Just wait. Because those gloves I'm probably going to keep on the entire time, right? Right? And then you know what I'm gonna get? You know what I'm gonna get? Monk Ascendancy. And those gloves will be insane.
I sense a surreal presence.
I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the best first choice. Because none of the runes offer anything offensively. Oh, the new league mechanic is going to be the rune thing. That's what the league mechanic is, isn't it? It's like the runes that you find, right? Where you get to like engrave the runes in the zones. Isn't that it? So in theory, we should have a lot of runes.
Pitiless wretch.
Man, is a prefix unlucky?
The dream guides.
Is there not a wild thing you can buy from Ange? What are you talking about?
Death becomes you.
Like to re-roll my Ascendancy.
Dreamer?
In PoE 2? Or PoE 1?
This will make fun.
In 2? You have to literally go run the thing. But they're not on the exchanges, no.
5 lit. The angels near.
I need to go from Ritualist to Deadeye. So whatever I can run to do that. Are you sure you're going Ritualist to Deadeye?
These men know not what they exalt.
I didn't know that.
Not yet.
And this is why we practice, ladies and gentlemen.
Soil.
Most of them were power leveled by my guild. This is why I never power level people on their first playthrough of a new league. Or a new time playing a game. I don't know the ins and outs yet. I'm waiting for him to say, psych, ha ha ha, I knew that. God, I fucking hate these zones. Oh, another Iron Ring. We're winning. have a character to a specific point. I agree. I think the first time of every league, it's absolutely fine to have to play through the campaign. But, like, after your first character... Glad I didn't grab the gear yet. But you still need the tree, and you still need the gear. What do you mean? Also, you didn't have to make the tree. There's a POB code in the Mobalytics. You have to level a new character? Yes! There is a mobile... If you're on my Mobalytics, listen. If you're on my Mobalytics, go to my Mobalytics profile. There you will find the speed leveling guide for whirling/twisters to play on any class. And conveniently, you will be playing it on the best class because you're making a Deadeye. There is an entire speed leveling guide. I even have videos of me running the campaign with whirling/twisters, like a whole 3-hour long video. Or it's like 4.5, I think. I think it's 4.5. The gear that you would need to buy is probably less than 10 Exalted Orbs to get started. Walk into Big Energy. Hello, New York. What up, Playa G Money Homie Slice? Doing some stuff and things. Have fun, man. Good luck. If you have any questions, we're here. 7% increased lightning damage. Holy! Are we winning? I don't know about that. Maybe. Maybe. How are you, sir? $22 coaching? Coaching is definitely not under the realms of RMT. What would be under the realm of RMT is you giving me $22 and then I giving you all the gear and everything you need. That's highway robbery? Bro, my damage is actually fucking absurd. I guess I'm also level 11. All right, give me my free unique. Where's my free unique? I better look at this. There better be a free... I can't wait till there's a free unique in that bitch. You might need some life coaching. That's easy. Just listen to your wife. She seems like a lovely lady with a good head on her shoulders. You got free garbage?
There's a chill in the air.
There's a chill in the air. And my bones are tingling. I just broke out in the song like it was fucking like I was on Grease. I got chills, they're multiplying, and I'm blue. Fuck! That's that Tourette's right there.
Perhaps this will assuage the girl's despair. Not yet.
Boop boop. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Acoustic? That's because we make the music with our mouth. Am I a good beatboxer? She thinks that we fight all the time because we call each other all kinds of names. And like playfully, it's funny. It's like yesterday she called me a fat bastard, and I was like, "You mean you're an asshole?" I mean, I think that's fine. I can see how outsiders wouldn't see it. I've definitely done that with previous girls that I've dated where they would, you know, playfully call you a jerk or some stupid shit. Gotta stay up. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Buck, dude, I hate these layouts, man. Like, how was I supposed to know that was about to be a dead end? Now, honey, put the knife down. See, she's just playing a game. See? She's just playing a game. She's not really gonna stab me. Why is EDC? Fuck! Oh, why is EDC like 10 times everything? Do you mean like in terms of like damage and stuff? You know, it's really funny because it's really funny, right? Because Fubgun was tweeted again that he was like, I don't understand how Twisters didn't get nerfed, right? But you don't see him tweeting about fucking EDC being completely crazy.
Aids the ordering of the mind.
I've collected. Oh, I like this one. Stay safe if you can.
What is EDC?
Oi, anything take your fancy?
How do you guys not continue with the joke of erectile dysfunction? Come on now.
Oh, go well.
I'm rock hard, baby!
I am!
What about EDC? Eat this C.
Take
Eat this. Oh, shit, what up, Gummy? How the fuck you been, buddy? Working a lot, spending less time on the computer. Hey, man, there's definitely nothing wrong with that. I hope you and Becky are well. I am doing pretty good. Pretty good. We're living that life again. of chilling, playing video games, being lonely. You know, the yush, the yush, the yush.
The beast within.
Oh, Gummy, speaking of, did you see Dead by Daylight was streaming yesterday? They had a camera set up in the woods pointing at a cabin. No clue what the fuck it was doing. But they had a camera set up in the woods pointing at a cabin for hours.
Don't do this. Stop. Just wait. Surely we can.
Your path of peace is littered with death. Justice now finds you.
Who? Dead by Daylight.
One last execution.
Bro, my damage is actually fucking disgusting.
Mere strength is no match for skill.
I made some buffalo chicken dip, grilled chicken thighs, and bro, let me tell you, bomb, baby! You have a book like 3 months in advance, some bullshit? I've been trying to make reservations at this fucking restaurant to propose? Wait, I'm not on speaker, am I? Are you proposing to Becky? Becky, is he proposing? As a brat girl who makes serial jokes on my shorts. Wait, so why are you trying to make a reservation to that kind of a fancy of a restaurant if you're not proposing? Good, Julian. Is she proposing to you? Because I'm trying to do something nice? I'm going to ask the women in chat. If your boyfriend made a reservation to a restaurant 3 months out and didn't propose, or would you suspect he's proposing or just doing something nice? Dude, I think you're setting yourself up for a wonderful night. I'm very happy for you, but I hope to God she doesn't think you're going to propose. Because you about to be fucking sleeping on the couch. It would just be a date? Are there women in chat? You're delusional? You never know. There was one lurking earlier.
Not yet.
Some girls play PoE. Seven years is common law in some places. It was ranked 2 restaurant in the US by the Food and Wine last year. Some of us have wives who listen. Hello, Mrs. Fowler! I never knew this was here. You're a woman? Should I ban you for assuming? Oh, no.
Madness echoes here.
What filter am I using? Basic NeverSync. Nothing special. Literally as basic gets for Neversink. But then several other questions. We lost Gummy. Gummy's like, this motherfucker. Putting in proposal state. I'm sorry, Gummy. I'm here. I'm sorry. Don't leave me. I love you, man. We lost him forever, boys. Dude, I just got, look, man, sometimes I just gotta say some cook shit, okay? I gotta entertain people somehow doing this fucking speedrun, okay? Bro, this fucking PoE 2 shit, bro, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Tell her you're pregnant? Oh, Jesus. She got accepted to law school? Dude, that's so sick! Dude, that's awesome. Crafting a nasty codex? Alright, I'm multi-foring.
The walls carry a subtle beat of a monstrous heart.
Don't answer what school she got into.
You found my... Anything take your fancy?
I'm not saying that Blue Venom's a fucking crackpot or anything, but I'm saying there are crackpots on the internet.
The village has been destroyed. You must... Thank you.
Yes, I like to hold on to bits and pieces. Any that catch your eye, I will treasure it.
Her name isn't even Becky? See, I knew that. I knew that.
Be careful.
Dude, I'm not even level close to fucking 14. Bro, I actually do some cook damage. What the fuck? He's not a crackpot. He's just like some finely aged molded cheese with an extra parasite. Anyone else upset, or is it just me? I'm not really. I was lazy, and I laid in bed all morning. I saw that you were alive. I went to go answer, and then I got distracted by distractions of the distraction kind, and then forgot to answer you because I'm horrible. I'm sorry. Please stop fucking hitting me. Yeah, I've just been fucking... Oh, we did it! We just tripled our damage. Wait. There we go, boys. The full release will be even bigger. Chat! A Chaos Orb? They give me a delve mechanic, I beat it off in the mines. You have a delve mechanic. It's called the Infinite Atlas. What do you mean? I get to ask my therapist for Rex on couples therapies to see if she... Hey! Don't worry. If not, there's always Twitch chat. I was going to say, if not, there's always me. And then I realized that, like, somebody might get offended or mad. So I didn't want to make that joke. So I said, don't worry, there's always Twitch chat. The new expeditions basically, Delve. There is always you. Hell yeah! I got that fat guy humor. What the fuck? Listen. Don't come to me for relationship advice. Oh, man. That was a good... Yeah, I mean, like, what else? Like, you know, you fat guy, right? With a dad bod. You gotta have confidence and humor. Otherwise, you're fucking cooked. He's lying. No more switches to lie. If we can make it work with the suggestion I have, dude, I think we're doing that. I think we're gonna. I think somebody's gonna get fucking blown out of their minds.
I'll remove your head myself. We'll see about that. Easy prey. No escape.
Well, not literally understand. I agree with everything that you were told. Oriana, please! What the fuck was that? Just standing it? Or big booty Latina? But she was like a goth mommy. But she was like an Asian goth mommy. But she was just an uncertain Asian goth mommy who didn't know what the hell they wanted and then vanished one day and then reappeared. They literally reappeared recently. Dating. What happened? I'll tell you in DMs.
Your pulse quickens.
You don't chase. You are the chasee. Huh! 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 Dating me is not for the weak.
I'll remove your head myself. We'll see about that. Ogre is mine. First one's iron. First dawn's
Uh. I don't know all that. I did. I don't fucking know, man. What did I miss? Everything. I gotta, dude. I'm playing PoE too, man. I gotta fucking entertain myself for a week, okay?
I smell
Oh, did you just see Pep? Did you just see what I did? That shit was so funny.
desolation.
I told you, man. Fat guy humor. You gotta roll with the punches, bro.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head. We'll see about that. Easy prey. Kneel. First dawn's frost. Easy prey.
Why is everybody a monk now? Did you not see the reveal trailer yesterday? If you haven't watched the— oh, an idiot! I fucking rolled into it like a dumbass!
Desolation. I smell your blood.
Yeah, if you haven't watched the new Monk reveal trailer, the showcase— no, please, please, motherfucker! Get good. Still faster than Balefire by an hour and a half.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself. We'll see about that.
My damage is good. Damage isn't the problem. It's literally my inability to not be fucking stupid. Two bottles of magnesium citrate? You stay in a fucking— yo, bro, you ain't blowing up my bathroom. You stay in a fucking your house. Oh, is MB taking some magnesium citrate? He's fucked. That's gonna be a real shitty experience. Hey, get it? A shitty experience? Hey, oh fuck. What?
As night falls, winter's chill.
Live updates from the throne? How?
Endless night. They wither and tarry.
I'm listening, I'm listening, I'm listening.
Forsaken frosts. As cold as death. Of baleless misery.
You should do this in live stream. Magnesium citrate? I'd have to like stream on like fucking like other platforms. Like I'd have to do like Kick or like whatever the other TikTok platform is that everybody's a hoe on. OnlyFans? No, OnlyFans doesn't allow shit like that. They'd have to be the other OnlyFans site. You couldn't drink a bottle of magnesium citrate on OnlyFans. They'd fucking lose their minds. You'd have to do it on there's another OnlyFans site, begins with an F. And there's another TikTok like site.
If only for a moment. The madness
Bansley? Is that what it is?
consumed my being. Oriana used it against
Just stream on Twitter?
Where has she taken the beast?
I found messages from the desert.
From the Vastiri.
Well, I don't want to do no weird poop content, okay? I don't know what the fuck you guys are into, but that's not me.
But first,
Bro, I never picked up a body armor or belt in this run.
We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
I think I can live my life without watching this. It's never gonna happen. You're good. Oh my god. Oh my god. You gonna tell me something? I'm listening. 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 Google says unscrolled? What is unscrolled? Is that the other TikTok one? There's another one. There's another one where you could just be a full-blown hoe without repercussions. We leveled again. Look, a shield. You know nothing about these forbidden unholy sites?
Is there no limit to corruption's influence? This is the cost of pagan beliefs.
Look, another exalted orb.
A rare find.
I I have no idea what he said.
Then you. Oh, so you. Thank you.
All right, so it took us an hour and a half to get to Act 2. That's with XDD chatting and dying and being a fucking moron and having to go back and look at the video to see what to do and where to go.
I accept.
Do it sub-hour, pause? Yeah, we'll get there. Yeah, pussy, restart the run.
Betrayal of the Countess.
I need to know if the post-campaign shit works.
Well, sir, we have arrived. The Bastille awaits. Good luck to you.
You guys don't want to see, like, mapping?
So these are the Marikath.
You just want me to rerun Act 1 over and 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 over. Act 1's the most important. Please, God, no. And over and over and over and over and over and over. Babe, we're doing GNR again! Get the wolf ready! It's Act 1 all over again!
Not yet. Stay still.
We found the new parry. Can't replace fucking femboy parry. I think having the most one's the most important. Having wait. Wait. Are you sure that's the answer? Because if that's the answer, I know what I got the solution. You just tell me if fun is actually the answer. I'll give you the fucking solution. Oh, I am running into a fucking wall like an asshole. Two is more than enough. If we don't get it in 2, we're not getting it. You're only getting mobbed by fucking dogs? Hi-yo.
So this is how they survive.
Could have instantly just deleted those ads with Twister. I actually have a really good idea for Twisters, and we're currently working out the finer details. Have I shown you it? No.
I am remain.
No, you have not.
Betrayal. Move swiftly.
I would never think that's a dude. You could easily catfish somebody with that one. Some dumb, like, you could easily make some dumb motherfucker give you money with that one. Holy shit. Not that it's like fucking real good or anything, but like some dumb motherfucker would look at that and give you money. Be like, baby, oh baby, oh baby. On God, dude, you should just create an OF, use that, tell AI to make you a bunch of fucking content, and then go get rich. Becky, we're retiring tomorrow.
This great wound in the land bodes ill.
Okay, I'll do it.
Your end come. Loathsome creature.
I'll tell you, it works. I've seen it. I've seen a lot of like AI Instagram stuff, and like the people are so convinced it's real people. Like there was one that I saw, and like the girl had 7 fingers, and like men were asking like for her OnlyFans, and I was like, are you guys fucking blind? Like what? Like are y'all fucking stupid over here? Like, fuck's going on? And then they would post another picture, and then people would go like fucking ballistic. Bro, the MAGA AI chick was run by an Indian dude. I didn't know about that one. You're a man of the light. Probably also not a good idea if law school's involved. Dude made $20 million before he outed himself. No shot. I've seen like those fucking beauty filters. Like I have seen those beauty filters on people, and then you watch the filter break, and they are like the most fucking cracked out people you've ever seen. Like drugged out of their mind people, but they have a beauty filter on, so you would never know that they're like crackhead Susie. Missing teeth. You know what I mean?
I cannot.
Ah! Oh, I did have Herald Device on. I thought I didn't have Herald Device on. You could literally be the gummy god, right? But like, your whole thing could be like, hot girl with no teeth. Wait, where? Tell Octa I want them now. All right, let's look. Why no Ice Strike? Because Ice Strike's fucking dog shit. There won't be 1-3-5 anymore. Normal 1 to 100, act 1 to 9. After you're done with that, you go to Hell, where you start late, mid to early late game. We'll see how it's going to be. Progression. We decided to go with a bold move of removing Nightmare completely from the game so that 1 to 100 happens during the first playthrough on normal. After this, you unlock the hard difficulty before Inferno. We've added countless side zones into every act to prolong the progression of the whole game. Act 9 fits here perfectly as the end of your 1 to 100 journey. Act 9 has been added into the game. You can now access Ebentharn after beating Odin. We decided to stop adding paywall content, so this expansion will be completely free from the part of the base game. We truly appreciate all the contribution and support packs so we can keep the servers up and going this journey. Monetization. Marauder, Plague Doctor, Shield Lancer, Jotun are now part of the base game. Gates of Valhalla is not part of the base game. Performance. We rewrote data handling back-end code with skills and collision with monsters to massively increase combat FPS. Eliminated client projectile collision, which should make multiplayer almost indistinguishable from solo player. Wow! PoE, take notes! Optimized monster AI and code handling in order to increase performance. Remade monster pathing from scratch. Monsters are now less performance expensive, more aggressive, and don't get stuck or bug out. Zone generation / loading is now very fast. Stash and inventory. Max stash tabs is now 20. Max skill, incarnation, ether loadout is now 8. Added a paid inventory tab for tarot cards. Each slot takes 1 of each card. Added a free relic storage tab in the inventory, which you can use to swap relics and do the relic holy grail by collecting every relic in the game and leveling to 10, which will reward you with a title and achievement. Hi there, I'm White Tiger, the new guy from the White Tiger Kings. Is this like a fucking... Are you about to like sell me like karate lessons, White King Tiger guy? I sent this to Riley and Gabby and Perry. Oh, I should just... If I posted an announcement, nobody's gonna fucking read it. This is YouTube chat? It's gone. It's gone. Don't worry. Don't worry, it's gone. It's gone. There are no YouTube mods. YouTube's really easy to like solo handle because it's usually only like 10 people. Or the random fucking guy who's trying to sell you his fucking weird furry animations. I totally looked to see if it was like a PoE YouTuber, but it wasn't. I looked. I did. I won't lie to you. I looked to see maybe it was a PoE YouTuber who was getting started. I was just curious. But it was like weird furry shit. I gave them benefit of the doubt. You know, I know what it's like to start on YouTube. It's not easy. It's hard as fuck. So I gave benefit of the doubt. I went to go look. But it wasn't even PoE stuff. It was like weird furry animations. I don't know. Wow, dude. Wow. Holy Christ. The shock is insane. Prepping for league release and nothing else to do. Bro!
1,000 praises, please take.
Time to scale it.
One survivor.
From the one swing, man? No. We're gonna play Twisters.
I must restrain myself.
What have you learned?
Who goes? You may trade with. Browse as long as you like. I shall put this to use.
Twisters? I'm not kidding. But Monk. Yeah, Monk Twisters. Time to start the Subnautica 2 journey? Have fun! Grab his dick and twist it. Like, date everything? Listen. Your $250 will get you whatever game you want right now. I will Alt F4 this bitch.
I know that, but there is one man. Let us for glory.
Jerkmate ranked. It has to be Twitch acceptable. What's a driver update? Yeah, I had to do driver update too. Bro, it's absurd how much damage I do. Most DVD... Nah, it can't be next weekend. It'd have to be the weekend after. Because next weekend's league start. So the weekend after, if you want to do it. It can literally be any time other than next weekend. 1.5k scrolls? What do you mean? That one? I'm confused.
What works of wonder?
What am I looking at? What is this? I don't know what this video is. Some weird alternative app. What's in the box? Bro, what are these dead ends, my guy? I need strength. Oh, you went scrolling until you found the... I get it, I get it, I get it, I get it. I get it. I can't wait till these zones are fucking shorter, dude. Bro, look at this. Another dead end, dude. This is ridiculous. This is another dead end. Making it shorter is adding... Supposedly, in the patch notes, everything's getting shorter. I thought I would hate it. It's really good. I've been very impressed. I'm gonna fucking Bro. Okay. Hold on. Look at this. I had to go from there, through this, up there, over here, around all those dead ends, up over this. What the chicken shit? Arcane Archer? What does that mean? It gets so much better in as soon as you get to Hollow Palm, it's like, it just doesn't matter anymore. Also, you use Frozen Locust. Like, if you get swarmed, you just pop Frozen Locust, and the mobs will break the Frozen Locust and explode. So you get into, like, a situation like this, and you just Frozen Locust, and then boom, they're dead. see? There's a checkpoint at this dead end.
Something has been sealed away here.
I think I like it a little bit better.
Great ire.
That is an absolutely insane ring. You need a horror game suggestion? He's high. But if you have a good one, I'll take it. That wasn't the conversation at all. The conversation was something about playing some stupid ass game, and I said your $250 will get me to play whatever you want. So Gummy was like, "Oh, well, next payday we'll play Dead by Daylight," and I was just like, "Okay." Chronos: The New Dawn. Yeah, I think Blue missed a lot of context. Usually does. From like several days ago? Recall you were talking about horror games several days ago. I mean, I'll always take horror game suggestions. Like all the time. I love horror games. I was a full, like, I don't think many of you guys know this, or maybe you do know this and I just bring it up often and don't think you guys know, but I was like a full-time horror game streamer for like 5 years. Like, it's all I did was horror games. You mentioned it at least once a week. Okay. Just making sure.
Hold them back while I open the gate.
You never know. Maybe you missed out. Maybe you didn't hear me. So you gotta make sure. You know what I'm saying? Gotta make sure.
Let the tide of war flow.
Mario, Peach left with the kids? Hey, it's me. It's Omelet Man. Game was scary. Maybe think back to the time you wanted horror games. Not the 250 thing that's happening. Oh, okay. Do you have a plan for the end game yet? I'm leaning towards Whirling Assault. Nope. The current plan for end game is Whirling / Twisters. Gotta warn you, it's fucking hard. I was gonna say something and then I realized that you were a married woman, so I didn't want to say my initial statement. But Chronos: The New Dawn. Let me look that up really quick. Hold on. That's what she said? No, it wasn't that. It's not on Steam? Oh, I found it. Oh, it's expensive. It's $50. Let's see.
It wasn't us who brought the
change to the world of people. They didn't have much time.
You got it for free?
What happened here?
The orphans grow even stronger as they merge.
That's fucked.
Efficiency discipline is recommended. Such is our calling.
Follow your purpose. Gather the other essences.
The vocation must go on.
This looks awesome.
I need to do my part. The steel works.
I told you. I mean, I have to wait. I can't buy it. I $0 for the next, like, God knows how fucking long. It's a great fucking game. I will make sure to keep an eye out for it to go on sale. We got you, babe. No. It's, you don't have to. It's fine. I'm not gonna say no, but you don't have to. It's fine. Add to your wish list. Maybe a homie will pick it up. Oh my God. Shush. This is Blue Venom's wife. So we're still not sure if she exists. Sometimes he's on voice chat and he does this thing where, like, he gets really high pitched, and it reminds me of the TikTok clips of the guy with Big Terry. And I don't know if he's like sticking a honey bun up there or how he's doing it. He's got Kool-Aid on his lips, but his voice gets really high. Big Terry clips. He comes on, dude, he comes on voice chat. He's like, I'm Sweet Pea, I'm so sad. I'm using my real voice. That's me, Sweet Pea. I'm like, oh shit, Sugar Curls. Why do you have a weapon on? Hollow Pump Technique. I really didn't think anybody would get that joke at all. Here's one of my favorite clip creators, bro. He says some crazy shit. I love when he does the. I love when he does the he does two different ones. He does like the news one where he's like the robber. Dark Submission, yeah! Yeah. Am I getting the stuff from Realism? Yeah, it's Whirling / Twisters on Monk. Yeah. Sure. Believe what you want. We found a way to quadruple the damage of Whirling / Twisters on Monk. We just have to make sure that the interaction works the way that the interaction works because, you know, the patch isn't out. But yeah, we cooked. Yeah, there's an interaction. You deal more damage with a jewel that says increase damage while you're unarmed. Maybe? Finally playing. Have 5 work days, nothing sleep than the PoE grind. Ow! You're gatekeeping? I thought we were homies? I literally just told you. It's up to you to choose not to believe me. like that's on you, brother.
You received the death you deserved, and I shall give you another.
I'm looking for the thing. Hold on. Here, look. I'll show you. And then we use those and these and those and we create. And he's like, oh, if we do this for power charge generation, I said, and then we play Twisters. And then the comments before that were like this, where it says, and then they ring out, and boom, boom, and they always crit, and then what if? Took the info, yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, without a doubt. We just don't know if one of the interactions is going to work because of wording.
Make haste. He must not escape.
I have seen the face of the enemy, and it is hatred.
Quickly. He conjures the very sands against us.
If you want the like so. Browse as long as you like.
This is literally why I'm leveling up Monk right now. Or trying to level up Monk.
Goodbye. We would in more speak.
There's also Herald of Ice Tech, but I need to test it out. Yeah. The only reason that we're not like the dead ass 100% reason why we're not like, oh my god, we're doing this is simply due to the fact that the wording on some of the Monk stuff. You motherfucking crybaby! What do you mean? I literally just fucking told you! If you want to not believe me, you motherfucker, I fucking just told you! It's literally Whirly. I showed you goddamn DMs! What the fuck you mean?
Here, metal was
I even shared with you the power charge tech! I just showed you! My fucking ears. I hope they felt good. I hope you eargasmed.
I will serve.
It woke me up too. Good. I literally was not kidding. There's just interactions we don't know if they work because of the wording, and obviously it's GGG. So, like, I don't want to hype people up on some crazy fucking idea, and then the patch comes out, we click Monk, we click this Ascendancy, a bunch of people leveled Monk, leveled this Ascendancy, expecting to do some Monk Twister shenanigans, and then 40 fucking people get fucked, and they're not calling me Travic anymore. They're calling me fucking Trav Firegrass fucking scumbag. And then I gotta listen to fucking everybody shitting their fucking mother with their gaping holes that are coming out of their mouth, crying because they got like fucking scumbag fucked grass or some shit. So I'm trying to openly avoid sticking it in your mouth while fucking your league start. So it has nothing to do with not wanting to say anything.
Back to the soil.
Who's sticking what where? We were playing Hero Siege. Or, well, they were doing Act 1 runs. I was playing Hero Siege. Also, Realism AFKs a ton because he is in Australia. So his time zone's giga fucked.
Great challenge overcome.
Bite the pillow? I don't remember. But no, it literally has nothing to do with not wanting to share. Half the time, though, people don't believe me anyways. I'll tell people some shit and they'll be like, oh, but Snoopy. You're starting Monk? I am also between Monk and Deadeye Twisters. I am also heavily between both. I actually did a video today about that and how I'm torn. PvE talk was literally before I went off to go and do angelic farming. Yeah, I think Fire Trap, Firegrass, Scumbag! Oh, it exists! Oh, baby! I also literally named this class, What If Monk, this character is deadass called What If Monk Twisters? On God, dude, I could sit here and sing to the moon about this fucking cooked idea I have with Monk and Twisters and all kinds of shenanigans, and no one would believe me. They would think I'm just trolling. Do you already have a Deadeye that you could showcase if needed? That's 100% also one of my ideas. Is I could just have the Deadeye, it's established, it's well, and then people can have a safe start. Trolling for sure. Yeah, I don't think anybody would take me serious. How you doing? I'm good. How are you, man? He's a Giga Twister shell. Monk Twisters. Sovereign to endgame Monk. There's a couple of interactions that we were talking about this morning that we don't know if it's going to work because of the way. So there's some new stuff worded one way and there's some old stuff worded another way, and we don't know if one thing overwrites the other thing. So it literally has to be one of those things like, did the patch come out? Did you get to the stage where you can unlock the shit to test the shit? And do you have the ability to do the test, right? So then if you get to the point where you can test the thing that you think might work, it works, you're like level 70 on a Monk, right? And then if this shit doesn't work, then what, right? Not many people are willing to level a character to level 70 to test an idea that may or may not work on a league start. Is it related to bells and combos? I don't understand the wording on the new node, on the combo node, right? The combo, there's a node, there's a new martial artist node that says something about attacks, like all attacks can generate combo points, but combos say only melee attacks. So does the new node override the old combo restrictions? Because if it doesn't, then there's still another way to test it out, which Realism's working on. It would override it. See, that's what I thought, but MB's in the camp that it doesn't override it. See, this is the part of the stream where nobody's gonna believe anything that I'm saying. Emmy said he never said that. But what was you linked me this? Anyways, I DM realized and yesterday he never replied. Choose to ignore you, so I was curious what tech, maybe knowledge could help a little bit. But see, this is the thing, Mr. Hunger. After you DM'd realism, and I made the jokes about not telling people, I openly played the video on stream with the tech we were talking about. I literally played the video on stream, still have it up, and made a video today about it. And on stream, literally continued to talk about it and put together an entire POB explaining all the ideas with Reaper's Invocation and Profane Ritual. You just missed it because you either left because you thought I was breaking your balls too much or you weren't listening. And now today, we're having a conversation that we don't know if... Here's the question. Does this overwrite that? Slap me. He straight said no. I had to go. It was late for me. Why would you listen to him? He's the biggest fucking troll on the face of the earth. This says combo is a counter that tracks the number of melee strikes done by a character in the last 8 seconds. Combo is not tracked if you haven't done any skills that use or generate combo. This then says skills can build up and retain combo regardless of weapon set. Gain combo points from all attack hits. So, do all attack hits override the melee strikes done by a character? And here's the fucked part. You can't even test this until Act 3 the earliest, but you fuck your entire campaign if you do this. Like, and this is my point. This is why I don't want to send people down this fucking rabbit hole, right? Because if you go this way to test this, and it doesn't work. You just fucked your whole campaign because how are you respecking 4 ascendancy points? I think you would still need to use generate combo previously before any attacks build it, right? No, that's the thing. The new node says it overwrites everything. It'll overwrite because of the point of the node. Untested part would be supports not chaining with it or them adapting to the wording. That too. We don't know. That's the other thing. We don't know if any of the supports are gonna there's so many pieces that aren't that we can't tell. What does combo do? It pretty much enhances skills. You generate combo points and then you spend them on a skill that's an expender, kind of like World of Warcraft Rogue, and they would do extra damage. But yeah, there's no way that we can if I open these, say I'm playing Whirling Slash Twisters on a monk and the idea is to play martial artist spending combo points, 1, y'all gonna think I'm fucking crazy and not believe it, and 2, if I send you down this rabbit hole and you can't generate the combo points, you're either fucked trying to play Whirling Slash Twisters on a League Start monk, which is still viable, versus you could have just started Deadeye. And then it gets to the point where if it doesn't work, you're fucked either going Tempest Flurry, Ice Strike, or Whirling Assault. And if you don't want to play any of those 3, then you just spent however many hours getting to level 70 when a lot of you guys don't make more than one character a league. So it might get combo from moves you use, not... You would still need a combo expender. We don't care about the combo expender. The combo expender part's irrelevant. Right? We already have that solved. We already know what we're doing with that. That's not the problem. The combo expender part's been solved 100 times over on Monk. There's like 40 different fucking skills that are great on Monk. That's not the problem. We don't care about expending the points, right? We know how to do that. That's the easy part. Anybody who plays Monk knows how to expend the points. You could press one of 40 different skills. As a developer, I can say changing standard combo to make it usable for all weapons would force it to maintain outside stuff off character restrictions and skills. So if Martial Matters does not override that restriction, it would be a bug. Say changing standard combo to make it usable for all weapons would force it to maintain outside side off character restrictions. I'm not following. I'm dumb. And I don't know if like your extensive PoE 1 knowledge would work with this. Like, do you have an opinion on this? Because I'd be more than happy to listen. If it didn't override, there would be no point to the ascendancy point. And how does something like Twister that multi-hits and comes back will it be one hit and have cooldowns? What are we discussing? Any attack work to generate a combo? It's that simple. But does any attack generating override the melee strike node? Or the melee strike of the initial combo restrictions? Not change supports? What does Calving combo give us? Irrelevant. The Ascendi absolutely overrides the base description, otherwise 100% pointless. The question is, how does Twister generate it? The question is, how does Twister generate? Is it once per use or once per Twister? Right. Right. See, like, this is the thing too, right? I mean, it's all speculation. Herald, Bow Spear, whatever overrides melee strike. But then, like, not to say that Super's comment's irrelevant, but then you have a way to generate combos. What are you doing with them? We have a couple ideas of what we're doing with them. We have a couple ideas of what we're doing with Heralds. We have a couple ideas of what we're doing with expending, but we don't know because the patch isn't out. And we can't actively try this. Because what happens if we do take this, we cast Twister, right? And Twister hits the mob, say, 5 times. Do you generate 5 points? Does the node before this force it to generate 10 points? Does the Twister, the cast of the Twister generating 5 Twisters count as 1? So if I cast it, would I generate 1 or 2 Twisters? I thought about that, but I don't know if I want to go down that rabbit hole of Reddit. And then there's the question of, is there internal cooldown to how fast you can generate combo points? Because there's also a world where you don't play Twisters with this. There's a real world where you play Spark with this. And I'm not kidding. There's literally a world where you play Monk Spark. I don't think there's an ICD. I didn't think so either. Wyvern's looking juicy with it too. That's the point, right? Like, there's so many ways that this node is the most busted shit. The biggest problem is the combo supports don't work for non-melee unless they get reworked in the next 7 days. The real question is, does it generate once per skill use or from any hits? Spark's not a spell attack, so I guess it would not work. You're not thinking enough outside the box. Please explain what you mean by Spark Monk. I want to see the picture. Spark's one of my favorite skills. I'm just saying that fact that this note says skills can build and retain combo regardless of weapon set opens the door for a lot of fucked up combinations like Spark. Bell and Spark is actually one of the most broken interactions in the game. One Twister equals one combo. Fub's gooning right now. Now I have to go Monk. The reason I'm not openly talking about this is because if you guys create Monk and this shit don't work, I'm the asshole. Doesn't Bell have a cap on the amount of hits? Bell's getting rechanged. Bell's getting changed. Remember, Bell gets updated in the next patch. You can have 3 Bells now out at a time. MB, I'm gonna DM something. We know you're guessing just as much as the rest of us. The problem is I get yelled at for speculating, and I get yelled at for not sharing, and then I get yelled at if it doesn't work. So I just get fucked no matter what way I do things. I think it's 10. I think 10 is right. It's 10 per bell.
Very hard. Starting exclusive hollow focus your with a wells are also always critically hit. Why does that last bit matter? Well, hollow resonance thrives on critical hits. The final step for the bell-centric part of the martial art focus rings a death theory here around powerful. So last bit lives on crit, delivering delay attack with voice.
Does he show the new bell in this? Multiple combo points per spell hit. There it is. There's Tempest Bell. Tempest Bell has a cooldown of 0.5 seconds, requires 4 combos to use. This skill loses all combos if it generates no combo, whatever. Limit 3 bells. Bells are, it's 30. It's 30. Can be ancestral boosted as though a strike. Put cultivation on, or over, I think it's over abundance. Bell twisters sound stupid. Of course it sounds stupid. I know it sounds stupid. I don't even know it's gonna work. And this is I'm proving my point. How fucking dumb does this sound? It sounds so dumb that, like, would you really, really believe me if I talked about this? No. Stupid OP, Dom? Maybe. We also don't know if it's going to make it to live. That's the other thing. You have no idea if this makes it to live. They might change it in the next 7 days.
A great challenge overcome.
%70 on it working? I think also, too, it's less about it working and more about it actually being powerful. Ring 1 Monk streamer? Have you seen fucking bells? I also don't want to talk about it and get it nerfed prematurely. Because one of you dumb motherfuckers is gonna go run the Fub Gun. Oh, Fub Gun, you know what you could do with Twister Pow!
Let's plan. May that serve you. The foe ahead is formidable.
Just another horror I must destroy.
Clear.
You're banning Fub chat? I mean, you wouldn't tell Fub. You of all people would tell Lance.
Come for the slam.
Discipline and strength triumph once again.
I knew you would succeed. Rest a while. Use that well.
My power.
Even now, I can't even test the ascendancy points. So, like, I have to take in, like, I have to just do this to make sure that I can do this, and now I have to be on ascended the entire time. 1 second. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. What it is, homie.
Cool wins. I can wait. The deal is done.
So this is level 7. About to go back to Act 1. Do 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 do.
Death shelters life in an unforgiving land.
Level 19, right? I'll tell you, this monk start is so smooth. Like, it's so... I am really, really, really impressed with how smooth this start is. I do think I'm gonna click monk. If the rest of the campaign feels this good, I think I'm gonna click monk. The hell is this? Ooh. I didn't know that was there. Oh, I didn't get the thing. Oh. We do have to do this. This is going to be so nice in the update when there's like abyss cracks that lead you here. So you don't like blindly stumble into this because I didn't know where the fuck I was going and I blindly found this. Level 20. Emmy's gonna stop answering soon because he's gonna be too focused on shitting. I'm gonna be taking PoE hungers all night long? What?
Life and death are out of balance here.
And wiping my realism.
Greeting.
I wish I understood anything you just said.
It resists me. I lack the means.
Of souls, you are no lich. Prove to me you are worthy of darkness.
Oh, he literally says you're no lich. Oh, is that how people figured it out? That's kind of cool. Wait. No W Chud. You trying to tell Emmy you got a boner for him? I'm so confused. This Chud fucking emote's very weird.
Something stirs beneath the earth. Their deaths bring quiet, but not peace. Not yet. Your end comes.
I kind of wish that Whirling Assault was good enough in the campaign. Also, what the fuck? It's the opposite of a Giga Chad.
I cannot.
Oh my god, is it this tiny area down there I didn't go? Oh my god, I hate this fucking... I am so sick and tired of PoE 2's campaign. Why is this zone so massive for no reason? Also, I finally got a belt. I understand more and more why people get pissed off playing this campaign.
A wasteland without end.
They're all pretty big, dude. And they all have random dead ends, like right there. Like, why is that a dead end? Are we winning? And they rotate the map each season? Yup. God, Frozen Locust is actually busted. Layouts are also different on each game mode. Really? I do think we're coming home, Draco. The more I think about it, the more I think we're coming home. I think so. Call me home? Whoa, 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 whoa. You lack the necessary parts. This damage is actually fucking gross.
Death reclaims its... This will do.
Welcome back. Thanks, man. At least he's not coming in the chat. Yeah, no coming in the chat. Can I have the Mastodon things? The thing? The relic? That's neither of those are the relic. It's just killing mobs until lucky, right? There it is. The hyenas drop it?
I've got some trinkets.
Reveal your worth.
Here, have this useless gold. I will tell your tale.
What did I missed a guaranteed 3 link somewhere, right? Buried Shrine and active. I did not miss it then. Okay.
Aspirations of an ancient.
It's the Val League mechanic. I have a question. Sup? What it is, BB? No, please. I hate that. Why do I gotta get knocked down? Why do you have to punish me for using the only movement skill in the game? Showing basic art or Zesh for 50 points ritual. Or people don't give a shit. I'm not following. Did you know you're getting... yeah, but that's like... such an awkward thing to do. Thanks for the follow. I don't know if I really want to do that. It's probably smart to do than die. But is do a build guide and then section with a showcase of what it does. For example, if I want to show map and quest. Oh. You could. It just depends on if you want to put that much time into it. It's not a bad idea. It's just if you have the time to do it, you know? Usually, you know, more information isn't bad, especially if it's like extremely relevant. Because I'm pretty sure there's going to be a ton of people starting grenades. I know I've sent your guide to like 10 different people already. I even sent your guide last night to Sleepy Cat. He was looking for a good grenade guide, and I was like, oh, I got you. And he opened up your guide, and he was like, what the fuck? This is so detailed. And I was like, you're welcome. I hope they make it super easy. In the video, they showed that you had to, like, do XML and fucking... The video made it look like it was MySpace all over again, where you had to like write the code of what you wanted your shit to do, and that was so easy, like so annoying. But it was so easy back in the day. But I don't want to do that shit. If I can't export it out of POV, you're fucked. Like I'm not. I can't be. I am not rewriting fucking MySpace code again. Just use AI to fix it. God, that's... I hate that that's like the actual answer. And then it's like the right thing to do. Yeah, no, I know the POV guy said they would support it. Oh my god, if you step too far into the arena, she takes no damage? Is that what's been going on? I needed space so I could attack her. If you think this build is strong enough, wait to use the Falling Thunder variant. I'm more than likely not doing that. I have an entire idea for what I want to do on Monk. I don't think I'm going to end up playing... I don't think I'm gonna play Flicker. I would probably play Falling Thunder, because I like Falling Thunder a lot, but I don't think I'd play Flicker. We'll see though. We'll see. I'm overall pretty torn on what I want to do. There's a big part of me right now that wants to click Monk, especially with this leveling. This leveling is so smooth. It feels really, really, really good. Like, really, really, really good. You know, I don't have to
faces
worry
attest
about
to
like
choice.
all kinds of shit. I can just like put my gear on and go. I'm gonna go Storm. Safe route. I'm following the guy that dies leveling right now. And it's like I said, it's really smooth. The problem is the reason why I'm not resetting to do Act 1 runs to like fix my Act 1 is I need to know if the idea that I have post-campaign works. So I like have to get through the campaign. The problem is I have so little urge or so little want to go through the campaign. My frost bomb's not working. What? I 100% forgot to level it.
Frost bomb pulses with ice, reducing enemies.
Thanks, Bale. I didn't even remember to level it. Totally didn't even remember. Man, that means I was missing a lot of damage on that last fight. What? Why? Why is that? Why is this a dead end? You're welcome. I appreciate it, Bale. I really do. I would try the leveling out Gabby because some people said that they found it very awkward to use Glacial Cascade with Frozen Locust. Also, you get Tempest Flurry, and Tempest Flurry gives you 40% shock. So, like, all of your bosses take 40% more damage, and then you scale the shock to the moon. So you get it to, like, 60% shock, and everything just takes infinite damage. It's actually insane.
Something emanates from the darkness.
I'm rock hard.
Don't think this up!
Traffic Notters MHM.
Don't have. How you doing, buddy? What's up, man? What up, bro? Oh, what up, bro? No, please, this fucking knockdown. How's it going? We're chilling, you know? Chilling, mostly chilling. Trying not to lose our minds. The usual. Waiting for next week so that the new update for this comes out. The Heart of Keth. I want to play Bear, but I can't play the game because Bear Butt just too big, so I can't concentrate. I guess that's a thing. Holy Christ. I miss Wi-Fi looting too. You have some news for me. Here's the 4-link. I got it already. Yeah, I miss Wi-Fi looting too. Huh? My boy over here just likes some bear butt, bro.
Such sorrow deserves release.
Thank you.
I don't think Bale's a bear butt enjoyer. I mean, I'm not either, but I don't judge.
Expected divinity is such a...
Oh, I need a level 7 gem. Fuck.
Here we are. I will tell your tale.
Patuya crit on that thing. Nice, nice, nice.
This is no place for mortals. Your end comes. What wonders and horrors.
$22? 23 for the flask. Dude, that shit's so funny. Yeah, I can't wait, too, for this place to be smaller. This place is also, like, one of those zones that's just, like, unnecessarily large for no reason. Alright, so we want to go weapon set 1. Probably go here first. And then weapon set 2. That's just shock value. So we'll go here first for magnitude of shock. Twister and Bells? I don't know yet. Maybe. Strong contender. It's either that, or Whirling Assault, or Flicker, or Falling Thunder. There's a couple options. Martial Artist just looks fucking insane. There's just so many doors that open up playing Martial Artist that it's just like... I feel like being leveled on the Ascendancy is better than not being leveled on the Ascendancy. Twisters is like... Deadeye Twisters is 100% the safe route, right? But I feel like there's a lot of broken shit that can be done with Martial Artist. So it's just a gamble, and if you want to, like...
The Third Pact speaks of this. I'm not supposed to be here.
So, it just kind of comes down to, like... You know, kind of comes down, do you want a safe route, or do you want to experiment? Martial Arts is going to be more fun to play. Don't, whoa, 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 whoa. Twisters are great. Ice Strike plus Shattering Palm. That looks really good, too, on Martial Artist. I think also, like, Invoker is just a really good Ascendancy, too, as a fallback, right? And then there might be some really good Shayula stuff that people are working out that might also be a good fallback. I just think there's a lot of, like, doors that can open up with Monk. It just kind of really depends on how it ends up playing when it launches. I've also played Twisters 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. Like, maybe it's time to play something else. Because it's usually Comet into... I mean, Twisters into Comet. Just want to ring your bell. I'd likely go safe, maximize the early economy, so I can buy what I want cheap, and then level what I really want to. I was thinking that too, but then I realized that, like, the economy doesn't really matter. The economy always goes downhill. Yeah, like, the price of any item is going to be irrelevant. You just farm it. If it takes an extra day, it takes an extra day. Maybe not for RMR. Maybe not for MR. I'll grind for 30 days. I don't have the stamina. I mean, it's a 6-month league, right? I'm not... I can't speak for everybody else, but with it being like a 6-month league, I have zero intentions of, like, rushing the economy and rushing week 1. 0.6? There is no 0.6. This is the last patch until December. You'll be playing that pixeled out game in 2 weeks tops? Pixeled out game? Are you talking about Hero Siege? There's no updates for Hero Siege until August. Only PoE 1 from here out? PoE 2 releases at the end of the year. Shortly after ExileCon, PoE 2 comes out of early access. I'll believe that when I see it. Sure. I mean, that's all the announcements that they made. They can't have ExileCon. They can't have ExileCon and not have the game come out. It's like you would just shoot yourself in the foot. Their hand is pretty much forced. Like, doing ExileCon and not having the big reveal at ExileCon be the whole game done, you would just kill everything.
By the Dreamer. Stay still.
I've been enjoying CLI and D4. So I don't nut over every GG announcement. Hey man, I'm not nutting over every GG announcement either. I just keep up with the news when they do releases. You don't have to nut over a game to like look up what's coming up. I wish the game would follow a little more freedom and creativity, like spellcasting martial artists. I mean, I think that's going to be a possibility. I definitely agree with you that there's the illusion of choice in this game, and everybody's just going to end up playing the same thing. Like, I've seen a lot of people being like, oh my god, I'm so happy the Vertex is nerfed. Now everybody will play with different helmets. And I was just like, I'm reading this, and I'm thinking to myself, nobody's going to play with anything different. Everybody's going to find the same meta broken shit and equip the same helmet, whether it be Vertex or something else. Nothing changes.
It is time to fight to the last.
Slavery will not be necessary when the dreamer wakes.
With a new Metacross, we don't know. That's true. I just hope the economy isn't immediately trashed by an exploit last time, and that was before the Insane Temple Farm really kicked in. It will be. It will be. It's like that in PoE 1 right now. Every league in PoE 1 gets botted and cheated out of existence. The economy wasn't trashed? Yeah, currency's never the problem.
For glory.
Like, the economy can go to shit. It doesn't even matter. You just have to understand what to farm to make money that's not the meta. I'm kind of hyped for the Atlas editions. I'm really excited to see what they change too. There's a real world though that I end up just doing Temple again. Yeah, Temple made everything else so much more valuable. It was insane. You could also, you know what was really fucked too huge? You could also do the content that you wanted to do to make money while building your temple. Like, you just slow rolled the temple. So like, if you were like upset that you couldn't make temple money, you just farmed everything else that was insanely valuable, like Omens of Light, while also slowly working on your temple. I wonder about the Divine things. They literally, Divines are going to be plenty. Like, there's going to be more, you guys know that Divines are going to be in more abundance, right? There's a real world we don't trade in Divines anymore. Because, like, there's this patch note right here. I hope you're wrong. It's a patch note right there. It says Divine Orbs are now more common. And then right above it, it says perfect and greater currencies have been made somewhat rarer. We're not going to trade in Divines anymore. We're going to end up trading in, like, perfect exalted orbs. Like, Divines are going to be dime a dozen. Yeah, perfect and greater exalted orbs are 100% going to be, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, without a doubt. Divines are going to be dime a dozen. Everybody will start trading in Divines. The snaking's supposedly gone, but I mean, give it a week and I'm sure somebody will figure it out. You'll start trading in Divines, just like every league. You'll start with Exalts. Exalts will turn into Divines, and then people will realize they need crafting currencies and everything will turn to that. Yep. Yep, it'll go X divs and per. Yeah. I hope they eventually stop being stubborn on both Hectician's Turret branch and Acolyte's Darkness branch. I don't know anything about those, so I can't comment on those. I mean, they did say Mage Blow was going to be insane Divine Sync. They said that. They said that, though. All items are Divine Sync with a corrupt change. True. Yep, because you're going to need to divine your items before you corrupt them now. Sanctify stuff too. I really think people should expect a very interesting, weird economy. So, we'll see. We shall see. I don't know. Regardless of whatever comes, I'm excited. And whatever the economy does, I'm going to do what I always do. Just take a look at the economy and adapt. I'm not going to let it I'm not going to worry if somebody's doing some crazy ass shit. You know what I mean? ARPG economies are weird and interesting. Yeah. By that I mean stupid as fuck? Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of players... you should obviously put some value into the economy and being able to buy, sell, and trade things, right? That's the whole reason you play trade, and that's what makes trade fun. But I think some people put it to a point of, where it kind of damages their entire mental and it warps their entire fucking world to the point where they can't see past their own mistakes. Comparison is the thief of joy. Yeah. I think the economy and the everlasting change should pose this very interesting problem that people should try to overcome instead of mentally damaging themselves over div per hour. I think you could definitely farm div per hour, but you have to have the mental to be able to adapt. I do expect it. That's why my plan is to play something safe. Farm max hard and buy all the chase items I want to mess with early. I can only farm so hard so fast. Not sure I can out-farm the inflation. You don't have to out-farm the inflation. You never have to out-farm the inflation. You just have to adapt to the inflation. Right? It's not... You will never... Inflation will happen at an insane rate. And it's only happened faster and faster every league with this game, and it's only going to continue to happen faster and faster every league with this game. You'll never keep up with it. You'll never beat it. You'll never be faster than it because people like Fubgun stay up for 30 hours. Yo, they're gonna sup!
When I saw the martial artist, I knew it'd be your jam.
Yeah, I'm really considering it. You always lose in the economy race to botters, hackers, cheaters, and people that can stay up for 30 hours. If you're not botting, not hacking, and not staying up for 30 hours at a time, you already lost. Like on League Start, if you go to bed on day one, you conceded the economy. You just have to be willing to adapt to whatever is the best course to handle inflation. And the example that these gentlemen gave earlier was when Temple became a problem, you stopped doing Temple and you did everything else. And we saw that in PoE 1. when people were farming Scarab and Mirage stuff, you just stopped doing Scarab and Mirage and farm the materials for people to do it, right? There was a time way back in the day, some people may or may not remember, but Grimro was around, and Grimro used to make a lot of statements. He would say the best thing about the economy is the average player, and the average player is what fuels the economy. Working the rest of the week, plus I'm old, aka nearly 50, so sleeping's a thing. Yeah, so you're just, brother, I'm 38, I'm not 50. I get, like, the 12-year difference makes things harder, and I get you have probably a more stressful or impactful job than, like, me streaming. I get it. But as somebody who does this full-time, I'm going to be fucking behind, right? Because I don't do the 30 hours like some of these people do. The best advice is, if you know you can't play during the week, you can only play Saturday and Sunday, right? Like, you should just farm up, buy a Hinokora's Lock, go to work, and sell it in a week. Literally every other game trades an economy, not items. That represents currency. Yes. I wish this game was done in gold too. I was God mode in my 30s. You just have to play towards your strengths. Or just listen, have fun, and don't try to push on a mirror to your build. Remember too, like, if you can only play Saturday and Sunday, and you can't play during the week, you just play, and you get there when you have 6 months, right? You just get there when you get there, and if you don't think you're ever going to get there while playing on the weekends, it's a player problem at that point. Like, the economy doing what the economy does is never going to be the problem. The problem always comes down to the player at the end of the day. But where do you need to get? Exactly. Like, I'll be real with you. I'm going to say this as bluntly as possible. There's no race if you're not RMTing. Right? If you're not trying to sell your divines and mirrors for cash, what are you racing? Every build's gonna one-shot the entire game, whether it be comets, twisters, fucking cocks, whatever. Like, every build gets to the point where it one-shots everything. It's just a matter of what flavor you choose to one-shot it with. How can you get a mirror tier item, which costs a mirror plus fee, playing 2 days a week? Stop coping? Me? What do you mean? Do you mean Necrom? Necrom will have it. Necrom will be a full mirror tier gear every slot. If you're ever, he will be. Remember the example I gave of somebody who doesn't sleep for 30 hours at a time? Realism and Necrom. Playing 2 days a week? After the first. The most important, if you're chasing the economy, the most important part of the economy is the first 72 hours. After the first 72 hours, you could play a couple hours every week and be fine. The most amount of money you're going to get is never going to be actively playing the game. The most amount of money you're going to get is sitting in your hideout. You literally sit in your hideout. If you map, you already lost. It's crafting and flipping. Yeah, you can flip for 2 hours a day, craft for 2 hours a day, and have multi-mirrors worth of gear. Especially with fucking asynchronous trade now. So yeah, when there are people with insane amounts of knowledge like Necrom and Realism saying that like they can do it, they probably can. Can you or I do it? Debate. I can't. I'm not gonna do it. Right? Like, I'm not gonna stress. I watched Realism start with transmutes, flip transmutes into divines, divine, not transmutes, fucking, the greater currencies. The greater currency is the blue one. Augs? He started with Augs into Divines, or was it Perfects? I don't remember. And then he eventually made it to Chance Orbs, and he would buy like 70 Chance Orbs for Divine, and then sell 40 of them for Divine. And then he did that for like 18 hours. Watch Farmer does 0 to hero. I would not do that. I did a Mirage League flipping and I wanted to shoot myself. Guess different strokes for different folks. Right, but like, if you're chasing the economy and your entire game plan is the economy and you only care about the economy and you're extremely limited in time that you could play, you have 2 options. Get there when you get there or play to the best advice, right? You play towards the best thing that you can do to maximize your time. Sounds like thrilling gameplay. That's why I don't do it. Right? Like, if your time is extremely limited and you only care about getting to mirror tier gear so that you can then play the game with mirror tier gear, sometimes you just have to eat shit and do what's not fun to get there, or you eat shit and get there when you get there. Code for the guy who could play 2 days a week, but he can do it. The guy who plays 2 days a week can do it, right? Like, the gentleman, the 50-year-old gentleman, he can do it. He just needs to adapt his playstyle to fit the lifestyle that he wants. I'm trying to think of the best, like, ways to word this. What's the funnest thing to hide out flipping things? I don't know. Because people like currency. They don't care. There's a guy. I don't know if he's here. Hold on. I'm gonna look at the viewer list really quick. He's not here. There's a guy that watches this stream, and all he does is flips div cards the entire league. He doesn't care about anything else. His entire goal every league is to just see how many mirrors he can make from flipping div cards. The guy's name's Akasha. You might have seen him in here. All he does is flip div cards. Last league, he bought out every single Legion Jewel, and he would divine Legion Jewels until he hit variations of what Fubgun would use, and then he would just sell them divines. All he would do is see how many mirrors he can make to say he made mirrors. I hate trading. That's why I love that there's an auction house style thing. Akashi's insane. So like, yeah, I agree with you, right? I think sitting in a hideout and crafting and flipping, I fully agree with you. I think it's very boring. It's not for me. It's 100% not for me, right? I'd rather go into maps. I'd rather like kill some mobs. I'd rather farm temple. Like, I'd rather do anything else. But there are times when I play during the week while my son is here and we're like doing father-son stuff, right? Or he's playing Roblox and I'm playing Roblox. There are times like that where I could sneak on and flip currency, right? Because I make the most of my time. Or like when my son goes to bed and it's like, you know, he goes to bed like 8:30, 9 o'clock. I come downstairs, I do my chores around the house, I vacuum, I mop, I clean, I get, you know, everything ready for him for school the next day. Next thing I know, it's 11 o'clock at night, right? I'm tired, I'm exhausted, I want to go to bed, I got to get up at 6:30 to get him ready for school. You know, the usual. And during that time, I'll like go into Discord, I'll say hello to the boys, which everybody's fair to come hang out in the Discord. It's open invite to everybody. Everybody should come hang out. It's a cool time. It's a great time. And I'll just, because I have 45 minutes or an hour to play, like, I just make the most of my time. You could flip for 2 to week, play the game after that. Yeah, that's what, a lot of people do that. A lot of people will take a day or two, flip to like, I've done this in PoE League. I will flip until Headhunter. I sent the Kosh screenshots. Yeah, I'll flip until Headhunter. And then I'll go play the game. Yeah, so this guy openly in the Discord shares what he does. And this is what he does. Right? He flips. He makes this ring 45 divines. He'll then buy this Red and Golden Passage and then flip it. He'll then buy this Red and Golden Passage and flip it. And then he'll ID Adorns. And then he'll ID another Adorn. So you're talking 45, 1500, 299, 666, 29, 27. Sell this for 1 div. 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 Sell this for 3 divs. Get another Adorn, sell it for 444. Get another Adorn, sell it for 444. Make this wand with profits from this. Sell that wand for 6 mirrors. Use that 6 mirrors, get some other stuff. Sell this for 3 divines. Sell this Red and Golden Passage that he flipped again for 487. Right? Like, look, he sold. This is a guy, just to prove a point. This is a guy flipping multi-thousand divines and mirrors and taking trades for 1 chance orb. Sold the other for 4 mirrors. As another 50-year-old, I always finish what I want in endgame. It's just a few weeks behind you guys. I watch you guys and what are doing, and then earn from supplying shovels to you, Giga Chads, and your strats. Oh, and buenas noches. What up, man? I think I got a little upset because I don't have the will to do this. It's fair to get upset, and it's fair to, like, have the statements that you have, and the thing that you did the best was you, like, took a minute to talk about it. It's not fun. I agree with you. It's fucking dumb. It's fucking dumb, but he enjoys it. Right? He enjoys it. So who am I to tell him that it's not, like, you know what I mean? Who am I to be like, you're an idiot, right? But, like, if you're me, the 38-year-old dad, or you're the gamer like Bob, or you're the, like, the person with no time, sometimes, just like in your real IRL job, you have to eat shit to make currency. And Cymix has said this the best. Could you imagine the amount of boring, dumb shit and hoops we're willing to jump through in a video game? How much better our lives would be if we did that in everyday IRL life? Holy shit. The amount of time that we spend fucking practicing on league starts and worrying about economy? Could you imagine if we did that with our everyday lives? We'd be fucking billionaires. Some people's highs making currency. It's not for me. Correct. Yeah. I just want to play the game and do cool shit and blow shit up. I just want to kill mobs and get loot, man. That's why I love games like Hero Siege and I love games like Torchlight, because they just reward you for killing mobs and getting loot. Same flipping, Wisdom of the Transmutes and alts. I mean, look at the guy, what's his name? Slim Jim? Slippery Jim? Go look up any video from Slippery Jim. That's all he does. That's all that guy does. The problem, the big problem is a lot of you guys are at fault for this. You guys read Reddit, watch streamers, and look at YouTube and think that's the bubble. Right? The Reddit posts, the streamers, the YouTubers, that is such a small niche part of this game that you limit yourself. If you worry about what Reddit's telling you and what streamers are telling you and what YouTube is telling you, you miss out on so much shit. Because the Reddit Twitch community is like 1% of the entire player base. Y'all's life would be marketed better if y'all put the effort into life that you do in the dumb games. I usually make 300 divs per day flipping blacksmiths to armors in PoE1. I've done that. Yeah. And then you buy the glassblower baubles.
You are relentless.
Yeah.
Makes you predictable. The time of the Faradin is nigh.
I mean, Reddit's just talking the entire time. Did you weigh in on the paywalling guides? Yeah! He should make his fucking money. The guy is #1 in the world with all the information and speedrunning. Go make your bank, bro. Absolutely. Ain't my fucking place to tell the guy to not go make money. If the guy wants to paywall you, it's up to you to spend the money. And you know what? If his shit's good and it's worth the $22 or whatever the fuck it is, and he makes good content and you don't get fucked on your $22, who cares? You just wait for your boy to buy it and your boy gonna leak it anyways. That shit's gonna be leaked in 12 hours. It don't fucking matter. People are gonna pay for the advantage. Let the guy make his dollar. The only time I start to worry about creators are saying is when Flubgun was saying to plan league start and I was already planning on it. Just ignore it. Is it fun now, but I spent 15, 20 minutes flipping? Even if it's not good, he has the right? Yeah, don't let the guy make his money. Who cares? If you don't like it, don't buy it. People are going to pay for an advantage any way they get. I know a quarter of you guys fucking RMT every league. I know, I've seen some of you guys type in some bullshit. I know you RMT. He has some of the best YouTube videos. I'm literally farming his leveling guide right now for Monk, and it's fucking insane. I'm literally following the guide's leveling Monk. And it's insane. And I can't play like I used to. I also fought doing a trade as I wanted ground loot to be a solution, and finally got accepted things and ran Harvest League and made more currency in the first few weeks. Yeah, exactly. You just have to accept that the game has avenues for you to succeed. And if you, and I'm not saying you, Turbo, if you stop bitching and open your eyes to possibilities of things you could do better, you will succeed. We in this community here have been blessed with some of the smartest minds in Path of Exile. I have the opportunity to sit in Discord and talk to some of you guys, and you guys are literally some of the smartest minds in this game. And I have seen you guys openly teach people in Discord how to do things, explain in here how to do things, and people refuse to accept the information. They refuse to accept the help because it's easier to bitch. It's easier to moan. I mean, look at this. Like this guy's saying this is my stash at the moment. He is... This is realism. Sitting in here telling you how to do things. This is anti-valor, showing you shit that Akash is doing. It's irrelevant that it's only 3 mirrors. It's still, I guarantee you, it's more than half the guys sitting in here have. Play towards the market. Are you sitting on Val cultivation orbs? Sell them. You're just chuckling because of the Vine ratio? Yeah. But the point being is like, you have some of the greatest minds in here that if we stopped as a community bitching and started working together and talking to each other, right? Like, if we just stopped, and I'm going to use the gentleman's statement earlier because I thought it was funny. If we stopped the soy boy fucking act, right? Because I thought it was funny he said that, so I'm using it. If we deadass stopped this soy boy fucking bullshit and started working together and adapting and just accepting the game the way that the game is and playing towards the strengths of the game, we would all benefit. But much respect to those who can. But see, you don't... So, like, here's the thing, right? You don't have to craft and you don't have to flip. There was a gentleman earlier, Barocho Bob. Big shout out to Bob. He said, I'm a 50-year-old gamer. I get to the end game I want to get to every single time. I sell the shovel. Right? If you know that, what's the light thing from Abyss? The light, there's the thing, it's called something of light. It lets you annul the thing. You know what I'm talking about? Somebody, I don't remember the name of it. Omen of Light, yeah. If you know Omen of Light is really good, right? And you know crafters are using Omens of Light left and right. There are videos and strategies out there to maximize the amount of Omens of Light that you can get. They figured out if you took one of the Abyss mobs and you pulled it out of the Whirlwind, it would drop a massive amount of Omen of Lights statistically over time. You could literally just do that while playing the game and killing mobs. That's why I ran Harvest. Simple and always a market for it. Yep. There's always a market for yellow juice. There's always a market for essences. There's going to be a huge market for Expedition logbooks this league. There's going to be a huge market for omens this league. There's going to be a huge market for runes this league. There's going to be a huge market for literally everything. Think about Breach, right? How many people are going to rush to Breach? They're going to need Breach materials, right? You're going to need Ultimatum materials. There are so many avenues that you could take. Ask in Discord as well. There's a lot of people in there in the chat channels. If you don't want to do voice, so much information is shared freely here with no gatekeeping. Whose leveling build are you following? The pay to win guy. The paywall guy. This guy. I'm literally gonna make a video and be like, look, I followed this guy's shit, it's great. Best thing you can do is find a strategy you enjoy and find a build that you enjoy that does it extremely well. Yep. That's the best thing you could do, is find something that you could do and run it until your eyes bleed. Yep. Like, I'm going to show you guys. Look at all these tabs I have open, right? I know this is probably ridiculous, but look, I went to Reddit to research, and then I started looking up the Path of Exile stuff, and then I started looking up how this guy did it, and then I looked up all his other videos on how to did it, and then I went to read the Twister leveling guide, and then I went back to videos to research again, and then I looked up a different Twister guide to read, and then I went to this website, and then I went to literally another guide about grenades to read about grenades, and then I went to another thing where I started looking at Whirling Assault Monk, and then I went to another thing where I watched videos about Whirling Assault Flicker. Then I went to another thing where I started looking at POBs of people. And then I went to another thing where I started researching Glacial Cascade Monk. All that research literally led me to making a POB that I've been updating myself with trees and interludes and post-campaign strategies. PoE is a complicated game. It fucking sucks. But sometimes you gotta do this bullshit to get to the end result. Truly respect all the info you guys share, and thanks, man. The aha moments are fun. It's a good time. Half the fun of PoE is that it's so complicated. I could see that. Here, look at this. One night of gaming and hanging out after a night of work before they went up in price. Sacrogalia 162, Breach Ring 1 Divine, Precursor Tablet 500 results, Precursor Tablet 500 results, Flesh Crucible Diamond 150 divines, Havoc Star Ancestral Tiara 20 divines, Exceptional Sacrificial Regalia 148, 143. This was 4 months ago. It's like a puzzle every league. That's why I'm so excited about Martial Artist. And that's why I was asking some of the questions that we were asking earlier. We just have to adapt to a changing market. And bitching, I'm not saying anybody's bitching, but bitching doesn't lead to solutions. I think another really good example that I want to give is, I know the guy that dies leveling works. I know the end game of Monk leveling works, or the end game strat of Monk works. What I don't know that works is literally the post-campaign to tier 16. And I don't want to be leveling right now. I don't want to be running the campaign right now. But I'm doing this so that I could figure out if the post-campaign plan that I have works for people, so that we have information, right? Because we don't want to gatekeep anything. And that's like a lot, to me, that's kind of like a lot of the fun too. Like, I love taking advantage of flipping things when KR's logged in. That's another good one. Yeah, that's another really good one. Like, a really good one is buy the materials you need to do your farm in the morning before work. Like, you literally, as crazy as that sounds, if you literally buy the materials you need for your farm after work in the morning before you go to work, you will make more money because all of your shit is worth more at night when Korea wakes up.
No need to rush.
And people don't realize that. And we tell that to people all the time. They think we're lying. Literally taking advantage of different time zones and different markets will just make your entire PoE experience easier. Granted, that probably sucks for some people to do. I get it. But it's a line. and it's a really good line. It's not about any aspect of the economy, but it mirrors real life, though, right? When different time zones are awake and they want different things. Knitted a nice bump in my sales. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Oh, look, he's posting his now. 6, 6, 10, 25, 500, 4, 20, 10, 252, 315, 1, 1, 14, 100, 4, 430, 1, 4, 22. Did you see the vibe coded website for PoE2 Arbitra? I have no idea what that is, no. I'm personally not going to click it. I looked at yours earlier. With all the accounts that get hacked and us never interacting, I'm not going to click it. But if you say it's cool, I'll believe you. But I'm going to I'm not messing with you. I understand. I get it. And I'm not saying that you're doing anything suspicious, but for like I can't click it unless somebody else clicks it and risks their shit. I don't, dude. I'll tell you. There's a lot of PoE hacking going on, and I just, it doesn't matter half the time if it's HTTP or anything. Fucking Guitaraholic went to the new filter site that's been going around, and as soon as he went to the filter site, it hooked in through an extension in his web browser on Chrome, and it fucking hacked all his shit. It was a PoE filter site. But if it comes up again and I find it like on other resources and stuff and people bring it up, I'll take a look at it. Saw it on Reddit. I'll have to go take a look then, for sure. Let me link in the discussion. What's the Reddit thread called? I'll look it up. Should be easy enough to look up. Yo, Bob, thank you for the bits. I built the free currency arbitrage scanner. Scans the currency every exchange across 13 categories. Find tryout arbiters of divine. Shows bid ask price. Detects profitable 3-to-1 vendor recipes. Are you talking about this? Gives you a step-by-step playbook. Exact amounts of buy and sell. Right now, it's finding routes with 25 to 40% engines on fitted out. Some are low volume garbage. Some are legit. It's free, no longer required. I use it myself before every trading session. Just check what's live, execute, and close it. Built by one dude who got tired of spreadsheets. Happy to answer questions about the math or how any of this works. Divine Tendies. What a fucking name. Don't want to be a buzzkill, but if everybody uses this, you gatekeeping piece of shit. You're talking about this though, right, Sekiro? Is that you? Or you're not the gatekeeper. You told us about it. Yeah, I didn't think you were the gatekeeper. That guy, fuck it. Oh, if everybody uses it, how am I going to make my money? Blah, 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 blah. The data comes from exchange listings, not completed trades. So yeah, some of those prices reflect. You don't want to use things like this because bots do it quicker. Unfortunately. If everybody used it, there'd be no profit for anybody, but that isn't a reason to gatekeep. I love the little shopping cart. This is crazy. I'll have to definitely keep this. I'm definitely gonna fucking put this to the side and keep an eye on it. I appreciate you sharing it.
Chill.
2x belt, by the way. Oh, here, look, here's another one. He took a 2x belt and he hit it with a Val Corrupt and it did this and he sold it for 100 divs. It's small shit like this that people don't know about that we try to tell people about. Like, you could just buy 2x belts and slam them until this happens and make currency. Also, I really gotta pee. I'm gonna go pee. Thanks for the follow. Ah. Ah. Clown? Clown. Time to talk with Jonathan soon? Oh, is there? When's that? You guys want to watch that?
The beast is close. The very air rots.
I'm down to watch it if you guys want to watch it. Tyler and I are. Who's doing the tavern talk? That's Gazzy? Or is that Darth? It's one of the two, right? Please. Yeah, I mean, we can watch it. I'm not opposed to it. It's both of them. I like both those guys. What time's the thing at? I know you said it was soon, but what constitutes soon? This is easily the worst fucking zone in the whole game. 30 minutes? Oh shit, yeah, I guess so. This fucking mob, dude. This zone is so rough. Please. doesn't look as Herald of Ice actually doesn't make it that bad. Let me see something really quick. Okay. Sick. Perfect. Actually works out really well. Should the air of the fuck cold? It's cold.
You again. The fool under the hooded one's sway. Do you even know what?
Oh, I should put this. Oh, I'm not level 30. Never mind.
No matter. You'll find my king far more capable than Count Geonor. My king.
You know, with messing around, we're 4 hours to here. It's like 2 hours an act. Not terrible. Pretty bad, but it's not terrible. Especially with like all the AFKing and talking to chat and looking shit up. Should never meth around. Probably.
We're running out of time. End this.
Dude, my damage is actually absurd. Like, 53% increased shock is crazy. I can't get near it, I'll die. Do you? Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Doing meth for like 35 years? Holy shit.
This is not over. Not yet.
I return you to the Emperor.
Shamanra! Blah, 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 blah.
It is done. The war.
That was actually a really smooth fight. I really thought I was gonna get fucking cooked there. He's so fried. We have a guy like that in the Discord. He comes around every so often. He's like cleaned it for like so many years now, but like he's so fried. Is awesome dude. Awesome dude. But you have conversations and you're like,
I must know the truth
you know.
to continue.
You're right. I am a god.
It is hardest to forgive oneself, most of all.
Definitely wasn't clean.
Yes. Yes, and
Oh, way.
The beast has grown too powerful.
Where the dreamer wills, I go.
Where the dreamer wills. Blah, 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 blah. Boop.
Stay still.
I like how I still have quarter strike staff. Quarter strike. Quarter staff strike still on my bar. Dude, it has been such a pleasure not having to worry about a weapon. Holy.
The swarm never ends.
It's called Frost Bomb. I'm so glad Bale told me that Frost Bomb just stops working without leveling it based on the zone that you're in, because I sure as shit never would have known that. That shit was huge. What up? Hello? What up, bro?
I recognize this place from my dreams.
What's cool about Monk this season? The entire new Ascendancy. It's got a whole new Ascendancy. What are we doing with a lot of this shit? I love the discrepancy between transmutes and augmentations that I have.
They swing among the trees.
Unlimited meth and heroin connections? Holy.
Not yet.
You guys are insane. What an absolute wild conversation.
Creature.
I can't wait until the patch where I get told where to go. Oh my god, monkey! God, I hate this fucking thing. Hello? What up? How many people? Bro, this fucking thing is like the bane of my existence. It always ruins my game. I hate that fucking guy.
Man bests beast once again.
It's so rough. Yeah, I guess if that interview's on in 15 minutes, we'll check it out. Ain't nothing else to do. Maybe we'll find some cool stuff out about PoE 2's patch.
Life taken too soon. I wonder.
Nice, dude. Oh, bro, this Locust shit is so strong. It's ridiculous. Doesn't even play the game outside of campaign? Didn't Jonathan give us Temple, though? Right? Wasn't he the reason we have the Temple? Or had the Temple? Was entirely unintended? But he made the temple. The temple was pretty cool. Gotta admit. Temple was never supposed to work that way, but he made it. That shit never would have existed if he didn't make it. Fucked up or not. My boy just wanted to play a puzzle in the campaign. There's no reason to do the Venom stuff, right? It's pointless. I really hope the reward for the Venom at 0.5 is different. It's in 10 minutes.
And decay.
Would you do it on League Start, though?
Stay still.
You go back for it.
Not yet.
Bro, all of those mobs were freezing me. Mana regen on starts OP. It's actually not a bad call.
Loathsome creature.
It might not be so bad. Should be quick with a snake direction. I didn't know there was going to be snakes that you could follow. No, please. I should get that podcast set up if we're gonna watch it. Am I just dumb? Did I miss it? It's over there. Oh my god, there was a tiny hole over there I missed. Copying you from martial arts? You caught me. Yes, sir. What skill are you gonna play? That's the real question. You're doing Ice Strike? I fucking hate Ice Strike. Skill's so bad. And I had Bell. Fair. Bell's pretty big. Bell's really good, actually. It's the best monk melee skill. It's trash. Let's be honest. It's so bad. This is the best monk melee skill. Did summons the Spinny Boys? Yeah, that one looks really cool too. That one definitely looks really cool.
I have no room for that.
Where's the Venom? Is this not it?
Back to the soil.
Doesn't teleport. It's up in the middle? That was stupid. That was so stupid.
We even.
You get a belt here.
Wisdom of any kind.
Alright, let me figure out who's streaming this thing. I think it's Darth or Gazzy's probably doing it. You joined the market if you found it. Do you know how to belt? Maybe?
YouTuber with no health care and a motorcycle is a bad combination. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. So it's 10 minutes until the thing. Gives me time to check something really quick. He said, belt that ass. Belt this? Oh no. I'm trying to look at something really quick before this fucking interview comes on. Ooh, please. I just wanted to look at if my shit was still working. Okay? I'm allowed to look at shit. See, look, I'm setting it up. These fucking
Sounds
doubters, boys.
Alright, like we're gonna get like a crazy level of spam, and I only have one fucking mod. So in order to make this like at least somewhat readable, if we end up getting to the point of getting Q&A, this is now a 1 hour only follower chat. GG. All the people that are only showing up to this to spam, like, you know, what is it, the Among Us dudes with the dick ASCII or something, like, GG. Okay, let's see here. Slow mode it. Yeah, slow mode's a good idea. Slow mode will make it easier for the mod. King, feel free to like release the hammer. Like, don't do any perma bans, but you're welcome to give people like multiple hour bans if they do anything fucking weird. That's fine. I'm not gonna have the chat open. Just like heads up.
Same.
I'm just gonna put it on default slow mode here. The chat's not gonna be open because I'm gonna be focused on just like yapping about 0.5 and stuff. But I will pull up the chat if we have enough time for rapid fire Q&A. I already asked them, like, you guys cool with rapid fire Q&A at the end, and they said sure. So we're gonna try to get, if you guys do have some questions, that would be your time.
There you go. We got it.
Yes, sir. Shall we get in a call with them? Set up
Yeah.
the scenes?
Okay. I'm gonna have the standby thing go. You guys aren't gonna hear any audio or anything, which is like normal. We'll be back in a few minutes. Got to do all the technical setup shit. We'll be right back, boys.
Old school RuneScape? Yeah, that Darth loves that fucking game, to my knowledge. The OG 2D version. You know what? While they do this, I'm going to go pee myself.
Can you share that on the Discord, the overlay screen?
Yeah, I can do that. One moment. Okay. We're going to do just a quick audio test. So we're going to start with myself. I'm just going to be reading chat. This will be the one point in which we're reading chat, and chat will be minimized. I'm not going to be seeing you guys, but how's my audio, everybody? Everyone good? You can hear me? Chat looks fine. Yeah. We're all good. Okay, yep. Ghazi, audio test,
Mic
Ghazi.
check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, mic check.
Cool. Jonathan.
Is that good?
Yep. Checking 1, 2, 3. Hopefully it's all good.
And Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts from house right now. New Zealand somewhere, testing volume. Check.
Perfect. Okay. Sounds like we're all good. All right, chat's going away. All right. And I think we're ready to get started, boys. So, welcome to Tavern Talk. Thank you for having this conversation with us, talking about 0.5, the reveal you guys have showed, and some other things. Today, I don't know the number of the podcasts we're on, but it doesn't really matter. So we're going to get started with some opening questions. So I'll just pass it off to Ghazi to kind of get started with the icebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just start off with obviously 0.5 being the largest patch, quote unquote, ever, right? And just curious about the nerves and excitement of levels of that leading up to the reveal trailer itself.
It was pretty crazy because the development honestly felt very scattered because they were working on so many things at the same time. Like normally we're working on like there's usually one focus, but because we're working on so many leagues at the same time, it was just really, really hard to bring together. So I would say it's honestly been one of the tougher development cycles in terms of just like getting the studio to be able to handle everything. Because like even just like a review session, we would go through one and have a look at a bunch of stuff, and then we're like, oh crap, we totally forgot about this total other area. Like honestly, like so many times I'm like, we've forgotten how much content is even in this damn release. We would just miss stuff, and then so yeah, like it just made it really, 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 really difficult. But also, yeah, when there's so many different scattered things, it is quite stressful because you're like, you just have this feeling of like, am I forgetting something all the time? So yeah, real tough one. But the thing is, like, in the having that extra time between the announcement and the release has actually been really, really good because we've kind of getting everything back together again. Like we can sort of see it as a cohesive thing again, and that's honestly been really, really important, especially for doing an in-game release.
Did there come a point when you guys were developing it where you kind of were like, hey, okay, we have too much on the scale, like this is where we have to stop? Like, because I remember in one of the interviews Mark was saying he was looking at notes and you had so many notes that you got to a point where you're like, I don't even remember making these notes, you kept cooking so much.
The problem that we had is that because we wanted to really make sure that the message was like the end game has totally changed, on some level we just had to do sort of everything. So yeah, even though we might have liked to make it smaller, we kind of honestly couldn't. Which isn't to say there wasn't like a bunch of stuff that we didn't end up cutting anyway, but still, it's been. We
makes you wonder how much was cut.
Kind of led to this fact that then we're like a month later than we were.
Also, let me know if they're too loud, by the way.
So like, there's been stuff like that that's kind of definitely been downsides, but overall, I think it is really important because it's just a really important change. Like it really does very fundamentally change how the in-game feels. And I was even seeing recently, like, there are just a lot of people who. They wouldn't play the end game of PoE 2 because it just doesn't have.
They're a bit low.
Like you need something to sort of like give them some direction, and we just didn't have that. And so now I've got people who are like friends, so they've like played through the PoE 2 campaign, but they've never really been an end game player. And all of a sudden they're like, oh, okay, I actually am going to play this. Like that's been a thing that I've seen. So it's something that I'm like that I think was really important to do.
Do you think that that's primarily like the reason they didn't play the in game was because of a level of confusion of like what do I do next, or do you feel like you didn't have enough like things in it to make it interesting? Because I remember something you come back to like pretty continually when this point gets brought up is like if an area feels like too big or like uncomfortable, that a lot of times it's an indicator of not having enough things in it.
I think that can be the case, but I do think in this situation it really was more the direction. Like you got to the end game before it opens up, and it's like, okay, well now I can just kind of go wherever, right? Like there wasn't really you do need.
Do you think his pad looks nicer?
Just to give you some.
I don't know, man. Jonathan's got John. Even myself, I bet you Jonathan's place fucking massive
stuff right now than I was before. Yeah, like it helps a lot.
Would you say that this is a focus more of the idea of creating a getting off point, or is it more towards just creating a sense of direction? Like which one matters the most, or is it like a mix of the two?
It really is a mix of the two. Like both of those things are important, and we did. I think before we got to developing 050,
I don't
we
know
were
how old
mostly talking
Jonathan
in
is,
terms
so
of
I don't
giving
want to.
people
I don't want to
direction.
comment about his
But
age,
during
but it
050
definitely looks like
timeline,
it suits him with the
when was
gray
it?
hair.
There was a moment. I can't remember when it was, Mark, but there was some moment where we were kind of like, where we realized like the problem with PoE 2 right now is that you don't know when to stop playing. And therefore you have the situation and people just get like more and more bitter about like the fact that, you know, they're just doing the same thing again. Like there just wasn't, that getting off point thing was just super important. So that was definitely an 050
Grandpa
time
reading room, yeah.
that. And that's also been one of those things where we sort of somewhat later in development, we realized that we had to make the time it took to do the stuff shorter. Like it getting longer and longer was actually a problem as well. Like we actually had something where the amount of time it would take to finish it was too high. And that's even been something we've changed in the last like few weeks even more. So previously we kind of assumed that it would be fine to have like, I can't remember the number there was. There was probably like 25, 30 maps, something like that in each of the areas for the individual leagues. And you had to do all of those in order to get all the points for a league tree. And we were kind of like, that
They
seemed
knew the
fine
boys?
at first. Like we sort of thought that would be okay. But actually the amount of time
Sweet
that an
clear
average user
plastic
takes to do 30
covers,
maps
dude,
is
that was like
actually
my
quite long.
grandma.
And in practice when you're playing it, it just kind of felt like there was too much there. So then what we decided to do is make it so that when you kill the pinnacle boss, you get an extra 6 points. So basically, and you can effectively not do 6 of the maps, and then if you go into the infinite and get more keys and kill it again, you basically get 6 points. So you can effectively complete it 2 ways. You either do all the maps one by one, or you kill the pinnacle boss more times to get more points that way. And effectively, that means that the time taken to actually do one of those league trees has been reduced. And so we're really focusing on basically just making sure that it doesn't feel like it takes too long to do an individual league. So you can make sure that you the cleanup phase part does not feel annoying.
Sure. We I think we're now at the where I see it discussing with others, but I think I'm the same, where I'm gonna get to the pinnacle boss, kill the pinnacle boss.
It's not just me, right? He's cutting out.
Kind of cutting out a little bit there. I don't know if it's just on my end, but you're kind of cutting in and out a little bit on your...
me as well.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Seems better.
Everything working here, testing? Yeah, not sure. Anyway, we're at the point now where when I'm playing, and I've seen this at a few other more high-end players in the office as well, I think we really wanted to get to the point where we, as a good player, you should think, okay, I'm going to get to the pinnacle boss, kill the pinnacle boss for each league, including the fortress, and then go into the infinite. There's something about wanting to do that, and when the completion time for everything was so long, there was like, okay, this is starting to feel too grindy, and I want to get out there. I want to get more pinnacle kills and all of that, and yet I'm feeling like I'm having to. I guess it's that not wanting to have to turtle for too long. That the same thing the original tower mechanic had, and it started to feel that way, where it's like I want to get out there, but I can't, and I want to move to the next league, but I can't, and so yeah, it's at this. Like I think the number of towers when we first did the presentation to was 8 on the fortress, and each tower meant every time you killed the arbiter, you could complete a section of maps. Now it's 5. So like we've been shortening that, and I think the number of maps, I think the total number of maps you have to run to finish the fortress, if you were to just shortest path then go farm the infinite, is now like it's probably actually less than if you were to finish the whole fortress, which is interesting because at first I was like, surely for doing the whole fortress should be less maps total. But actually just due to the fact that you don't have determinism when out there, and you're finding other things, you're on other little kind of effectively side quests, it does end up being that you kind of want it to be less maps overall because you're constantly having to do all these other things while in the infinite. So it's at this nice fine line now where it is balanced. It's feeling a lot better. Whereas like before it was definitely, and immediately from a handful of our staff that were playing, they're just like, holy crap, this is taking forever. So it's in a real good spot. And then, yeah, as Jonathan said, now just even all the leagues have the same thing. So only the Fortress had the shortcutting, I guess you could say. Now every single one of the leagues has it to some degree. It's feeling really good, for sure. And yeah, hopefully we'll have to see, because it's that kind of thing as well, where when you play it a second time, you're going to have a little bit of a different feeling about it. And so we'll have to see how that comes as well once we have another league start at some point.
Is that sort of what...
That's usually how...
Go on, bud. Go on.
I was just going to say, like, yeah, that's kind of like the whole cadence of playing something for the first time, because I think that point one was the early access launch was like one of the most exciting things ever. Everything was new. We got to experience everything. The second time we play through it, that's when we go nitpicking. Like, you know what, that area is a little too large, or that issue there. You start being, you know, seeing the downsides of things you got annoyed with on the first playthrough, which was overshadowed by the positive things. I'm just curious if this is the reason you guys kind of want to have both of the last acts coming for 1.0 instead of sooner. Is that the same kind of reasoning there?
It's not. That isn't the reason, although that will be an advantage, I suppose. But the actual reason is just that we think that 1.0 needs to have something that, you know, like is like there's a lot of people, especially if you're talking about the sort of more casual audience, who the thing they're interested in is campaign stuff, and so by finishing the campaign in 1.0, those people are just going to be attracted to sort of make that release like a good release. And at the same time, I don't think there's like a lot of risk there for us in terms of like, we know how to make an act now, if you know what I mean. Like, it's not going to be one of those things where we're like, you know, we have to make sure we're testing this because it's gonna, you know, it's gonna go off the rails or something like that. Like, we know we can do it, so therefore we feel quite safe just putting something like that in 1.0. So yeah, that's kind of like ultimately it comes down to that. And also, like, right now, the other thing as well is, like, if we hadn't have added the interludes, we'd probably be feeling pretty differently about this. But because we've got the interludes there to kind of mean that you don't have that whole thing which we originally were going to have during the entirety of early access, which is where you'd have to repeat parts of the campaign. Because we don't have that, it kind of means that, like, we don't have that thing dragging us down and making the early access feel worse as well. So, but I think the thing that has been interesting, yeah, is like all that sort of campaign replayability stuff as well. That's been something that I'm really hoping that people will see that we've made some pretty big strides there this time as well. Like the replaying thing, the more times you replay it, the more annoying certain things get. And I saw some frickin' short recently that DM made with you like being like, oh yeah, I hit it as soon as Act 3. And actually, that was the moment, by the way, when I saw that. Is like, I'm gonna fix this frickin' lever thing that everyone's complaining about. You know, like, it's actually sorted
Hell
out.
yeah.
You know, because I'm like, I don't want that to be the video that I'm seeing again. You know, that one. So yeah, then that was like one of the few things in the campaign replayability section I patch noted specifically, because I was like, people are going to be happy to see that thing. But there are stuff like that all around the place, right? Like we're improving a bunch of things around, and like then there's just some areas that were there were some areas that were too big and stuff like that, and like sort of annoying layouts. I mean, like just some simple examples.
Everything.
There was, like, after you kill Viper, there was like a little bit of extra level after killing Viper, and now after you kill Viper, it's like directly onto the exit to the next zone, and it's just stuff like that all over the place that we're doing, you know, just streamlining and smoothing and stuff like that. So I'm hoping Act 3 will feel a lot better now than what it has in the past. Like, I think it's a pretty significant improvement.
That's good.
But
That's
the
good.
other one
That's
as well
huge.
is like, and this one. So I had an interesting experience recently where the build that I was playing was like not good, and it's been a little while since I played a really bad build. And like the monster density and the interludes when your build is bad is actually pretty damn terrible in terms of like the ability to clear through them. Like it was like, it was oppressive. And at some point I realized, like, I was playing in an area called the Stones of Searle, which is like that one with the standing stones. And I was like, at what point did we get it to the point in the interlude where you no longer have to move? Like, you never use movement. Like, every single thing you're doing is just attacking. And then because there's so many monsters, like, you're just attacking your way from one place to another, and it just, like, never, ever ends. And I'm like, this is actually kind of, like, this is a grind. Like, this is actually not good. Like, campaign should not be like this. And so then it sort of forced me to be like, okay, there's some serious issues here. And we actually found, this one's actually a little bit, I don't like fully know that this is why this happened, but I think what happened was that there was some things about the pack density in campaign where we had like the last few areas get to a certain density. What used to be the last few areas being like, you know, the last couple of areas of Act 3, and then some of that stuff kind of continued on like deeper into the campaign than whereas it should have like dialed back again after being higher in those last few areas. And so I think that's probably what happened, but it just meant that some of those areas and especially interlude just got ridiculous. And so that's something that I don't think I would have realized if I wasn't playing such a crap build. Because but I suspect that
I wonder what he was playing.
Experience. So that's been something I really want to try and address a little bit more. And I think that there's even some of that going on at the start of Endgame as well. Like there's a few things there that that if you're got a crap build, like you don't notice it if you don't. If you've
Martial
got a good build,
artist?
but if you've got a bad build, it can actually be really oppressive. So like another one recently, I don't know if you want me to talk about this about Mark about the whole poise thing with powerful bosses. Like, are you good for me to mention that?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so here's an example of something. So I was playing something that required freezing. It was the actually it was the werewolf freeze combo, right? And I encountered it, but as I said, my build was crap. I was not building it well, and
he's laughing
I
at him.
got to a powerful boss.
He's
to get the map
laughing at
upgrade,
him.
and I was like, okay. Normally, plus 100% life would kind of like, you know, sure, it makes the boss fight twice as longer, but for some reason I was hitting this powerful boss and it made the fight feel like 3 times or worse. Like it was like really, really hard, like way harder than I expected. And it took a little while of asking around to try and find out what was going on here. But effectively, because my DPS was so dependent on getting the freeze, and we had a thing where when the boss gets life is doubled, effectively the poise thresholds, which we use for calculating, you know, like resistances to things like getting frozen, got doubled as well. It meant that effectively my DPS was getting like, maybe not halved, but, you know, something like halved due to the fact that I wasn't getting the freeze. So my damage was half. The monster had double life, so it's effectively taking me 4 times longer to kill this boss than what it would normally take. And I was literally running out of flash charges. And just like not being able to beat this thing. I'm like, I've hit a progress blocker upgrading from like T1 to T2 maps here. Like this is a bad situation. And I'm like, yeah, sure, my build's crap and I could fix that, but like why? Like my crap build should be able to do this, right? Because this is one of those things where
Yes.
you know, like if you're talking T1 maps, like this is something that an average player should not find as the roadblock, you know. And yeah, so it's like seeing there's still things like this around that we haven't realized. That we just need to uncover and improve, and like this is one of those things where it really is quite context dependent in the situation where you find something like that. You know, and like, and to give you another example of a random one I ran into just yesterday, is okay, so the boss in the Bloodwood, I was fighting it. And I was talking to my friend who was sitting next to me, who was, you know, like every weekend, you know, he'll come over and we'll talk about various things. And I'm like, he was like, oh, that boss health bar is really long. And I'm like, well, how long should it be? Like, how long should it take to kill a boss? This kind of thing. This was the conversation. He's like, oh, for this boss, I'd say, because it doesn't have any interesting abilities at all, that it should be a lot shorter. I'm like, this boss does have a bunch of abilities. This is the Devourer. Like, what the hell? And then I realized, hang on a second, the Devourer and the Bloodwood, none of its freaking abilities are working. Like it just sits there and freaking attacks you, and it doesn't like do the moving around thing. I'm like, how did I never notice this before? Like, and like the problem here is like someone who set that area up, they just forgot to put the markers in. This is what I'm assuming, right? I haven't actually looked into it, but I'm assuming they just forgot to put the markers down that control the place where that boss can move. And like you look at something like that, and you're like, and it's like it's so easy as a higher end player to fail to notice stuff like that, because it's one of those things you only run into when your build is crap and when it's taking you longer and that kind of thing. And so yeah, it's so hard as a developer to notice this stuff, quite frankly. Like and you just lose sight of it. So yeah, the hope is just that, you know, that we can actually find all this stuff and fix it. Like it just you know, it just takes a lot of iterations to sort of actually end up noticing stuff like that.
So I want to follow up on. I want to follow up on.
You go with first.
Yeah. I want to follow up on one point you said there, because I'm actually really interested about, which is you said you realize you had a bad build, right? And then you were feeling swarmed because you got a bad build. You're getting swarmed by mobs, right? So how do you come to the diagnosis of when it's like, okay, my build is bad, but also like part of the problem is I'm getting swarmed, as opposed to like, okay, maybe some of these skills aren't really in the position where we feel like they should be in order to clear the mobs. When do you decide that it's the content is the issue as opposed to the skill you're utilizing?
That's not a bad question.
My first reaction there was to compare effectively default attacks, because the werewolf build I was using was like shred, and like, yeah, there's stuff that like there's stuff that I should have done for supports in order to make that better and so on. But we just sort of
admit
like
it's bad. It needs work.
The first port of call was go to go to designers who know about like the, you know, getting the numbers right, and basically say like, is my build okay? Is the numbers right in terms of comparison? Like you just have to get that information, right? And like we decided, you know what, like it is like what you've got here with your build isn't good, but in terms of the underlying skills, it is okay. Like the numbers are fine. So like that was an investigation, and then there's the question, okay, like your build is bad, but are your items just bad? And no, they were, your items are fine. It's like, here's a look at your passive tree, and it's like, okay, so my passive tree was like bad in the way that like you could definitely be a lot better, but I was kind of on purpose this time taking a bit more of a defensive approach. Like I was like, if I'm the kind of person who's going to allocate way more defenses and way less damage, and just like sort of see how that goes for me, that was like kind of part of what I was doing there. So yeah, like I wanted to make sure that it can be okay even in that situation. Yeah, like there's also this other situation where if you're a good player, then because you're hitting the whole screen, like the amount of monster density in a situation like that isn't necessarily, or at least like depending on a build, right? Most builds that are good have some kind of, they've got big AoE clear, right? Like they have the ability, like it doesn't necessarily matter whether there's like 40 monsters on screen or 15 monsters on screen in terms of like their ability to clear that content. So it sort of matters more for a build that doesn't have that as much, which I wasn't doing as much. So, in the situation where you're a character like that, then the only thing that's the extra monsters are really doing is just giving you more drops in experience. And so we sort of have to make sure that like we're able to make sure that that's not broken. But I do think that we don't need, quite the level of spamminess that we had, in terms of just like tiresomeness. Like even something as simple as like there's a moment between one fight to the next where your energy shield can recover, just literally something as simple as that can be like something that can matter a little bit there. Like if it's just absolutely continuous, then there is a problem there, especially during campaign.
One other follow up about this point, then I'll pass it off to Ghazi. As you said, you were kind of purposefully taking a more defensive approach, and I'm kind of curious at what realizations you came to. Like, what was your conclusion about making the build? And like, I'm going to heavily, more focus on defenses this time, as opposed to damage on the tree. Like, what was your experience like with that?
Well, I mean, the thing with defense that's really hard to solve is that it's way harder to appreciate defense when you allocate it than damage. Like, it can be quite, like, it does save you, but it's really hard to know that. And, actually, I've got another thing a little bit with Runic Ward here as well, which I noticed as when I was doing this, which is that, so I had some Runic Ward, and Runic Ward, obviously, you get to one life, and then it saves you and so on. But that's another one of those things that's really hard to appreciate. And I'd look down at my life sometimes, and I'd notice that my Runic Ward was like halfway filled. And I'm like, okay, so at some point there, I would have died, and I just didn't know that. Because like, I'm like flasking or whatever, so I've got like, I've got like a half health at the point where I look. But yet my water's down as well. It's like, I actually didn't appreciate the fact that that ward had saved me. So then I was thinking about this, and I'm like, we actually need something like an audible, like, oh, my ward, I've lost my life, my ward is broken.
Without
like,
a death log, yeah.
Indicate that.
Without a death log, yeah.
You actually got to the point where that ward helped you, so you actually can appreciate the fact that the defense worked. But then I was like, hang on a second, why do we not have a sound for energy shield breaking? Like, how have we gotten to this point that we don't have a sound like that? And then I actually looked into it, and it turns out we do have that sound. There is a thing there. It's just that because it happens when you get hit, and because when you're getting hit, there's a lot of sound going on. There's immediately this, like the thing where effectively you don't hear it, right? You might as well not hear it. And what we really need is a sound that's more like when you get heavy stunned. There's like, sorry, not when you get heavy stunned. When you heavy stun a monster, there's like sort of sound that's quite distinctive that kind of cuts through everything that you sort of like learn to hear. I really need to sound like that when your energy shield breaks, because that is a moment when you should be thinking, oh shit, like you need that moment. And I think that having that audible sound, like we actually do need to lean into a little bit more of those kind of things. But like there's not like necessarily a realistic sound, but it needs to be a sound that can cut through all the other stuff that you're hearing, so that you just sort of know that you've hit that moment. And that's the kind of thing that can really make you appreciate defensive layers, is like just more of those cues. Now, I'm not sure how you do that for something like armor or like, things like that. Like there's like evasion, even like ideally you would be able to feel when you had more evasion versus not. And right now you just kind of can't. But I do think that is something that you need to do to make those defenses be more appreciated, because they do work. It's just that you often don't appreciate it.
Yeah, I would rather have a death log too.
I have a few things on your build, by the way, which I honestly think your passive tree is 100% fine. No. I don't even think it could be that much better. I think it's completely good. Your gear, completely fine. And by the way, and like because I was looking at your character, and I was like, when you're clearing, you're quite tanky. It's appreciable. It's fine. And then so I was like, okay, the gear is good. The tree is fine. Like, sure, it could be better, but like, on a level that honestly shouldn't be necessary. I was like, you are defensive. Like when you're playing, your character's not just like, you know, up and down in life all the time. It's like quite consistently, you know, if you're on full life, and it's certainly you have decent armor, decent energy shield. It's working. But yeah, it was interesting. I think you said to me at that point, because I was like telling you, I was like, you're fine. Like, what are you talking about? And then you were like, what did you say? You said, what? Okay, if it's not my character, what do I have to change as a person in order to be able to do this content? I was like, wow. But honestly, the biggest flaw you had was just your support gems. That was the biggest actual issue. But it's like you didn't do the wrong thing there. You just didn't do necessarily the right thing. Like, you just did what was intuitive. And so there's some highlighting there. And
so
you know,
wait,
like,
so the intuitive
you
play
the recommended support
shouldn't be the right thing?
So that is
And
the
I
thing
was
that I
like-
was doing specifically, yes.
And I was like, you did, but you were also the developer that said what they were. And so
Yeah.
you could have made it. There's a question of did you make a wrong decision as a player, or did you make a wrong decision as a developer? And there's an interesting thing there of trying to assess which of those went wrong. And so then it's kind of like, okay, sure, those fixed and made it a bit better, but we did make a pretty hyperactive set of changes based on your play experience. Because when you were like, yeah, what do I have to change as a person? It's kind of like, well, honestly, you should be able to kill this boss. You should be able to get further, and this is too hard and isn't working correctly. And then there were a number of encounters, and it was actually quite interesting to because I just watched you play for like 4 hours, and I was just like writing stuff down the whole time of just like, you know, because it is true. I don't have a relatable personal experience to what was happening there. Like, I would normally be in a substantially better position to just have a bit either via more planning or again, I don't put in the wrong supports. And even when you were like, what are the right supports? I was like, oh, just search for this. And then it's like, how do you even know to look for that if you didn't know to look for that? So there's a bunch of interesting things here where, it identifies when you are watching someone with a bad build, be it an in-game or IRL one, I guess. I can't really. You kind of like, you know, what's actually wrong here. And it is true that it is quite hard to relate with, especially on like a personal level. So I'm quite good at, when I observe, I'm quite good at seeing things that people often don't see as well. And but yeah, it's been a really fun amount of like really looking at the early in-game, really iterating on it. And I've had the same from a bunch of other developers as well.
More of you guys play like Jonathan than you think. There are a lot of people
like,
bad.
Here's the list of problems every day that Jonathan's run into, and then just iterating on them. And they're all so fundamental. They're all like, and I think this is something I want to stress, and goes back to it's something I mentioned to Ziggy as well with respect to like even just the defenses on the tree. Like there's just fundamentally missing things. Like, and this is a really important thing that you know, I would say the end game not having goals is a fundamental problem. But I would go as far as the things like the balance go, the basics, the life, the poise, all that thing that Jonathan was talking about. We honestly
How we call them Jonathan?
This is why, and the monster density, and this is why it's really
you really
important
Jonathan this one up, buddy. I don't know what to tell you.
That we're not like adding, and we can actually go, okay, like we need to just make the baseline actually the quality it needs to be. And it's really, really hard to do that when you're making what we just did for 050. Like, you'll notice I don't want to say it's void of balance changes, of course, but it doesn't reach the standards of probably what people expect. And that's just because we were making all the new stuff. So hopefully now with everything, filled everything in, we actually get to go back and assess all of those fundamentals about the passive tree. You start with the really core things, the base skills, the base passive tree. They're like, you know, you don't get into too much of the nitty gritty straight away and all the multipliers and combo pieces that come together of what makes a build crazy. It's like really that baseline life of monsters, damage of monsters, defenses of the player, and via the passive tree, base items. Like, I honestly think that the base items of like say weapons aren't in a good enough spot. There's just a bunch of implicits that a weapon has an implicit and its damage is penalized, and the implicit is just trash. And it's like, why is this even here? It's not interesting. It's not fun. It's just a bad weapon to find. And there's still a bunch of that. And it's just like, that's our lowest level thing. Like everything else is built on top of that. And we haven't even got that base thing entirely perfect yet. So we have a bit of a plan, and we're going to go a bit feral with it. But I really just want to make sure, yeah, we're addressing all of these fundamentals now that we've got, which hopefully will make, you know, I don't think Jonathan should have to change much. I think the balance is just wrong, and I think that he should be able to kill that boss, and now he can, by the way. Just to be clear, we did address that immediately. But it's like
this is my
such
point.
an obvious thing.
Shit doesn't get changed until they have the problem that fucks their experience.
We've been producing so much content, like, and I don't even just mean for this patch. It's just been like crazy developing this game. The amount of stuff we're making. It's really hard to actually go, okay, now let's get it to the right spot. And a lot of people compare it to a lot of people compare it to PoE 1, and they're like, yeah, but the PoE 1 tree has this and this and this and, you know, stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, but, you know, I remember iterating on that for like 8 years personally. So it's like, you know, there's a bit of a time disparity here, like with our new philosophy. So we will be able to do it. We'll be able to do it pretty quickly. I'm not saying it's going to take 8 years, and we'll be able to get a hell of a way towards perfection, I would say. That balance is ever perfect, as I like to say. But yeah, it's going to be bloody nice now that we've got this absolute behemoth of a patch, you know, coming to a conclusion. Not to say there won't still be stuff to fix around that, but that's part of that as well. And to be able to actually go and look at, okay, let's figure out what kind of person, what kind of build, what kind of character actually should be able to get to what point of the end game, the campaign, etc. Like, what are the mistakes people are making? What is the flaws in their builds that shouldn't be flaws? Be it the recommended gems, be it the base skill damage, be it itemization, passive tree, everything, and just getting all of that as refined as possible. Which is exciting, by the way, because I find that stuff to be some of the more fun work. So it's kind of...
What's the... Go on, Gazi.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, listening to the both of you talking about this, it's obviously we're expecting this, but it really sounds like there's a ton of minor adjustments from the veterans players' perspective, but might be large changes for newer players' perspective that is coming to the 0.5 update that is not necessarily in the patch notes. Something I was really curious about to hear from the both of you was what portion of this update do you guys predict to like make the largest beneficial impact for the player's experience? Because we heard from Jonathan talking about his situation there. Are we talking about changes in that sense, in the campaign playthrough, or are we talking about Infinite Atlas? I just want to hear your thoughts on your prediction on the most beneficial impact for new player experience.
If you're talking about just for new players, I definitely think that it's going to be the sort of early in-game, yeah, like monster density, like things around there, like, and yeah, like late campaign, early in-game monster density, things like, you know, just... I mean, we were just talking today. Okay, so here's another random example of a thing that we want to try and do. I hope it'll get an 050, but I think it's going to be a big deal, which is that, like, there's another one of those realizations of, like, you know, I'm fighting a rare. It's got, like, a shit ton of mods on it. And I'm like, if I just stop, like, fighting for a second here, just, like, put on God mode and just watch this rare. Like, I'm just going to look at what this rare is doing right now. If I'm not killing it. And there is a fucking endless amount of bullshit spewing forth from this rare.
No shit!
There actually is no capability to have any gameplay, like, counterplay to this thing.
Holy shit!
Just tanking it, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not really able to dodge it. There's so much crap coming out of this thing that, like, effectively my defenses have to be good enough, and there's really nothing else that I would be able to do about it. And like as essence monsters in particular, I believe it was an essence monster that I was looking at the time, you know, stuff like that. And it's like, okay, we need to do something here, right? Like, it shouldn't be that when you get a bunch of these mods on there that so right now, there's all the different effects that can happen. So we call them daemons. They're like the things that sit there and cast, like, you know, like when you get like the circles of lightning damage or whatever the hell it is, you know, just like various things like that trigger from a rare. Like every time you add one of those, it doesn't like slow down the rate of the others, and that's like a thing we want to do, effectively make it so that the more of those that go on the monster, like it doesn't, it's not that it like that it casts the same number of them as what it normally casts. Like we would have to increase, but it shouldn't increase where like you get 2 mods and now it's double the number of those effects, because otherwise there's just no ability to get any kind of counterplay with that. So we need some kind of thing that can control, like when lots of mods go on a rare, that it doesn't just turn into an absolute shit fest of like random spam. And so like this is another kind of one of those like fundamental things to identify.
This is
and, like,
only because it happened to them. We've been telling them forever, though.
Those are the kind of things that I really do think affect new players, because there is a level beyond which of like screen like covering crap that you just kind of give up on it, and now it's like, yeah, it really is just a build check. Like, I'm not going to dodge this. I'm not going to actually try to even do that. It's like, so now my build just has to be able to tank it, or that's it. That's once again another thing another one of those fundamentals like that.
What's the?
This came up a while back. This came up a while back for essences more so because again, it is a thing. Then veteran players are noticing a lot more where they're like, okay, especially that Silent Caverns, I think it is unique map, right? And you're like, okay, there's now, this one monster with 6 essences, and we're like, yeah, what we should be doing is implementing like a system where there's like, one or two of the daemons, as Jonathan explained it, one of the kind of more hidden skills that are outputting, the effects that are going on. They occur on a specific cooldown, and the more there are, the longer the cooldown is, and there's a whole system for it that we wanted to do. But like that was an example of where we checked the obviously the more extreme case. But then if you actually just come back to fundamental monster mods, like it's even a monster that only has 4 mods, for example, and 3 of them happen to be something where it's like just spamming a bunch of stuff. And the other thing is each of those just has their own independent cooldown. And so the monster, and let's say it happened to get 3, and each of those cooldowns is say 10 seconds. Well, it's going to do all 3 and then wait 10 seconds and then do all 3 and then wait 10 seconds. So that gets a different thing where at least you get the wait. But if it happened to be that, let's say there was a 5, a 10, and a 15-second cooldown, or some numbers like that, it's all of a sudden now it's like just skill, and then you're like, okay, well, when do I actually get to DPS? So
it's live, yeah.
It kind of varies a bit, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it's also just resulting in a bunch of just spam all over your screen. And it gets so much worse at the high end, like to the point where, and this is part of what contributes to the, like, as you said, you just need to be able to survive it. And if you can't, and it results in these things where like, I died to something, there was effects everywhere, and now I'm dead. Something happened. But honestly, again, that's just because, okay, we're talking about 3 or 4 mods. Well, you can get more than that. So obviously, right? And so all of a sudden now you've just got this barrage of onslaught of emissive, flashbangs going on your screen, and hopefully you survive. So it is a problem, but it's one of those things where it's really easy to look at the extreme cases and just be like, obviously we need to address this. And when we come up with some plan, and then you kind of go, well, it is affecting only the top end, so is it as important as these other fundamentals? But then you actually go, okay, let's look at this problem from not the top end perspective, and you're like, oh yeah, it's definitely still a problem. And so that's a good one to get highlighted, and then you can address it, and it turns out it just fixes it for everyone. So yeah, we're hoping to even do something about that this week specifically.
On the same topic of that is like, here's another one I just happened to notice recently as well, which was that like I was playing some maps and I realized, hang on a minute, I feel like in the last 10 maps I've run, every single one of them had a mod in it that caused curses to be going off. Every single one of them. And I'm like, so that just means that your entire experience of the map, even when you're not fighting anything, there's just like circles appearing on the screen all the time. I'm like, and so I asked someone about this, and they were like, oh yeah, the reason for that is because there's a bunch of curse mods, but because they're all weighted the same as all the normal mods, it means that like the overall weighting of just any curse, if you look at it that way, is very high. And so the answer is just divide all the weightings of those curse mods so they're just less common, right? So now you don't have that thing, because like I feel like it shouldn't necessarily be that every freaking map you're running has got these circles.
They won't listen until it happens to them. This is how we got trade,
things like that, but
right? Mark had to get fucked in league for us to get trade.
Thinking about it, and like when you're going in with the mindset of like, okay, like what are we doing to reduce the spam? Like when you're actually playing, you have to, and it takes a little while of appreciating it as you go through of like, what is actually the cause here? Yeah, like there's a lot of things we can still do. So yeah, that is a bit of a kick that we're on right now, is the like try to reduce the spam a little bit. Ideally without sort of
maps is the best thing for the game. Yeah, absolutely.
The top end cases where people want to make sure that they're getting the monster hits that they need and all that kind of stuff like that. But I think that part of what also brought it to a head a little bit is that because the tree adds so much now, we have to be really careful with the
with the stuff, because it can get out of hand pretty quick.
So that's something
the other
we
thing,
have to
right?
care a lot about.
We've definitely had to reevaluate what our base levels are versus what our, without like really going, okay, we just want everything to be, meh. You know, like we still want the excitement. You still want the thing where you can spec into all these things and create these crazy situations to happen. But yeah, with the tree being a lot larger and the Atlas Master system and all of this, it's like we've certainly had to reevaluate the base simply for that. Just from a like, okay, if we had just kept the same base and added all that, then all the investment would end up having to be quite low, because you just can't have every single map being an absolute clusterfuck. So.
But every map is a clusterfuck.
Reevaluating all of that is also helping, honestly, with that just onboarding into maps thing anyway, where you're not just like overwhelmed with like 8 things going on that you haven't even seen before. Like, what the fuck is even happening? Like, what's this purple thing here, and this blue thing here, and this green thing here, and this yellow thing here? And you're like, you know, you don't even know what they are because nothing's told you what they are necessarily. So, yeah, I think going back to your actual question you had, which was the onboarding for new players, even though it's weird to think about new players in the case of Endgame, but our hope is that they can get there. What I did see, and I've seen this with personal friends, even my brother and stuff, they got to Endgame. He's like, I don't know, I just ran a couple maps and now I'm done. I guess I'm finished. So I'm hoping that they get there and stick it out and actually have that goal. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't immediately run into brick walls, and can actually play through and finish the campaign, finish the end game as if it was just a continuance of the campaign, honestly. Like, there kind of doesn't necessarily need to be a like break in the story necessarily so much, where they can just be perceived as the same thing ultimately.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because one of the topics we wanted to cover in this interview was about the Fortress and Endgame Atlas. And one of the initial questions we had there is to talk about the Fortress. You talk about onboarding people to the Endgame, right? And the Fortress itself, it has its areas inside the Fortress. They're sort of pre-juiced, and the Fortress is required for gaining your Atlas passive points, and also has some pinnacle bosses in it. Like, is this area what you envision players to head to first when they go out there, clear it out in its entirety, then go out to engage with league mechanics? Or is it intended to be your sort of first endgame focused type of content, but you can deviate away from it? And the follow-up to this would be, is this supposed to be an extension of the campaign to be sort of a tutorial of the endgame before people are expected to go to the Infinite Atlas?
Well, there's a few things going on here. So number one is I do expect that the Fortress is going to be the first in-game system that people engage with. It doesn't have to be, but I think that it will be. And that's seen by the fact that it's the first quest we give you, and it's kind of like the largest visible thing going on, right? So the very first thing you get is like there's a tower that pops out, and Duyani's like, hey, go do that, and that's like 3 maps away, right? So like it's guaranteed the tower is the 3rd map that you do, assuming that you head in that direction. And then it's like 3 or maybe 4 maps more than that until you get into the Fortress. So like it's pretty, you know, like we're onboarding you pretty easily into that thing. So I suspect a lot of people do that. And yes, the pre-juicing is definitely a nice thing, because the nice thing we get to do there, by the way, is that so in the Fortress, like it's not most of the maps, but it's like a very large percentage of them, because you can pick where you go. Like you effectively get like pre-juiced maps. But the nice thing is it's like 1 mechanic at a time. Like when you get those mechanics in those maps, it's like because it's at the start. You know, you have an allocated Atlas point, so it's not happening all the time. You get a situation, you get to experience the feeling of like, okay, here's what it would be like if I like had a bunch of wisps, and here's what it would be like if I had a bunch of strongbox and that kind of thing. You get to sort of experience that right away. But yeah, as I said, 1 at a time. And then as you go through the Fortress, you're obviously adding more of that content that once you've experienced it to your maps, you get to kind of like juice it more yourself. And so by the time you're done with the Fortress, you know, you're going to have like, you know, the not necessarily, probably not the full Atlas tree, because I don't think that you're going to just grind out every single map in the Fortress. I expect the much more likely situation is that you pick a path through the Fortress that gets you to the quest goals. You allocate, I don't know what it would be. Like, what do you reckon the percentage of the tree you'd probably allocate? And Mark, by the time you've leveled up and everything, it might be like 1/3 of it or something, like maybe. Like something along those lines, you probably get like a 1/3 of it as you make your way to the, you know, maybe half. It sort of depends on like how long it's taking you to get up those map tiers and so on. But I'd say 1/3 kind of.
Half was more what I was thinking, for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, like sort of half to 1/3, the 1/3 half, something like that of the tree. Before we get to that, and so by the time you got to that point, you know, you're sort of ready to be able to go and do all the other objectives. And I sort of suspect that that'll be like most people's general experience, and that's not supposed to take too long. It's supposed to be, you know, like a relatively like achievable goal. And yes, it is effectively tutorializing the endgame as well, because then you've got the quest version of the pinnacle. You know, like you know, the which is hard. Don't get me wrong, it's not
Shut
easy,
up,
but
Nathan. Nathan?
Definitely not.
Who's Nathan?
But it's like, you know, it's something that you would expect someone to be able to do if they're, you know, taking it somewhat reasonably. So yeah, like it is something that probably would expect you to do. Now you can go and do the other quest lines if you want, but the one thing you will run into is that you're not allowed to do, I believe, the lieutenant's, whatever this kind of like the pre-pinnacle is before you've got to map tier. It's 11, I believe. Mark, is that correct? Like map tier 11 is what you have to do the lieutenant's at?
Generally 14.
14. Sorry, 14. Yes.
Oh
that's
my
right. So
God!
the 14. So
He
what
doesn't
that
even
means is that,
know.
if you do that as your first one and you're a new player, so you don't know how to go through the tiers quickly, it's possible that you'd run into that bottleneck at some point if you just did one of the league trees first, and then have to sort of tear up before you went on. Whereas if you do the fortress first, you're obviously going to be T16, or T15 probably, I suppose, if you're not doing the corrupted stuff, and so therefore you're going to have the maps that you need to be able to do those other ones like all the way to the end very quickly. So yeah, I'd expect most people to do Fortress first, in most cases.
Part of the reason for that T14 thing, because I suspect it'll come up and people might be like, why is this gated behind a level? Like, why is it? Like, let me just do it. Is that we don't want the pinnacles. So obviously, there's a quest version and a non-quest version, right? The non-quest is harder. That's what you do afterwards. Drops better loot, right? That's the quest version, where it still drops loot. It's not just given nothing. It is still a fixed level, and we wanted all the pinnacles to be at the pinnacle, right? Around tier 15, tier 16 difficulty, right? So you'll generally find they're about level 79, whereas the farm ones are like level 82. Now that doesn't mean a lot, but it's just, you know, obviously item level of drops, and then obviously, you know, whatever custom difficulty you want to do at those level thresholds. However, because often the pinnacles are not using traditional waystones, as in they don't have a tier on them.
Mapping have a reason.
We have to gate the thing directly before them to be the difficulty that is the closest. Like, for example, let's say you got to tier 11 maps, you killed, say, Tulanesh, and then you got the Twisted Domain key, and so tier 11, and then you're jumping to level 79. Like, the difficulty jump is just going to be insane. And so it's like, well, you know, I'd rather gate that boss to be literally just one step before the Twisted Domain, so that if you do it, you earn the key, you're probably ready to do it. Like, you don't have to, like, now go and waste your key and go, okay, that was impossible. What the hell was that? So people will often probably run into this block, but it is important that when they kill those penultimate bosses, that they are probably ready then. That is their proving grounds to say, okay, you can try the pinnacle now. And if we have those be too early, yeah, people are just going to be like, okay, what the hell? This difficulty jump is out of control. And then they'll fail. They have to go do a bunch of stuff. It'll feel bad. Or they might just be like, nice balance, you know, thumbs down. So, you know, it's... I think that the lesser evil is definitely to have the gate. There are a few other ways to do this. But the other thing I didn't want to do is have it that... Let's say you did them in a different order. Like, let's say you... let's say it was tier 11, as we said, the restriction on Tulanesh. If you then, and let's say Twisted Domain was T12 difficulty instead of the 14 and 15 that I have them at. If you did it breach first and did it naturally, it'd probably feel fine. Now, if you go and do the whole fortress, you get all the way to T15, you kill the Arbiter, you do that whole quest line, and then you go and do breach.
Mark's got the nicer room.
Well, now it's just tier 11 and tier 12, and you're going to be like, well, that was a joke. What the hell was that? And so that also doesn't feel good. And then the farm version's obviously high level. And so I think that's also bad as well. So it's just giving a bit of background as to why I want to make sure the penultimates are T14 and the ultimates are around, and the quest ultimates are 15, and then the farm ones are a few levels higher. And there are, I understand there's a few different things you could do here. You could be like, oh, as you complete each, the other ones level up. And as you know, there's all this kind of stuff, but I don't really love doing that. I think it's quite fun to just get to that boss. You get to literally the
Nathan has the nicest
of
room.
the league, and it's like, all right, now get to tier 14, and you're like, oh shit, yeah, I'm gonna go do that. When I come back, I'm gonna come back and mess it up and hopefully get my loot, or you know, whatever, or just fail, whatever the case is. But hopefully you get to kill it and get your loot. But yeah, I don't know, it worked out. But yeah, I understand. It's been bit of a conversation in the office where people have wanted it one way over the other and been a bit back and forth about it, and had the levels based on the distance from the start and all kinds. And I just think that what we've landed on is certainly the best situation we have of all. But I suspect it's a question that's going to come up. So I thought clarifying it might be.
Are pictures on their wall? I need to do that at my
Did
house.
you guys do any changes to the like earlier levels of the Waystones? Because I know in one video, there was a video I was watching where a guy was mapping out and saying like the earlier tiers of the Waystones are like higher levels now, etc. Like, how do you feel about the earlier level curve of the Waystones? Has that been fundamentally changed though? Or are you guys okay with the positioning of it currently?
As in level 65, then 6 and 7, then 8?
Yeah, exactly.
Currently the same.
There were some changes to monster effectiveness that happened.
I mean, again, we've done balance all over the place. So it's like, what do the numbers even mean is kind of a question in itself, you know, like, in general, I think a common problem people had is that the difficulty difference between the maps wasn't significant enough. And so it was like, you just kind of just climb and climb and climb.
Right. Yeah.
We've done some changes around that. We went very extreme at the start of this development cycle, and we've now come back on it substantially. Not to say there isn't still a larger difference than what's currently on live. So yes, the difference between a T1 and 15 on live is less than the difference that will be in 050. As in it gets harder as you climb the progression. That being said, a lot of that was also done through because we've changed what the map mods give as well. So they have I can't remember what the exact bonuses are now, but for example, a subset of the mods do grant effectiveness. So you know, quant and life and XP. And then, what we tried to do is that every single mod on a map was something you actually were like, oh yeah, okay, this is rewarding. I want this. Whereas there were some that were a bit hit and miss before, for sure. So we've tried to do that, and so we've changed some of the outcomes given. But just now, by rolling mods on maps, you'll notice that things, because of the effectiveness, for example, that monsters can get harder, but at least then you can kind of control it, which is better than just, okay, we've moved the brick wall from here to here or whatever. You know, it's like not a great change that we made, but yeah, I would say it's not too far off what it was at a baseline level. But again, that's where also then ideally, when we do have things like difficulty.
It sounds like we're getting a whole new game.
Not like, you know, otherwise, again, like let's say Jonathan's build here, he's like, okay, I'm struggling in very early Waystones, but like, and I raised the question to him, I was like, okay, but let's say we did this change here. It sounds good. You'll get to your tier 3 or 4, maybe.
It does
5
sound
maps,
like it's going to be like a whole new game
there as well, right? So it's about making sure that we do changes that aren't just like, okay, you're gonna quit 30 minutes later instead, or you know, you'll quit the next day instead of the day before. Technically, that's better, I guess, but it's still bad. So you know, but it's I know that there's a lot of people who really wanted it to be that the difference in difficulty in tiers is quite significant. There's a bunch of people who don't necessarily. We tried it. It wasn't good. So having it more as you get more of the tree, more multi-choice, you get the Atlas Masters, and that being fully like agency controlled is definitely a better world than just like inherently every tier is significantly harder than the last, or
Endgame feels really good. Me
extreme jump like that. So anyway,
well, let's
try it and test it.
Let's talk about the Atlas Masters then, because I'm very curious. There's two fundamental changes with the Atlas tree currently coming up in 0.5, one of which is you can basically max out the entirety of the tree. I know there's notables you can change, and that's kind of how you're doing the player agency on the Atlas tree. But also the Atlas Masters are the other, like, fundamentally new, and you call them, like, ascendancy classes for the Atlas tree, which is kind of an interesting way to put it. So what are the Masters enabling you to be able to do that was something you couldn't, like, be able to put on the tree? Like, why Atlas Masters, and what is that going to help you with?
So there's a couple of things going on here. So I think one of the things that's really important to talk about with that is that why the old tree was a concern. So effectively, the old tree wasn't allowed to have anything on it that could affect content that you could see that you were going to get in advance. And the reason for that is because you'd just respec before you do it, and then be having to respec all the time. And we wanted to get to a situation where you know, like you didn't feel like you needed to make those changes all the time. And yeah, the only way we'd had to do it before was to effectively water down the bonuses we could give. And then originally what we were saying is that we want to have it so that the customization that there is doesn't require like so much cognitive overload in terms of doing it. Like, and what I mean by that is like, okay, so the important thing to respec was like, you know, like various more sort of keystone-y type things. Like there's a bunch of other bonuses, but like the stuff that kind of defines like what is interesting about what you're doing is really more about those keystone things. So like if we can bring all those key choices together in one place, it's going to feel a lot less threatening when you want to change them. And so now you've got like effectively like a nice little menu on the side of the thing of like what one of these do you want to be playing under. And then after that we were like, okay, we want to do some kind of thing where like in PoE 1 you've got like the 3 specs that you can do for your Atlas tree, and I've never kind of liked that because like I don't know, like how would I just describe like why I don't sort of like that kind of stuff? It's like it feels like it's adding even more complexity.
What?
So then I was like, okay, is there a way that we can get the idea of having 3 specs but like not have it feel like something that feels like it adds complexity, but instead make it feel thematic and cool? And so then the idea of like, well, what if each spec was like a character, and they're like, you know, like this is the stuff that they're, you know, that they're doing, and then it feels like when you're changing between them that you've got it's just a more interesting and sort of more thematic way of achieving something like that. And I think that's actually worked pretty well. And then, funnily enough, it kind of ended up feeling a little bit like what we have in PoE 1. I can't remember what the name of it's called, but you know, the way that you can select a thing when you run a map. I think, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, like it just has a sort of a cool feel to it like that.
I don't think Jonathan plays.
And because you're allowed to select between these things like that, then we can have bonuses that you would want to change between before you run a map, because you can effectively just have like, okay, this is when I'm running this content, this is the master that I'm using. When I'm running that content, this is the master that I'm using, and you kind of like decide those kind of choices up front, and then it's just like one click to change between them. So now then, yeah, we
he doesn't play PoE either. No, he definitely does.
And even in this case, we've been experimenting with having bonuses that are going to apply to the league that we're actually running right now. So there are bonuses that apply to the Runes of Alder on there. And like we feel like it's okay to do that when it's like the sort of separate thing that's on the these masters, where we didn't feel like we were comfortable doing that on the Atlas tree before. So yeah, I don't know. Like it's a different context of delivery that allows us to do a certain thing. And in this case, the particular thing that it is yeah, like content that responds to like things that respond to things that you can see that are going to happen. So like I see that I'm going to run this type of map, it's going to have this type of content, and I select this master, which is going to synergize with that.
The league mechanic trees, when I was watching the review, one bit of confusion, like I know I at least myself was confused about this, so I was hoping some clarity. Are you actually able to max out the entirety of each one of the league trees? Okay, so what was the decision behind we wanted to make where you max out the trees and entirely also in the league mechanic portion of it?
So I mean, it's the same exact argument for the regular tree, right? Like it's, we just think that it's important that for the types of bonuses that we can do, it means that we can do a bonus like, you know, now when you kill this boss, it's going to have these additional, these additional features or drops, something like that. There's like stuff like that you just wouldn't be able to do normally, because yeah, you'd be like, okay, well, I'm not going to have that allocated when I'm doing this content because I instead have this other thing. If you allocate all of them, we could just do those types of bonuses, and I think it just makes them more interesting. But yeah, so then once again, you've got the multi-choice nodes that are there to control the like, do I want to have this league be like this or like that?
Doesn't that remove creativity in Atlas trees?
As those decision points.
Or am I crazy?
For example, there, by the way, like you can have a node that specifically enhances the difficulty and or drops of the pinnacle boss for that league. You can have one that applies to the lieutenant. You can have, and so yes, before obviously you'd have to then go, I'm about to do the pinnacle boss, or you save up a bunch of keys and then you allocate those nodes and then run them all, and then you unallocate those nodes when you go back to farming. So even with that, but the different variety of bonuses we're allowed to have invested into, it feels pretty good. It feels pretty awesome where you can be like, okay, I mean, there is the sense of ordering as you're like filling in the tree where you're like, okay, am I going to invest in this now or this later? Obviously, you're generally not going to invest in the pinnacle boss when you're like, first starting out. Not that it's at the start of the tree anyway. And so, yeah, you're generally going to want to spec into that stuff later regardless. And often in those cases, it's even blocked behind killing the Pinnacle boss to start with, where it's like, okay, I can't allocate these until I kill the Pinnacle for the first time. And then you can go and fill them in, and then when you do the farm, you can get the full loot. But it does create this just like really cool sense of progression of like you're just like really evolving the loot, and there kind of isn't really a wrong choice. You're not like so scared about whether or not you're allocating A or B and whether or not it's going to be the right thing. And so you can just do it with a lot more freedom, a lot less like, you know, fear of missing out of something. You can, but there's still a little bit of that like thinking about the choice and the ordering and which way you're getting it. But it just feels so much less complicated and something you can just fuck up. Of course, you know, that raised the concern, and Jonathan mentioned it, where you then lose your build per se. And this is something we've talked about a little bit, but like this is where the Atlas Master circles in. It's like, we need a system that is your build, but we need that to not be like 150 passives, you know. It needs to be something quite clean like an Ascendancy class, hence kind of Atlas class.
It's an hour late.
Your end points you get on a quite small tree, and it's effectively like, okay, as he said, is boiling down the actual key decisions of how things behave, like meta level decisions, as opposed to just like X% increased something. It's just like a little bit of thing. It's like very game changing, like, you know, enables a mechanic or disables another, gives you, you know, as I said, things that reduce the number of revives you have but increase the loot. And it's like, oh, do I want to risk that? You know, it's like much more meaningful decisions all over the Atlas Masters. And because we can have multiple, because you can turn them off and enable them at will, and because it's not like just giant tree of overwhelmingness, it's quite easy to go, okay, I understand what this is going to do. I understand I can try it. I can just turn it off. I don't need to have like multiple respec systems in order to do it, be it gold or some orb. And then I can just go and change it. And then maybe when I'm ready later, I'll turn it on again. But the other thing it allows, and I like this, which is, of course, it allows us to make new ones in the future. If we have new characters and new Atlas Masters, maybe we sub one out, add another, you know, you never know how these things go. Maybe we do a thing where we, you know, move what's on class A onto class B and some of B onto C, and, you know, you create different combinations of the classes and what they specialize in. Obviously still remaining thematic, because that's a thing that we want to stay bound to. And so there's a lot more like flexibility here in terms of changing, removing, adding, doing a bunch of like cool stuff with just like creating new builds where you can create an entire new in-game meta just by mixing up those classes. And you haven't had to change this
Kinda
entire
disappears?
600-point Atlas passive tree kind of level grade thing where you're like, okay, like we can create so many new metas with like five changes.
Oh my god, I'm tired.
You just move this here, this here, this here, this here, this here, and it's like, oh, entire in-game meta changed. Now, that's if we want to do that. We don't have to, but that can be a cool level of shake-up that keeps in-game feeling way fresher and whatnot, and we haven't had to add an entire new system to do it. So, yeah.
Yeah, on the topic of, you know, in-game meta and stuff like that, and the player agency control of the, not just the Atlas Masters, but also the multi-choice nodes we have on the Atlas
We
tree
see me
itself,
perfectly?
It's something you brought up, I believe it was you, Mark, on the Q&A.
I can
with
put more lights
CBD,
on. Hold on.
Was that something that you don't have in PoE 2, but you do have in PoE 1?
that
is
better?
The ability to respond to market changes by targeting different types of drops. So like this is kind of in the topic of combating inflation, which has been mentioned, as well as price stabilization, where you can make those choices to, hey, this is lacking a supply in the market or whatever, and then you can choose to say, well, I'm going to do that farm, and then maybe the market changes, and now the next mechanic is going to be
Turn
the
them
most
off?
lucrative, if you will. And one of the questions is this one of your implementation to help combat your issues with rarity affecting currency and combating inflation in general, or what's the take here?
It is 100% good at that, and you know, well, yeah, go for it, Jonathan.
Well, I was going to basically say exactly that, right? Like we are trying to make it so that not only do you have things with the Atlas Masters, but you've also got things with the like which league you're focusing on. You know, like Ritual now being a much bigger source of uniques, for example. Yeah, if like you think, you know, like we do want the idea that if things are in the market are off in a certain way, you feel like you can profit. Going to doing a different league, being a thing that matters more is, I think, pretty important. So that was an explicit goal. Like let's try and make it so that we can get that. Now I don't know whether that's going to have a huge effect or not, but it was one of the things we noticed that was different about PoE 1v2 when we were talking about this kind of stuff. So we thought like, hey, let's add that ability a little bit more.
But like to go further into that again with the response and player agency side, and I don't actually know if we made this. It was in one of my mini spreadsheets at some point. But like, let's just say Ritual gives uniques, which yes, we've made that change. And let's just say that there was a master who had somehow an occult, or let's say a multi-choice, and it just said all the uniques offered by Ritual are now currency.
Ooh.
You could, with a click of a button, go click, all right, now I run Rituals and I'm just getting currency instead of uniques. Not to say that's necessarily a thing, I can't remember. But that's the level of thing where it's like, well, why not allow someone to change that? Now, one might be quantifiably better than the other, but that's somewhat market dependent and somewhat what you need for your gear, for your build, your character, and whatnot. But that is a level of a literal just click one button, click another button. Like if that's a thing you want to do, that we will now be able to do with this, where you can completely transform what you're farming by just the click of a button. And you can do that for many of the different leagues where you're like, okay, well, I want to target this instead of that, or I want to specifically turn off A and B because C gives more currency, or I want to, I'm farming more bosses, so I want to make the bosses do this at the cost of something else. There's just all kinds of different things that you can do, and it's so
That sounds
much
pretty
more
cool.
approachable and simple, which is awesome. So I do expect that to happen, by the way. I do expect people to be those who care about it to be dynamically responding their builds to the economy, which I know a lot of people care about, myself included.
Ritual Expedition?
Right? That's what you're going to do.
Breach.
So what you have as a day 1 build might not be your day 2 build, might not be your day 3 build, entirely just due to I want to make the most amount of wealth from an economical standpoint, as opposed to necessarily like what's best for your character, because I understand getting wealthy is often what's best for your character. So, it will happen, almost certainly. And it's not going to take a whole bunch of gold and unshaping orbs and everything to do it, so that's good.
That's a good sign.
I know you guys put, I think it was in the patch notes, you guys said you put like Exceptionos and Fracturing Orbs are on the Atlas tree now as well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's
correct.
Sort of one more example of it.
That can be seen as taking something away, which obviously it is to some degree. But what it's also allowing you to do is be exposed to the fact that it exists at all, which is kind of cool, because you can see the node, you can go, what the hell is that? And you can click the keyword and you're like, oh, I see what this is, that's cool.
So
you're like,
tutorial, which is quite cool. Like you now know those mechanics exist because the tree tells you about them.
Mm-hmm. And think about that angle. Okay, one more question about the Atlas, and we'll move on and talk about the league mechanic. Destructive play is like kind of one of my favorite ways to farm in PoE1, right? And you were talking about the more focus on unique map bosses. It's not really a current strategy in 0.5.
Priceless
like
farming.
You're really going and targeting down, map bosses currently. Is this something you expect? I've seen you've been giving love to unique map bosses, farming strategy so far, from what we've seen on the Atlas tree. So are you guys trying to make that into a potential strategy?
Should ideally be one.
It should to some degree, for sure. I mean, it depends if you think of it as the map boss versus, say, I would say an example is the summoning circles, being able to invest in that and do stuff with that is a way of getting more boss fights. I understand it's not the map boss. There are definitely ways to... Well, I guess you got the Overseer's Tablet, of course, which is a way of trying to be more boss-centric. I get it's not quite the same as what you're mentioning, which is more just like fighting a bunch of ruckus at the same time. But it's something that we're trying... There's a little bit of like, okay, and Jonathan said this to me literally today, which is that fighting multiple bosses at once is almost always worse than fighting one at a time. Like, you just lose that cohesion, you lose that combat feel. Now, it can be, you can have a twinned fight that is designed and they're a bit tag teamy and all that, but it often isn't good to just spawn a bunch of bosses on you all at the same time. Because it just implies, it's one of that same thing again, where now you just have to have the defenses to not insta-die because you can't tell what's happening. So adding more bosses is something that Summoning Circle mechanic tries to do, and there are other ways to do that for sure. There's like a new type of Delirium mirror that spawns a a cloned boss from a map. So like we want to
that's
definitely
cool.
spawn more bosses, but I don't want to just spawn like 6 bosses in a room all together
Sure.
and just let you deal with it, right? It just the combat just goes out the window.
Which we do have in the Rite of the Nameless, but in the Rite of the Nameless, we do offset them from spawning. Like they
Yeah,
don't all
it's-
just
it's
suddenly
still-
spawn to start.
yeah, it's still
they
staggered, yeah.
spawn. They're not like one at a time, but they do stagger so that like you've got time to potentially kill the boss first, and then before the next one. And so ideally, it's kind of like, you know, like it's a bit of a tough fight, but you're not it's not just like 5 bosses enter a room with you.
That being said, we have a bit of work to still do on getting ritual combat to be a bit better, right? Like it is one of the things. Like, I mean, obviously getting that many monsters in a bit of a claustrophobic situation can just be a bit of a mess, and so that's still something we are going to work on, is getting that combat to be a bit better as well, just as a thing to hopefully do between 050 and release. But yes, in that context, definitely staggering them is the play, because yes, what the hell is fighting 5 bosses in, not now just 5 bosses in the boss arena, you're talking about 5 bosses in this little circle with a bunch of rat tornadoes or something going around. You have no idea what's going on. So we'll try and make that as clean as possible.
All right, well, let's talk about the Runes of Aldor then, this season's league mechanic. Now, one of the major
What the hell,
sticking
Sergio?
out points is obviously Runic Ward. I don't think many people saw that one coming. That was a bit of a surprise when I saw that one. So what was the thought process of coming to the conclusion that, okay, we need another defensive of some sort, and this time we're going to put it under life? Like, that's pretty unique. So how'd you come to that point?
I think it maybe started. Did it start with the skills first or the ward first? I can't actually remember which way around it was, but I feel like it might have been the skills. And we were talking about like what resource could we consume. I mean, it came together in one conversation, but I'm trying to remember exactly like which way around it was. But the skills and the Runic Ward were definitely designed together, like in terms of what that. Like we sort of knew that we wanted something. So okay, for a while we've wanted to have. It's like you start with having it so that all of the skills are limited to weapon types, but then after that you then break the rule and actually have the stuff that goes between the weapon types. And so we knew for a while we wanted to have skills that can work across, so you can do some interesting stuff. And it like expands the universe of what builds are possible by quite a lot. So it was just a question of like, what can the restriction be so that it's like to make it so that there's something there that we can have that still sort of limits it. Because we were talking about how if we're doing skills like this, we didn't believe that something like mana would actually necessarily work for the type of skills that we want to do, where it's like sort of unrestricted like that. So then we're like, okay, if we've got another resource and like we don't really want to do life, and then we talked about like, do we make it like Vaal skills where you've got like, the soul thing? We kind of didn't like that either. And I'm not sure exactly how we ended up with Runic Ward as the description, but I did like the fact that you've got something that's a hybrid defense and offense, and you can kind of scale that depending on what you do. That it ended up pretty well, and I'm enjoying playing with it as well. Like I do now, especially that there's a proper sound when you run into it. Like you do know that it's saving you. So that's been pretty nice. So I'm a big fan of that. But ultimately, it came from the skills first, I believe, of like wanting to have a new resource that can power something like that.
You mentioned.
I honestly can't remember the conversation, but yeah, we started with like, well, PoE1 has Ward, and we're like talking about things that we could do that are of Kalgurin theming, and we ended up going. It was just like, we're not really satisfied with how it works. Like fundamentally, it's like very niche. It's very end game. It relies on all these unique mechanics to actually be good, and we need something that's fundamental to the campaign here. Something that can help everyone. And then we went through all as we do, we just have our meetings of design rants, and we went through many iterations and somehow ended up with what we have. And I think it is a significant upgrade over if we had just copy pasted from what was in PoE1 there, it would have not been anywhere near as good. So it's quite satisfied with how that ended up. But it is always hard to forget these frantic conversations we have where we're just like, it's honestly like sometimes it's 30 minutes and you have like 500 iterations, and sometimes it's several hours and you have like 3 iterations. But easier to remember those ones. This was one of those short and fast, snappy, ruckus conversations for sure that ended up quite satisfying.
I am hoping that people find use for Runic Ward skills and like whatever build that they're doing. Like I think that probably will be the case. Like we've made quite a few. There's quite a few ones that are general enough as well, and a surprising number of minion ones. So Ghazi will be happy to hear about that, I guess. But yeah, there's quite a bit going on there. The one I'm using on my current build is like honestly pretty fun. It looks simple. It's this thing where you called Repulsion, where you it actually, I think when we did the live stream, it was a mark, but then we decided that we liked it as a curse better. So it's a curse that you apply to the monsters, and when they take a bit of damage, the curse gets removed and it does an explosion that pushes all the monsters away.
That's cool.
And if you've got large monster density and you use it on a pack, like the monsters just get absolutely like when they just spread everywhere. Like it's honestly, it's quite fun. So I'm enjoying that one, and hopefully we don't need to nerf it because I'm enjoying it.
Bro,
but
just
that's what I'm
don't
using
nerf
at the moment. But yeah, there's quite a lot of interesting ones.
What do you mean?
And I suspect that what I'm hoping is that there might be some like ward only builds even at in game, which I think will be interesting. Like we'll try and build one in the office, and maybe we'll even do a video on it to see if we can do like a ward only character, just to see how that goes. But the skills are primarily designed to be used as sort of like extra things that you can use on your other builds as well.
One question about the league mechanic itself is I was re-listening to the Ziggy D Q&A while I was prepping, and Mark, you said that you thought you could get up to 22 rare mob modifiers potentially when paired with the expedition when doing the Ruin of Aldor, right? So one of my questions for you is this kind of intended to be a strategy, sort of like, I don't know, like the Alva Temple, for instance, where it's like, okay, you can farm it for specifically what the drops are, but also like it can be a juicing mechanism where we're building this so another way to play it is you do this actually just to juice the rare mobs themselves. And
it's going to get nerfed before it even comes out!
By adding more and more modifiers on.
That was the intention, yes, that both are a viable option. Now, the example I gave there is obviously the extreme.
Of course. Yeah.
Like, you're not going to have that happen every time, for sure. But I do want it to be a strategy for sure, especially now that the mods don't display all vertically down the screen. Those specific mods don't. There's just like a little line of runes under the monster's life bars. And yeah, but my hope is that there is a strategy at endgame. Obviously, it's a relatively high-end strategy. Where once you are using logbooks and doing those grand expeditions, as we've called them. I don't know if there's an official name yet, but that's what I'll keep. The big old expeditions that you are really going thinking, okay, on some of the remnants, you're like, okay, I want this chase reward. And on others where you're like, nah, I don't really care too much about, this and that. Like, I think I can push the monsters to be more valuable than the things that are offered by them. That you're actually thinking, okay, I'm going to try and pick the highest variety of different runes possible so that you pass them along and try and get as many remnants as possible in the dynamite chain. And then you just like, okay, obviously each one then passes them on. So you're going to get every monster. The first one will be like, okay, pretty standard rewards. Second one, a bit more. Third one, a bit more. Fourth one, a bit more. It's like, how long can this dynamite chain go? How many remnants can I get in it? And then you get to the point where you're just like, all right, like, what am I actually even fighting now? That's the hope, is that there are still people. And again, because you can control what the mods are, what the rewards are, what the where the bombs are, the order of them. You can control the difficulty and rewards entirely as you please. One other thing we've changed with expeditions, by the way, which I think has been a significant upgrade, though a semi-controversial internal one, but I
think it's way better. I think it's way
the same way, which is when you set a dynamite, you got your dynamite chain. When the first one goes off, you have to kill a certain number of the monsters before the dynamite will continue. So what would often happen is that a fast build, when doing the logbooks were before, or expeditions, you could just kill as you're going. And what some people did is they'll just detonate the entire chain and then just like clear backwards almost. And what some people would do is just clear with it, but effectively now they're not even seeing the bombs. Like the bombs have all detonated off screen and they're just following the chain of minimap icons, clearing everything. Yeah. So now, like, it's like finish the encounter, next bomb goes off, finish the encounter, next bomb goes off, finish the encounter, next bomb. So you're actually following it, seeing the detonation, seeing what's emerging, doing the fight, and you're following along. It just feels so much smoother. Though I know that there's
way more, by the way. Like, it's way better.
I agree. I think it's significantly better, but I know it immediately had people going, but I like to just detonate the whole thing and then just wait ages and then clear it all. Going backwards or whatever. And I was like, well, too bad, because the pros outweigh the cons here, IMO. But it is just significantly better.
One couple other changes I noticed was 10 runes instead of 8 in the patch notes, right? I think the review said it was like 8 cap, and I think in the patch notes it said it was upwards of 10.
I think the reason for that is because there's a that might have been me accidentally disclosing a hidden thing that was supposed to be a hidden thing about how there's like a secret thing that you can get up to 10. I think I might have accidentally said that. Like, I think the normal limit is 8.
Okay.
But
there's like a bespoke 10 length and 9 length one. They're not like traditional. It's something that when you find, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this kind of thing?
Yeah. So there's like, that was probably just
I
my
like
bad,
hidden
just,
stuff
looking
like
at the
that. I think
table,
that stuff.
okay,
I
here's
think that
Max and
stuff's
one
usually
being
really
like,
cool.
There's probably a few things I accidentally disclosed in the patch notes that were intended to be hidden, but it's fine. We'll just we'll see.
How do you?
By all means, we don't mind.
Yeah, spoil it. How do you actually decide what you want to like leak or show in the review and what you don't? Like, I mean, that's got to be kind of a hard decision on, you want to keep enough hype going, right? Like, you want people to know some stuff's coming, be excited. Like, you got to tease Mageblood's coming. You can't tease what it is, right? So, like, how do you decide what makes the cut on the teaser and what you want to be, like, discovered, like, the hidden ascendancies, for instance, like you did with Abyssal Lich?
I don't know, really. It's sort of hard to decide, but, like, there are certain things... Well, okay, like, a random example is, like, not to, like, in the patch notes we said there are 3 Barracks rings. People are going to make some assumptions about what that might mean. Like, there are things like that we're just like, this, like, in some ways...
We're getting the taming,
like,
boys!
it can be obvious to people what the hidden things are, but that can be its own form of excitement, because now you're going to be asking, well, how does that work? What do you do? And the way that does work is quite hidden. So, we'll have to see whether people do that. I know. Jeff
can we
actually
not
was
just
saying to
fucking
me,
vendor
he's
the
like,
taming?
As a player, I would never find this. So hopefully people do actually end up discovering that. But all it takes is one, and then everyone will know. So, there are secrets like that around. But yeah, I don't know. It just like we want to make sure that there's just enough things where it feels like people have found something. And actually, there's that other whole system we didn't tell people about. Oh, I'm not even going to mention it. No, screw it. There's a whole bunch of like, I would say there's more like.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
No, you do know what I'm talking about. The one that's the most ridiculous.
You have to tell me afterwards, because obviously
the one that's the most ridiculous.
Why wait?
The one that's the most
there are surprises that we want to have. But anyway, the thing is, we actually got enough hidden surprises in this patch that I feel like it's kind of okay to disclose a lot of things, because there's quite a lot more of them. Like, I feel like there's probably more hidden, random, weird stuff in this patch than we've probably ever done. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Matt, but it seems like it to me.
It should be. I'm a huge advocate for pushing for, like, and I just declare it at the start. I'm like, this is a thing no one's allowed to know about, and then I just hope that no one says anything.
It's easy to make mistakes though, because people don't know what stuff's going to be hidden, and so I might just randomly, blunder into things and like doing
there are other things where we're like, okay, but is it just going to get data mined in minute 0 anyway, and thus people? But then it's like, oh, maybe even that in itself is exciting, because people don't know if what's data mined is actually enabled or not. So you start adding bait, and you put in little things that are just like, to intentionally make people feel the sense of mystery. So even if it is a thing that will get data mined, it doesn't necessarily mean it's there. If it's like, there are things that are unintentional. Like, I don't know if the patch notes actually ended up with this, but all of the, for example, have we disclosed all of the hidden anoints?
What?
Like we expressed some. We're like, here's some that you get from the.
We didn't list them. We didn't. Yeah, we didn't list them. We just
we went over some in the live stream and the presentation, and we went over, here's a few examples, but then there's a whole bunch undiscovered. And so it's like, I wouldn't say that's a secret. It's just like, we want people to discover stuff. We want some people, and then there's the stuff like the actual secrets where we're just like, nah, good luck finding this, and we look forward to day 29 where someone figures this out or something. I want some sense of discovery over the league that's more than just like, what is your build and what is the meta, like stuff that's actually in-world discoverable things. And yeah, sometimes it gets figured out in like an hour, and you're like, oh well, whatever, still that's something. But
it's funny that you mentioned this with the bait thing, because I'm still looking at the data mine of Demon Magus and just waiting for something to happen. Like, oh yeah, you're laughing. I'm sitting here with you balls.
No, it was a real thing.
What up, Super?
It was.
It is a
quick. Sorry.
It will be a real thing one day. It wasn't intended to not.
Okay. I'm just trying not to go off on my notorious 15-minute minion rant here after Jonathan's comment earlier. I did have a curiosity about the league mechanic, which kind of weaves into the history of GGG. You guys have never shied away from trying out-of-the-box crazy things, roguelike things like Sekima, Sanctum, Auto Battlers, Todia, DM's favorite TD Blight. And we saw a meteor crashing on the Infinite Atlas, utilizing the Infinite Atlas for the immersion of a meteor crashing down. It looks really cool. This small little snippet looks fantastic. And then the question I have for this is the idea of changing /and/or terraforming the Atlas something that you'll want to explore further in future updates or even leagues moving forward?
I definitely think that we're going to do more of that for sure. I mean, Doryani does have, as one of the Atlas Masters, does have a light terraforming ability. He's got the ability to change one biome into another. Like as part of his Atlas Master abilities.
Okay. All right.
It's not completely controllable. You can't just make the whole world a desert, but like he does have some light ability to do that, and so there's things like that we can do. But yeah, that actually matters quite a lot with the new Atlas tree, because the new Atlas tree has a bunch of things that are biome specific. Like this is a thing that happens in forest, and this is a thing that happens in deserts. And there's also the ability to say like this biome behaves as this other biome in addition, stuff like that, like with multi-choice stuff. And so there's like things like that going on that like make the biomes matter more. And then the ability for Diani to then be able to do some terraforming means that there's some strats there.
Lore weave. I didn't think of that
with him. But yeah.
But I mean, yeah, like the imagination can immediately run wild. It's like, less hypothetical. This has not been discussed before, but it's like, okay, what does it look like for Blight using for whatever Blight ends up being in whatever world at some point in time? But like, okay, why not have actual blighted growths that appear on the Atlas and start growing and start like overrunning things? And why not have I don't know, things invading from here, and you can do anything, right? I mean, the imagination run wild.
We've got the breach domains appearing on the Atlas now. That's not like something that happens in front of you, but I mean, the fog bank thing and Delirium, the Delirious like area, this sort of feels a little bit like it as well, where like the Atlas gets transformed, this event happens and that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, yeah, we're absolutely going to do. Like, we want every league to have more mechanics that happen on the Atlas. Like, that is an explicit thing of, like, every league should at least have something that interacts with the Atlas in a more interesting way.
Because, like, my mind went completely off when I saw that. I was like, they're probably going to do something like Catan League or Risk Play, where we're, like, pushing out settlements. Now we're playing RTS on the Infinite Atlas. That's where my mind went, and I was like, I can't wait for that.
Well, I do have a discussion I need to have with Mark, actually. About some 1.0 league ideas. So we'll see how we go with that.
And you guys are adding such scale of content here. Like, you're adding tons of crafting, for instance. You're just all of the different changes to the Atlas Masters, like you're talking about the terraforming Atlas. How much of it is it when you're creating something, you're preemptively looking at it and being like, oh, well, this could be a problem. Like, this would make crafting too strong. And like, how much of this is like emergent gameplay, which we're just going to put it out into the wild and like see what the players do with it, and then we'll do changes after. Like, what's the balance like?
Well, so we try to think of everything we can, but we also assume that there will be a million things we didn't think of. So it's kind of like, it is really both of those things. But yeah, we do try as hard as we can to try and understand the interactions. But yes, there's just a lot of inherent risk the moment that you add.
I hope your test and everything went well.
You get something that you didn't expect. So yeah, you just assume that that's also going to happen.
That's fair. When it comes to like the progression, PoE 1 has had years, a decade plus of content and lessons learned and the progression of new leagues and trying things out. PoE 2 has only had, or quote unquote only, it's pretty fresh out the gate, but we have had 2 considered full-blown league releases, and with the 0.3 Abyss and 0.4 Alpha, which we had recently, right? So I'm just curious, what kind of lessons have you guys learned from previous league releases, which has been helpful for the 0.5 one when it comes to PoE 2?
It's a tricky question because, like, I mean, we effectively learn these lessons every time. We've been doing it for so many years. The thing I guess we've been fighting. I was thinking about this earlier when we were talking. Actually, it's like in a way we've been fighting this content war against PoE 1, where it's like, okay, it's like PoE 1 has all the stuff. We need to get PoE 2 to some kind of standard, and so that's been like why we've needed to in these recent leagues to like make something that feels very very substantial. And, like Zero50 hopefully wins the war there now, and it's like we've reached the point where we've reached the point where we can say that we're an ARPG that has enough content, and that's why.
Isn't that why you didn't play the PoE pack? You said you were like you had to study
like balance and all that sort of stuff, right? But it's like I honestly feel sorry for other ARPGs in some way, where like they have to they in order to even get to the point of being able to say you're competitive, you have to first win this like war versus PoE 1 of like the amount of shit that's in a game. So like that's very hard. It's like it's weird that how we also had to fight that, but yeah, like. Look, I feel like we do know how to make a league at this point and all the things you need to have in it. Like, I mean, in fact, there's a very popular GDC talk that Chris made, which I still think is 100% correct in terms of the stuff that you need to have in a league to make it work. And ultimately, all with PoE 2, it's just we need to just take that stuff, even better and like get it to a polished level that is like higher than what we even needed to do
you
before.
have to do the interview yourself.
Like, I mean, we know how to do it. We've done so many leagues at this point.
Honestly, the newest discovery, I would say that is probably the hardest thing, is integrating it into the start of the game.
Yeah,
because the start of PoE 2, like one thing that we didn't want to do, and I'd say PoE 1 has failed at this numerous times, is like all of a sudden you start the game and then you're just in some subzone that's in some other dimension, and you're like, what is happening? And it's like, okay, can you really say your game is like gothic horror if you're, going into some person's memory or whatever, you know what I mean?
PoE's gothic horror?
Where am I? Like, what's even going on? It's like it can get a bit techie, can get a bit sci-fi, can get a little bit like just out of there. So honestly, when we're thinking like, it's a big thing that comes up now, where we were even thinking like, what the hell? Like, can we really just have a bunch of Vaal stuff in the forest at the start of
that one was interesting. That one was interesting because we weren't going to do like when we designed that league originally. Going into the past was the only thing. Like we didn't have the past versus present temple, and the present day temple was a response to the fact that it felt immediately strange to walk out and be in Act 1, and then you're randomly traveling into the past in this Vaal thing. And so like we effectively had to make another version of like a bunch of those rooms in order to make that work and sort of still feel reasonable in Act 1. Yeah. And so that is something we never would have done. We never would have done that in PoE 1.
For sure, 100%. Because you had that full pristine temple with all the living Vaal and everything. But like right now you encounter that at like second half of Act 3. It's a whole moment. If you just come out and you're fighting some basic zombies, a couple of crabs, and then you're just fighting like the full force of the like maximum power Vaal armies with the and then you go back and you're just in a forest fighting a wolf, and you're like, what the hell's going on here? And so it was a stupid amount of work because now we had to make undead versions of all the monsters. We had to make and some of them needed, and as soon as the thing's undead, it can't use the same animation set. It has to look more death, it's just a ton of work. And then all of a sudden, all the environment art, you have to have a destroyed version, a rundown version of every single room. It's like, and I'm like, why do we do this again? So Act 1 and 2 but it honestly makes so much of a difference than just like, the world doesn't matter because I can just, apparently
This is going to be something that in 1.0 is going to be a real challenge, right? Because we're expecting, obviously, a lot of people who haven't played the game before. It's really important that whatever we choose for the league to be, it has to be in every area, and yet it also has to be that it doesn't feel out of place. Honestly, like looking at it now, I'm like the Runes of Alder actually does that pretty damn well, and it's almost a shame that we did that one here and not in 1.0 because that would have been a really good 1.0 league. But we have to effectively somehow pull that off again.
So they have to make a better league than Runes of Alder for 1.0,
but also fine.
That's exciting. That means we're probably in for a real big fucking treat,
right? So
I suppose so, but like it's especially important for 1.0 in my opinion, just because you've got so many new players. But yeah, it's always going to have to be something that we consider that we never really thought about in PoE 1 when we were designing leagues. There, it was just whatever, like I guess the feeling always was that like people have played this a bunch of times, like like it's okay to just have like a weird eldritch nightmare on the beach. It's fine. Like we'll just live with it. It's okay.
I mean, we have gotten better at it in PoE 1 as well over time, but it certainly had its moments where it was like, what the hell is going on this beach right now? In the swamp with the rowers, and all of a sudden I'm in some other place.
Monsters that's in the trails and the art books.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's funny you mentioned it from that way. 'Cause I actually never thought of it that way, but you're like, it does kind of make sense. Like if you're not really familiar with PoE at all, when you play the game for the first time, and you're just like, what the hell is going on here? Yeah. But speaking of League mechanics, talk a little bit about some of the ones that are reworked here. I got a few basic questions around that. So Breach. Talk about Breach for a moment here. The Genesis tree is coming. Big surprise. You know, they brought it back from PoE 1 goes to PoE 2, and it looks even bigger in PoE 2, notably only jewelry, right? But like, what kind of changes and lessons did you have to learn from the PoE 1 to implement it in PoE 2, and what did you know you wanted in it and what you didn't want?
A big
That's a hell of a
decision
question.
we made, and this is like a big, honestly, philosophical thing that could have future ramifications that we end up having to go back on, because it wasn't too long ago where we had, you know, tile loot versus ground loot versus all that kind of stuff, you know, being a thing in PoE 1, and I'm sure it will come up again another 100 times. But you have this thing where, you know, should a league just give the same drops, aside from ignore the bosses and their unique drops, should a league's rewards just be the same as world drops? Should it be at its ceiling worse than world drops? Should it be, you know, there's all these different questions here. And the thing is that what we have decided here, and this is an actual conscious decision we made, is that we wanted the rewards from leagues to be able to be better than
Yes.
world drops.
Yes.
And then thus comes to the important part that comes from it, which is it can't be better than everything. It has to be better than some sort of category for some sort of build. So it's not exclusively better. It's not like, oh, the thing that comes from here is 100% better than everything else. It's like for this build, for that build, you know, these types of characters or whatever are definitely going to want items from this kind of league. Now, I'm not saying it's easy to get. It's not like it's just trivial. It's not like it completely demeans the world drops. But we have made the decision here for sure that we wanted to say, and the Genesis tree was the big thing that we discussed when we were doing this, is like, well, do we want to be able to get things that can be better than what you can find in the world?
Yes.
And now, obviously, you still have to do the league in order to get the crafting material in order to create them. So you can't just fully bypass the itemization as is. But this is a decision we made. And as a result, yes, you get some pretty powerful stuff on the Genesis tree, and it's going to be pretty hard to get, but it is a thing you can do. But that is something you'll start seeing a little bit more from every league, where some are, for example, the Runes of Eldur, and let's say it goes core and all of that. I mean, probably for some builds, the socketables that come from it are going to be better than any you could probably find in world drops for certain gear or certain slots, right? There's these avenues for each, and hence why the Genesis tree is focused primarily on jewelry. Like, it just straight up gives some of the best items, especially for casters and summoners in particular, that you'd be able to get compared to things that you could find in the world. And I understand some people are like, I don't want that, I just want the world drops to be better. And some people are like, no, that's the target farming. That's what I want to be able to get. That's what I want. I see
It's
that.
the new shit. The new shit should be the most
and
powerful
there's a bit of
shit.
a different crowd for both there, and sometimes it tilts too far, where it's like, well, what's the point in doing anything but breaches?
Sure.
Just do the breach and move to the next area. Do the breach, move to the next area. So there is a balance there for sure, and it can pretty easily over time tilt one way or the other. So we'll see what happens here, I guess. But the important thing PoE 2 does that PoE 1 hasn't been doing as well at, but is still something that we have a similar philosophy on, is that it should be that at least it's not for like every slot. Like if the Genesis tree could get best armor, best helmet, best gloves, best boots, best weapons, best
All the
everything.
mechanics
Well,
uses
what the
in
hell
world
don't
drops
do-
are just-
why do anything
Yes.
else? At least now it's like, okay, I can possibly for some builds get the best amulet, probably for all builds actually get the best amulet. Sort of. And then for some, get the best rings for summoners and casters, and for, you know, that kind of example, then at least you're wanting to go, okay, here's why I want to do breach. I'll get these items when I have them good, and then I'll do this other league. For
I
this
do
other
think it'd be
slot, and do
nice
this
for
other
world
league for
drops
this
to
other
be
slot,
better.
and that's
Like,
the 3 leagues you're
you don't
farming,
get the same
and
excitement
then
from
once
world
you've got
drops,
those gear, maybe you change
like,
to some other
compared to
leagues.
other games that
all
we
the
play,
meanwhile
right?
trying to get mage bloods from world drop and to do headhunters and all of that, and you know, your classics. So yeah, that is a decision we've actually made here. That is, I suspect, something we've never really necessarily talked about, at least not for years, about whether or not we want rewards from leagues to ultimately be better than world drops or or more exclusive, or things that.
So
Are
I feel like I
ultimately
play like
exclusive to
Hero Siege, and all the world drops
so
are exciting.
It's a decision. It's where we're
And then
at,
like you
we're
play
gonna try it,
PoE,
hopefully
and
we'll
the
see how it
league
goes.
drops are exciting,
That brings
right? Like
up,
Temple was
two
so
interesting
exciting.
challenges for me. One is how do you educate the players on knowing if there's the best of each of these? How do you overcome the challenge of making sure that the education portion of the players, so they know that you can get the best of each one of these leagues from each? And the other portion is then, how do you handle the situation of things like Alkengo, like the most standard, I'm going to run a map. Like if every other league mechanic has the best of something, does that mean Alkengo has like the worst of everything? Like how do you handle both of these challenges?
From the educational standpoint, well, that's kind of in each's league's responsibility. You'll learn that over time, generally speaking. But that's where the things like, okay, the Genesis tree, you can read the nodes, you can see the helper text, you can see what kind of stuff you can get out of it. You might not know exactly what mods, what tiers, and what values, but honestly, I prefer that to be within the discovery axis anyway. What it does say is your rings can now be X, and you're like, okay, well, that, like, summon them onto
One way people might find that out now is because when they mouse over their item, there'll be a little build guide note there being like, you need to go to the Genesis tree and do this. So that can be one way that people will be finding that out.
Oh,
True, for sure. And so, okay, so what the other thing is let's say there's enough leagues and every league covers every slot. So like, let's say with there's 10 leagues and each league is best at one slot. Well, why do I need to do anything but you can't do all 10 leagues at once, which is good. But it is obviously still important that, for example, you still have to craft these items. You can't even if you could print the base type, you can't just infinitely now craft that item, right? So that's an important thing of needing to make sure that you're still acquiring all the core currency. You still have to do the content with the leagues in it to do it, obviously. But yeah, this is a risk. For sure, I can see a world where this is just okay, well, any ring or amulet that ever drops in the wild, sure, it can be okay, it can be good, but it can't be the best. That is the consequence of this. It is a 100% the actual consequence. And I do believe they can generally be good enough, and as long as that we're niche enough with what the leagues are doing, that it won't be too problematic. But shit, it's easy to cross that line, and now rest in peace, all rings on the floor. Just may as well filter them off and you'll never see them again. It is a fuck up that can occur. It is the actual risk. And as we add more and more content and it fills more and more of these voids, yes, you will reach that tipping point where now world drops suck. You will, almost certainly. It is something we will try to not have happen.
Just make it so that
But,
uniques and tier
in leagues
zeros are
down
the
the line,
exciting world
yep,
drops in currency.
Probably will.
We don't need
there's always a
fucking
way to address
blue
it.
items and
It's
rare
often just
items to
something
be
like one of those
exciting.
things,
Nobody
okay, we've
gives
done
a
this
shit.
massive rebalance,
Especially
this,
since you're
this,
just gonna
this,
craft everything
retargeted
anyways.
This, and this, but it's obviously hard to know when we're not there yet because we don't have enough leagues covering enough slots to actually result in this problem yet. So still quite hypothetical, but I know I can see how it will occur. A year, two, whatever after release, it will just be okay, whoops, we did it, and now there's you filter out more and more items eventually. You run certain leagues. But at least there's the other benefit there, which is you can only run a certain number of leagues at a time. So at the very least, you'll be varying.
Genesis tree is going to be busted.
You're still going to be chasing for, and because your tree juices everything, you're not I'm only, because that is another actual benefit, and it's something that suffers a little bit in PoE 1. So let's say on your core Atlas tree, you juice Ultimatum. That doesn't do anything to the rest of the map, generally speaking. I'm talking at a general level here. And so if you're fully invested in that league, or in League A, B, and C, you'll generally zone and do League A, B, and C, and then because the rest of the map isn't invested in at all, you could just say, I'm going to leave, right? Because the value of doing more of those as fast as possible, assuming infinite map items, which you have probably most of the time, you'll just go farm that thing over and over and over and over again. In PoE 2, because you can get full investment, that map is as valuable as it's going to be. And that league, every league is fully invested, and those leagues are as valuable as it's going to be. And so, aside from tablet modifiers specifically being one of the only axes, and I guess technically choice on the Atlas Masters, but those are quite broad, or can be quite broad, you're generally going to want to kill everything, clear everything, and you're not going to have this thing where some stuff is hyper juiced and other things are just at, like base level worthlessness going on in the map.
Well, I don't know whether it was in the patch notes either, but it probably was. But do people know about the whole thing that we've done with tablets and like the random content? I'm not sure if you, I don't know if you guys are aware about this. Like, that's on the same vein, by the way, which is that it was really important to us to make it so that you don't feel the need to juice everything. Because like, this is coming back to that idea about like, you know, like reducing the amount of time that it takes to kind of get to the point where you can do infinite farm. There was this thing we wanted to say is that once you've filled all your tablet slots, you actually don't get random things appearing anymore, and that means that you don't feel the need to juice everything. Like, you can juice the several mechanics that you want to do, or like maybe it's just even one mechanic if you want to. You put all the tablets as being that thing, and then now no other random content doesn't appear, so you kind of don't have that. It's fighting against that same problem again of like needing to, you know, of like making it like, so once again you'd have the situation where if we had it so that to what Mark was saying, where a random breach could appear even though what you're doing is delirium, then it would mean that you've got content in the map you don't actually want to complete, and that's kind of the thing we're trying to avoid there. So you still can go the random route if you want by using like a radiator tablets and stuff like that, but if you want to, but if you're just focusing on a specific leagues, you just do it that way.
I had a quick follow-up to what you were saying, Mark, about you have to do the league mechanic to engage with the crafting part of that league mechanic. And as someone who very much enjoys being a hideout warrior, crafting items in PoE1, just sitting in your hideout and just doing my crafting, it sounds to me like the idea is to kind of like funnel the people into, for you to engage with this quote-unquote best in slot items for XYZ builds, you have to engage with league mechanic. You have to, quote-unquote, play the game. You know, you can't just sit in your hideout. Is that an intentional design, or is that just a byproduct of the current design that you have right now?
I mean, you can still buy the items. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you can still. But is it intentional? I'd say most of the time it is intentional. I was trying to think of all the examples.
Is Hiveblood the only one like that, though, really?
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing, like, you can either always shortcut you can either buy the thing to do the crafting, or you can buy the thing at the end, right? Like, generally speaking, some element of, because we try and keep almost everything tradable, but Hiveblood in particular, yes, but then, okay, you can't trade, excess tribute offered, for wanting to do Rite of the Nameless spams. You can't trade, what else can't you? Obviously, you can't trade breach biomes, right?
Right.
So there's like different things of stuff that can be traded and can't be traded.
Can't trade dust,
but generally speaking, we've tried to make sure, all the rewards can be. We've tried to make sure that pinnacle keys can be traded and stuff like that. But yeah, there's going to be some leagues where you won't just be able to entirely sit in your hideout to do the crafting. You'll have to just buy the product if that's what you're wanting to do. Like, if you don't want to breach, you're just going to have to buy the breach items. And if you do breach, well, then you get to sell it to those people, I guess. So win-win for everyone, ultimately, at the end of the day. Which is a cool thing, by the way, because it still comes down to that meta market shifting. And I actually think this isn't... I don't know how I ultimately feel about this when I actually will play it in an actual economy. But let's say minion meta. Let's say everyone's playing summoners. Let's say everyone's some sort of minion across the board. Let's just say, well, now am I going, well, I have to run breach. I have to, because the economy is such that it would be bad not to. And when I hear that, it's kind of like, well, now I'm not playing the content I want to be playing. But on the other hand, I'm getting rich. So, like, and maybe I am playing the content I want to be playing. So there's a little bit of, like, I don't know. But then, like, all of a sudden, let's say a new build gets discovered and everyone's like, oh, this build uses this item comes from this. Everyone quickly change leagues what they're doing, which you can just do. Like, that's a thing you can do, aside from, again, there's some...
I guess with having all of the Atlas points put on, that does make that a lot easier.
It's quite interesting. And generally speaking, this isn't, even though no one necessarily puts a label on it, that probably is how it naturally works. Like, even in PoE1, that's somewhat true to some degree, where there's certain things you want to get, but it's just probably on less of an extreme and less of a less intentional level for sure, whereas we're being a bit more intentional about it here. So I think it will have that impact, and I don't know. Like, there's something I like to. I'm happy about that in theory, but I don't know if I'll be happy about that in practice. And so that's an interest. And again, I can't test that internally because there is no economy, right? So none of us can. I mean, the 5 of us trading to one another is whatever. That doesn't matter, right? There's more than 5, but you get my point. And then the idea that
Oh,
I
you heard it here first.
I
Only
have to
5
play
people
Breach
working on
because
the
of
game.
X, or I have to play Delirium because of Y, or I have to play this or something like. Because I'm someone who cares about trade and cares about the wealth of my account. That could be something that actually makes me feel a bit sad at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, I might want to just play the content I want to play for what the content offers, not for the economic value of it. And some people would just be like, play SSF, which, fair enough, I guess, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm curious to see, now that we're being more intentional about certain builds being more powerful due to certain items from certain leagues, whether or not that's going to then result in a feeling of having to play content you wouldn't want to necessarily play, but now you feel like you have to. So we'll see. Maybe people ultimately like that. Maybe people don't. I have no idea.
Speaking of really strong items in the Breach, the new Absent Amulet looks pretty good. Implicit is granting an aura. Can you have any aura on this, or is this a limited pool?
It should be every persistent buff skill that is on the uncut. Yes.
Every spirit reservation you can get for free on that amulet.
God, what?
Okay.
There are 3 amulets.
What?
There's one for 30 reservation costs, one for 60, one for hundreds. It's obviously harder to get the hundreds.
That's crazy.
And the 60s
what?
And 30s and whatnot. And
Castle Crit, I don't think
there's
it's
a little
counted
bit
as
of,
persistent.
good luck as well.
Like Trinity.
You probably have to do
you
a
can get
lot
free
of
Trinity
farming to get what you want here. But this is what I was saying about when I was saying it does arguably offer the best item. It's just like the ease of, like, the rare equivalent of the Mage Blood of amulets, is like, it is there, and I want that to be something you can get. Now, does that mean world drop amulets are less valuable? Well, yeah, it will. It 100% will indeed result in that. And the same way that the existence of a Headhunter and a Mage Blood demean the value of rare belts in general. Well, rare belts are in a bit of a sad state. Hopefully a less sad state anyway. But rare belts are demeaned by the existence of very broad, very chase items. And so there's this interesting, well, do you want the chase items or not? And, there's a bit of philosophy around that. And people tilt one side or the other. And so we're just effectively saying, yeah, here's this freaking OP thing. It should be hard to get. It shouldn't be easy to craft. And it should be something you want to chase. And there's a very clear path.
I don't know if
to
Castle
not
Crit counts as
necessarily an easy
persistent.
path.
Hopefully that Delirium amulet is competitive with it on some level.
Yeah, which also very hard to get the right one. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't reinstill those at all, right? Like the Delirium Amulet, you get the 2 instills and you can't reinstall one of them or something, right? Like you get the 2 and you're locked.
I believe it unintentionally allowed you to replace one, but I did say it shouldn't. Like, it should just be you want to get as many as possible. And when you get the right one with the right 2 notables, you're just like, holy fucking thank God, I can go buy 6 or whatever. Like, it's just, you want that really, really, like, again, these are super rare but super chase, right? And you'll get one that has 2 okay instills and you'll still be happy, but like when you get the 2 that are the 2 you actually want.
Yeah, and then you go to craft it and you brick it and you're crying.
Stoked. So the point where
it does have the persistent tag. Yeah, I guess you could do Castle Crit then.
This could be it. This is the the 5 mirror drop here.
On the topic of Delirium and jewelries, for that matter, in Delirium, we're now getting some additional crafting options when it comes to jewels, not jewelries, but jewels. And I mean, they're already let's call it a fairly strong place is where we'll put jewels, at least from most of our perspectives. So how do you guys feel about the balance of standard rare jewels versus something like Adorned, as well as time lost jewels in the current state of the game, or 0.5 rather?
Well, the crafting for jewels was mostly that, like, the rationale behind adding that was ultimately, okay, like when you finish like a full Sanctum, you end up with just like 45 jewels in your inventory if you take all the jewel chests, and you're like, okay, like 4 of them are okay, I guess. And it's just extreme item saturation just to get the good ones. And it's like, well, we're missing crafting here, really, right? We need something here to help guide it to be that they're okay, especially given that the jewel sockets are on kind of core pathways. You get them, and then you're like, I don't even have anything to put in this for like a while. So at least now, and obviously you get some of these in the Act 4 in the campaign, you'll be able to, you know, craft something that at least has 1 or maybe 2 useful stats for your character. If it had 1 by default, and you add 1 that's decent. So that's just a win for like your more broad player base of just interacting with base jewels as a base level. In terms of the actual jewel balance, well, yeah, you'd kind of just end up with get all the jewel slots. You know, like there's so many really good end game unique jewels, as well as just like what you can do with the top end power of jewels, that like you end up with that thing with a lot of passive trees, just like I need to get every jewel slot, and then you end up with these kind of really shitty looking builds, honestly, where they're just not even taking anything, and it's like, what's the cheapest stuff I can take along the way, but otherwise it's just jewel slot. There's definitely some problems here. How do I feel about it? I mean, I kind of in one end I'm like, well, it's like a very it can be a very satisfying, advanced, and honestly complex crafting system that a lot of people probably like to overall engage with, where their more traditional build ends up looking like this crazy jewel fest. On the other hand, it's got the problem where, you know, every character kind of devolves into looking like a very similar thing. You know, I'm trying to think whether or not I ultimately enjoy it or not as a player. Probably less so. Like, I probably think it's ultimately not a good spot. Like, I would say if I had to not, I would, you know, I don't like the idea that ultimately 95% of the passives on the tree don't matter at all, even though some of them don't matter anyway. You know, something we need to fix, but I don't like that it just ends up being that. But I do like the, like, I want to chase all the really chase unique jewels. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of like a bit, you know, hit and miss on it ultimately. I don't know. I'm curious what, like, you know, a lot more people think about this kind of level of meta and itemization. Because, like, you know, I see a lot of stuff that's quite, you know, I hate jewels, or like, you know, keep these unique jewels but not the rest, and then obviously timeless jewels are a whole different level of complexity. But yeah, I mean, ultimately going back to the original point here is we wanted to create a thing that's just improves the experience from the average player who's just engaging with a few jewel sockets, more than, you know, thinking about what it does for the end game, you know, the end of the end game, I should say, kind of situation with character builds and itemization. So, because it buffs that as well. It's obviously just an upgrade for them regardless. Which is maybe not a good thing, but I think it's one of those things where that's a thing of like, do you think about every consequence? And it's like, well, kind of, but this is a good enough improvement for, you know, regular players, such that, you know, it was worth doing, and we weren't caught up too much on the consequences of what it means for later. But I would expect more changes later, much later, of course, like some point later, to around this kind of dual meta. But I am also very curious to see what, you know, what everyone actually thinks about this. Like, do you like it? Do you hate it? Do you, you know, do you like... I guess the bigger question is, do you like that a lot of characters just end up wanting to as many jewel slots as possible and wanting to just have jewels everywhere? Because once you can craft, it's effectively a way of saying your passive tree goes from what we've said it is to what you want it to be, based on the fact that you can craft and put in there exactly what you want. And that sounds like terrible. A good pitch in isolation. But then when you play it, you kind of have this problem of like, I can't play my build until I've earned some large amount of money and done all this, which again could be good as well, where it's like the builds at the start of the league, the builds in the middle of the league, and the builds at the end of the league aren't the same thing, because we had to let the because enough jewels had to be found and or created in order to create that many characters. So I don't know. There's wins and losses to this.
Martial artist is disgusting. I'm gonna do. I think
I'm
I'm
on the
doing
fence,
martial arts
honestly.
too. I think I'm doing
Okay.
martial arts too.
Well, we can move on to the miscellaneous portion here. We're at just about 2 hours. I know we're trying to keep it shorter, so we'll do the miscellaneous portion. We got a few questions here, and we have like just a handful of patch notes related questions, and then we can kind of wrap up. So, to start for the miscellaneous,
I can't believe it's been
portion,
2 hours.
What's going on with Toda? Like, where's Toda currently at?
Well, we don't have it. But
It comes
yeah,
out
like
Friday.
I was really hoping that we would be able to get that the final Ascendancy trial, and when we did Act 4, we couldn't quite make it. We didn't have the time. We obviously couldn't fit it into this cycle in 050. So the question is whether or not, I suppose, whether it comes in 1.0. I think that's looking unlikely, to be honest. Like,
No
I don't think this
way!
is important as some other things. But we'll see what we can do. It's kind of come down to whether or not we can somehow make what that does sort of merge with something else, I suspect. If there's quite a lot of work.
What we've been trying to do
That's
is
crazy.
merging is similar to how Runes of Eldur is a kind of like expedition Kalguran thing. Yeah, to be whether or not like it's like
They
kinda like,
said
are
that
we able
Toda's
to
not even
create
going to be
kind
ready
of,
for
Kalgari
1.0.
League that links into Tota somehow, and thus we get
Exactly.
to double dip on the content. Yeah.
Exactly. So if we're able to make a Karori themed league, then that will mean that we can effectively share some of the monster workload and like boss workload across both, which would then make it more viable to do alongside some of that other content. And yeah, with Runes of Eldur, we got to effectively do an expedition upgrade at the same time as what we were doing as doing a league, and so that kind of like really helped with that. Like, and part of the reason we did that for this
1.0
one
is
is
just
because we
gonna
had
be
so
the
much
last
other
few
stuff going on
acts
with the other
in, like,
leagues
a
as well that
class.
we figured making the core league be integrated somewhat with one of the leagues we're upgrading would help quite a lot.
I have a feeling that Toda's
we
just
might be
gonna
able to
get
squeeze
nixed.
Toda in if we were able to do a similar move
I
like that.
bet you it gets
but
nixed
otherwise it'll
altogether.
probably have to if we can't do that, then it would have to wait for like a 1.1 or 1.2 kind of situation. Yeah.
It's quite interesting when we look at Tota because when we made it for PoE 1, we were obviously still developing PoE 2, and we were like, oh, this will be cool to kind of be able to then use there later, and like, and then now the quality bar has risen so much that when we then look at Tota in the context of PoE 2, like we thought all of the animations, the models, the art, the combat and everything would be able to just like, we can just copy paste it. It'll be fine.
You can, it's
And now when you
fine.
look at all those monsters and like just how long it's been and how much we've stepped up our game with stuff. It's like, these don't hold up at all. Like we have to, and so we had intended for it to be a way easier thing
You
to
did
just
one and then never
transplant from one to
again?
the other and like do some, some polish, some touch ups. And now it's like, okay, we have to like effectively reanimate all of these. We have to, and so it's a ton. You've got the multiple monsters of each tribe. You had the 10 chieftains, and let alone all the story moments and advancements we've done there. It's like this is a shit ton of work. Where it's like, I mean, it's the monster work of. It's probably like 75% of an act levels of equivalency of actual monster work. Like it's quite a lot. Obviously, an act, a lot of it is the unification of the environment, the monsters, the narrative, etc. Whereas, like obviously, the part that is easier for Tota is it ultimately takes place in one arena with one back room, and thus it's faster to ultimately make. But in terms of just raw animation work and raw effects work for all the different skills, all the like scripting on the game design side, it is a ton of work. And so it's just been, again, when we were like, okay, is Tota
Julian, I
being
was asking,
missing?
I didn't know if
or
it was
the
bad
end
or
game not having goals? Well, obviously the end game. And so when we're just coming up with the stuff, we're just going, what is the most important thing we need to do now? And Tota has not been it, given like it would be different if it didn't require a ton of work. We could probably chuck it in alongside one of these things, but it just somehow is not held up at all. And yeah, so if it weren't for just straight up being too much work, it would be there already. Like it just is an insane amount of actual work to do that is going to cost some pretty important stuff.
I appreciate the
That
answer.
makes sense.
Tota is just a personal favorite of mine because that was the league I joined, PoE actually. It's my first league ever with
Right.
Tota. So I was curious. Go on, Gazi.
Well, I was just going to move on since we're kind of over the time already. I do apologize for that. Appreciate you guys sticking around. The next question I have is kind of a twofold question. I'm going to start with the first half of it, which is more about the design philosophy of unique items in PoE 2. PoE 1 has their version, and PoE 2 seems to be more build-defining options in terms of the unique items. So just a little short tidbit on what's the philosophy differences here? What's the focus?
Well, this changed a lot in recent time. By relatively recent, I mean the last couple of years. Because we had a bunch of uniques. We honestly believed at the start that we would be able to just take a bunch of PoE 1 uniques, modify them slightly, and put them in PoE 2. And that just completely 100% is not a thing we can do. Like, it's interesting because the combat systems in PoE 2, working the way they are, had a way larger influence on what's an acceptable unique than what we kind of expected. And it's honestly surprising because, like, you'd still think, oh yeah, why can we not, like, how is it not that there's just like 50 PoE 1 uniques we could just literally take and just put in PoE 2 if we wanted to? And then you go through each one and you're like, okay, well, this one can't be for that reason, this one can't be for that reason, like the dominant stat would just totally have to change. Like, it's weird how it sort of ended up that way. And so even also, when we did add a pile of uniques in, I can't remember what patch it was like after 0.1. There was like a patch where we added a bunch of uniques, and those uniques, which were kind of like more on the PoE 1 design scale, have not really held up either. And honestly, we're going to have to go back and probably like remove and or change a bunch of those as well. Like, and this is like the sort of issue that we have in the kind of
come on, spoil it, say an item,
campaign kind of like, you know, like those uniques. They're just like really not holding up. And yeah, it's just funny how we just no longer have the ability. Like you kind of it feels like we've kind of got to have a skill or something on a PoE 2 unique in order to make it sort of somewhat worthwhile. So yeah, like I don't know I could even necessarily say exactly what it is particularly that's caused it to be that way, but for whatever reason, like when I look at a, you know, like a PoE1 style designed unique at this point, it just does not rise to the level that we feel like you'd actually use it. And so yeah, I do wonder if one reason can be that I sort of suspect it's got something to do with the fact that in PoE1 build you tend to just optimize one skill and that's all you're doing. And so then, like in PoE 2 context, we've got to care more about that, like the larger build. Like there's a lot more going on with with a PoE 2 build. At least that's the intention. So I sort of have this feeling it's got something to do with that, but I don't know if I can necessarily promote exactly why it is that we do feel like, yeah, a unique has to be just a significant amount more going on.
You can just make them strong.
Sorry, go ahead.
I do got a thing there because like what we're making now, like a lot of what we've been showing with 050, like a lot of stuff you've seen recently.
Change the level, yeah.
This is kind of, this age of uniques is probably, it's not something we've done before, really. Like, all the uniques we're making are definitely the most expensive in terms of development costs that we've ever made. And as a result, they are more build-defining. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, you do have then the uniques that they kind of have their single special stat. It's kind of like 4 stats, one of them's a bit special, and it probably just has some sort of end game when combined with 6 other variables as a thing. And the problem with those is that they don't hit for like, most people when they get them, they're like, what the hell, why would I want that? And they just end up being these really like hyper niche end game things. So that was a type of philosophy we had where they were effectively meant to be the puzzle piece, right? And you need multiple puzzle pieces in order to do the thing. Those uniques are generally failing when you find them, like generally speaking. And Jonathan did this exercise with me yesterday. We opened up that same character when we were looking at something. He showed me every unique. We went through all of them, and he just goes like, and he was like, "Why would I want this? Why would I need this?"
Yeah, they
and
all
I was
suck.
explaining the like end game build used with them, and he's like, "Well, how the hell? Like, okay." But then it drops at level 23, you know? It's like, and so there is a problem with that. And so our new philosophy has just been like, let's try and make these way more, for full of fantasy. Because that's my biggest thing, is just, I want you to feel like, you know, and that you saw that with the grenade launcher thing, where it's just like, I just want you to just be a freaking grenade man. Like, just run around spamming grenades. Come on, right? And then like the Facebreaker thing, obviously recently is pretty cool. You had the like, the Raven and more summoner, like Delirium things. It's like, what if you were like Tang Mizu himself? Like, you had his powers. Like, that's a cool fantasy where you can like create mirrors and illusory things and like bend reality, and like that's a cool fantasy to me. You know, so some can be more,
yeah, but if they're weak,
driven,
what's the
like,
point?
fire grenades everywhere, and that stuff is resulting in way cooler things, like way cooler. Also, way more expensive to make. And so what I want to get better at yet, I think something we haven't nailed. So I think we've now got the puzzle piece side. We understand what that looks like. We understand what the other end, which is the more expensive fantasy fulfilling build defining thing looks like. What we don't have is the middle ground where there's that kind of not as expensive to develop, but pretty impactful, just not like ultra impactful ground that we still need to do as well. And I think once we've figured that out and we've got our understanding of all three, now you are going to see generally that middle ground and higher ground. You're probably not going to see as much of those original set, and we're going to have to go back and honestly raise the bar on all of those, or a lot of those at this point.
Yeah, they are getting upgrades to some extent due to the Calgura and like.
Yeah, but they
unique
still
upgrading
suck.
things, so that has helped. But there's still some of them that are a bit unsalvageable that we just need to do something with.
And by the way, there are unsalvageable uniques in PoE 1 as well, right? It's just that there are 1,500 of them or some number, and so they kind of get lost in the weeds, as opposed to right now, the I would say, there's a mid ground of them where they honestly, you get it and you're like, I don't know why, I don't need it, so there's, to me, so I think what we've now made is like, a lot of what we've made is so epic. I really love them. And like, even talking about them and doing the videos, and there's so many more that haven't been, talked about or found yet, which is awesome, that just keep going, and some secrets, and, the barracks and all of that coming in. So once we get, like now that we've got that rhythm and we're working that, we're just going to get more and more efficient with it. But I honestly think, and this is a thing that I've said to Jonathan as well, where I'm like,
yeah, I know.
Maybe our number one problem in the game, like after 050 comes out, now that if Endgame's in a good spot, now that we've sorted that and we have a good progression, we've got goals. My personal number one fault with what we haven't got doing well, especially because of our reputation, I think that our thing that we need to step up and do the better at, that we currently have done very poorly, is our unique items. Like I straight up think that we were meant to be the like weird epic in terms of ARPGs. Like we're real good at items and itemization and uniques and crafting systems, and like I do believe that we generally are. And I don't think PoE 2 is an accurate reflection of what our capability should be. And so now that we're delivering like real cool shit, I just want to go and just fix up all of them. And so that's another one of these like 050 and between 1.0. I want to be like, nah, we have to save the uniques. Like that's a goal I have. Now, obviously, different people have different levels of understanding of what's important to the game or the most important to the game. But like, I would be shocked if that's not on like most people's top 3, top 5 list of like things that are the most wrong with the game currently. There's a lot of really good. There's a lot of really bad, and we can't have that. And I think the biggest thing, like to give a more specific example,
can we get unique? Maybe.
A lot of our uniques are level 1 to 30, right? Level 1 to 30-ish, and a lot of them are the puzzle piece. Some are good, some are not good, some are whatever, hit and miss. And we've got this like now end game band that we've added, and we've added a bunch to the new pinnacles. We've got a bunch of things you can farm for the different leagues. What we don't have now, and I think this is a huge problem, is between level 30 and 60. There's kind of just nothing. There's kind of, honestly, it's like barely any start to drop. And I don't mean the level requirements, I mean when it can.
The annoying thing about that as well is that often, like when you're in that band, the things you're getting are the ones that are like level 1 to 30.
Yeah.
And so then what you end up feeling is like you get these and they just feel like they suck, because like if you'd put them on at level 20, they would have been fine. But you're putting them on at level 40 and it's kind of like, well, this is just garbage.
Yeah. Because of how our uniques work, our unique drops work, where it's like, first I'm going to decide if I'm dropping a unique, then I'll figure out what the unique is. It's like, I'm going to drop a unique. And then it's like, okay, let me go and find one. And it just so happens that every unique lower than that level is between 1 and 30. It means pretty much any unique drop between level 40 and 60 is just going to be bad. Like, a niche cases aside, like some jewelry in some cases, but like, that is a big problem where pretty much every unique you find in the current mid
shop, ooh,
and thus ones leading into endgame, you have very few ones that allow you like get you set up for endgame. Like there are some, again, there is a few, but like it's nowhere near good enough. Nowhere near, not even in the right. We're like 20% of the way to good enough there. So, I don't often talk about what I consider to be you know, because generally when we're talking, we're obviously talking about, you know, what's new, what's happening, but we don't really get to talk about what's like just fundamentally wrong. And I'm trying to be a little bit more transparent about some of that stuff, because that is the stuff we're aiming to fix and address and really try and salvage and save and get perfect between 050 and 1.0.
So yeah, we're hoping to fix that in one of the kind of economy resets that we'll do between 050 and 1.0. Is there just like add a shit ton of mid-game uniques?
On the topic of fixing things, my follow-up question is that I really was curious about this. I do first want to say that I'm a big fan of the Kalguran upping your uniques. This is the first time since PoE, 10, 12 years ago, I think, since I'm actually considering using Chober Chabber on a build. So, I mean, that's just because of the Kalguran upping. So that's funny. But my question is, regarding these build-defining uniques that you're adding, they're supposed to be interesting and impactful, giving you a skill, and people make builds around them, like the Grenade Man, for instance, a prime example. A problem that I've seen being discussed a lot.
Or make it fucking nuts, make the skill. Yeah. Just make them crazy. You don't have to do anything. Just up. Just increase, like, make your level 5 sword have like 100 fucking damage on it and just make it like, oh my god, this thing's gonna hit like a truck. That's all you gotta do.
It's gonna cost more if the item is popular.
That's all you gotta do. You gotta make low level shit feel like it's gonna hit like a truck.
Those aspects. But there's already a power scaling difference between having a lower level skill of the skill itself and having a level 20 version in terms of what the benefits are. But the socket difference is so massive. So I was just curious if this is something you haven't thought of, or if it is a design you're happy with moving forward, that the max sockets is only on the level 20 versions.
We've discussed this many times. Just
we're talking about
like it's come up
the
sorry,
skill level.
Came up a lot, but I think for 050, and I'm hoping this gets done in time, and if not, it'll be shortly after. I was adding, like, as a kind of, like, in an ideal world, you'd just be able to either, well, at least you'd be able to just like, okay, why not just allow using a perfect Jeweler's Orb on it, for example, and then just.
I was literally about to say that. Why can you not just Jeweler's uniques?
But for now, you can't currently, but that will be the goal. But for now...
Is there a reason we can't allow that?
I think just time constraints, but I mean, feel free to look into it yourself, but...
I mean, like, is it really that hard to implement that?
I don't know.
I have no idea how it works in terms of the way the storage is, but there should be
exactly. I have absolutely no idea, so we can find that out. But
this is going.
We might be able to just do that, honestly. Like, it might just be possible.
Being that... If that doesn't work, because that is the ideal solution, at the very
That'd
least,
be so
I was going to
sick.
get a temporary, just like recipe thing added where you can get a level 19 item, a level 20 uncut skill, and a perfect Jeweler's Orb, and then level 20 and 6 link the item as a thing that we were just going to enable. That is
just doing the perfect jeweler thing. I feel like that would be. Surely we can make that happen. I don't know.
Well, follow up on that if you want. I have. Either way, multiple solutions. We will hopefully get one of them in time.
All right. Well, one last question, and then we're going to cut out the patch notes related and some of the other ones here, since we're kind of at the edge of the time. If you want, we can do just a couple rapid fires from chat, and then we can call it there. Sound good?
Sure.
Okay. So I want to follow up on something that Ziggy D asked. Very selfishly of me, admittedly. I'm playing the Spearwalker. I think it's the funnest looking thing, like, in the entire review that I saw. And it was about Tame Beast, and he mentioned that Tame Beast is like a level 9 cut gem. However, you can ascend and take the node that lets you capture beasts way before you can actually get to the cut gem. And you mentioned you might have a solution to this because it's a little bit of a noob trap, right? You take a node that you literally can't even use for like 10 levels or something. So I was wondering, when I saw the patch notes, it still said the gem starts at level 9. So I'm curious, do we have a solution for this coming to 0.5?
Good question. Good question.
I thought we were going to just change it. I thought we were going to change it so that the uncut gem was lower level. I thought we were going to make it so that Tame Beast was just a lower level skill, but that's what the last I heard about it.
Certainly, the last discussion I had was that we were going to move it down to a lower level skill tier. So it could be the patch note was wrong. It could be something caused that to not happen. But that was definitely both Jonathan and I's understanding of the last of that conversation. So, but yes, we don't want that to be a problem. We will do something about it.
James just messaged me that Tame Beast min is level 7 now. Patch notes missed it for some reason.
Perfect.
So he just messaged me that as we're talking. So that is the answer to that. So all good.
Well, unless Ghazi got a last question for him before we start the rapid fire and wrap it up here.
I was just wanted to have some sort of curiosity into your minds with basically the progression of what's going to happen between 0.5 and 1.0. We don't have to go too deep into it, but I'm curious because you, Mark, mentioned something that I keep referencing, and that is the plugging the holes. And I love that. I don't know why I love that comment, but plugging the holes and getting.
You forgot he was there. Darth is really good at maintaining the conversation, man.
Just to keep it short, is what are the things you want to prioritize?
He's really good.
Now and end of the year during this time frame.
So unique items, as Mark said, very big one. A lot of skill balance, a lot of just like character balance.
Oh fuck.
Adding some skills to existing classes where necessary, and or changing functionality of how they work for just like where we're going back and just making sure that everything that we already released in the in 010 is like in a better place, like just like all of that sort of stuff. Like that's big. Passive tree reworks, just like improvements there is like another big one. And I mean, I guess that's probably the main stuff, really. Like, yeah, I think, and then
it's a lot of the other chaos damage, getting that to be better, and thus Acolyte, Ignite builds, burn, damage over time in general. Just all these things that we've been, and honestly, it's come up in a few expansions, and it's just like, well, we just haven't got there yet, and as I said, the passive tree, the base types, the bloody hope the general more replayability improvements certainly would also be good if there's any new one. Like, I've been really nice after people play through this and get a feel for it to obviously identify the new evils, what's bad, what's annoying. Like, now that people are going to be replaying through Act 4 for the third time,
that's 100% a thing, right? So like, is that like Act 4 didn't get a huge amount of changes in this patch, and I suspect part of the reason for that is because we haven't had the time. Like, there hasn't been a like resurgence of people saying I hate things in Act 4 because people haven't necessarily replayed it that much.
Actually,
so like, I'm sure there'll be things in Act 4 that after this patch, people will be like, "Oh, this is the horrible thing in Act 4 that I don't like." So we'll see. We'll just have to see what that is at that point.
I'm not sure if they'll come sooner or later, but I'd like to do sooner. I'd like to, when we have our like next economy reset between, that we have either the third ranger or the third druid ascendancies come in. Like, it'd be nice for all existing classes to have all ascendancies before the full release. What else? It's just the things, because they're just missing, right? It's just clearly like, okay, they're just missing the class. So as much of that as possible would be really, really ideal. And yeah, I don't say much else. I'm sure there is.
Just wanted to verify. You said that economy resets. That just to verify that I heard you right. There will be economy resets leagues.
There will be economy resets. So there will effectively like there will be leagues. It's just that they're not going to be like they're not going to be the same as what a proper like it's not going to be an 06 what an 060 would be. And the reason why we say that is because we don't want to set the wrong expectation, and like it's not going to be like the giant mega content release in that way. Now there will be content, right, because we're talking about adding uniques and skills and all that stuff, but it's not going to be quite the same. I think like I wouldn't expect necessarily to be like like the on the other hand, we're generally pretty good at taking little and turning it into a lot, so I guess we'll see what we end up with there. But I mean, the thing we've referenced before is like Legacy of Phyrexia type of stuff, right? Where you just take some existing stuff, you jumble it around, you like come up with a few things. Like, hell, maybe you frickin' add an Atlas Master or do the jumble and Atlas Master stuff, like Mark was saying earlier, like as a league, and just little stuff like that you can do that doesn't take too long to make it sort of worth playing again. But really, the main reason we want people to be playing again is so that they can test all the new balance and changes to kind of core systems that we're changing.
Whatever the league end up will be something that has the least amount of impact on the team doing the balance, right? So as long as we're not using their time to then not solve the things they need to solve, that will be a big thing. But just things that are hard to even think about. If there is an economy reset, well, then we have to look at Runes of Elder, how it succeeded, how it failed, and integrate it into core. If it's fully successful, add an Atlas passive tree for it, all of that stuff. So all of that will be happening around the same time, and
at least it's not like 6 months of nothing.
Minus the 1.0 league, it's like here's what our in game is and what our in game looks like. And, you know, so we'll just
Which is the other thing, right? Because who knows what random in-game changes we might then find we need after this is released, and then we have to make it. You know, we have to. Presumably, any patch we do is going to involve improving that. Whatever problems might end up being, like it's just stuff like that we're going to have to do.
I
They
have
need
one
these
quick
shit
follow-up
league to focus on
lead
all the
into
other
this
stuff.
last question. So I'm gonna keep it real short. You guys have done an excellent job in the past, track record history of shaking up the meta with character balance changes on a consistent basis, where people are not just playing the new content, but we're playing the game in a different way very often from league to league to league. So the question then goes to the changes coming from 0.5 or between 0.5 and 1.0. Will they also include character power balance and meta shakeups?
Lots.
It's like-
That's one of the big fixes.
it's like
Lots, I like that.
two-thirds of what it will contain is that.
Oh God.
Nice.
That's the goal, right? It is 90% of the goal is, and because uniques are ultimately about this, is just how characters are built. Well, no, I mean, let's say 80%, whereas 20% is like improving the content more. So most of it is going to be more oriented around character builds, character powers, etc. But
I don't know if he's calling
and even
this
to the
league
degree of
coming
like,
up
okay,
shit.
you know, there are some skills that don't feel good to use. There are some, you know, so
This
it's not
was really
just
good. This was
power,
definitely
it's
well
also
worth
feel,
watching.
How these things feel to play. Are they rewarding to play? When I do A, B, C, D and do my combo piece, does it land or is it just like meh? You know, so going back and revisiting even some of the effects and some of the audio, some of the, and obviously the numbers, you know, like whatever we can do to really just go and say everything we've now, or maybe it's like,
They need a worse league that doesn't have
there's
a
an
whole
A
lot of
and a
stuff so
B,
they
but
can
we
work on
need the
balance
C,
and stuff.
you know, you need the finale piece to it. And so we go and add that. So you have new skills, modified skills.
They can just skip
changed
a
both
league and work on
aesthetically,
shit.
cosmetically, and in balance.
Like they did with
Potential new
Settlers.
classes, potential, a whole bunch of new uniques, I'm hoping, with a bunch of uniques being rebalanced, you know, like all of this stuff across the board. Now, normally, you know, when we have a big reveal, we don't
Oh,
talk
Taylor,
about
I gotta
all
send you the
stuff
Hero
because we
Seas
like
changes.
everything
They're
to
insane.
be, you know, new, but like it's pretty easy to talk about all the things that we need to make better, and so that's really what we're going to do, and we'll just hopefully be able to get through
Hey,
it
I
all.
played
But,
Calandra the whole way
you know how
through.
these things go. We don't stop development, so even though full release occurs, we're going to still then balance in 1.1 and 1.2 and 1.3, and you know, it's just never going to end. So if we don't get 100% right, you know, we'll just keep going.
All right, so we're going to do a couple rapid fires here.
Lost TM's audio there.
Oh, how about now? Am I back? We good?
There we go. There we go.
All right. Yeah, sorry about that. I was typing in the chat to tell them to put their questions together, and I hit the mute button. Okay, so we're going to do rapid fire from the chat here, and then we're going to call it a day. So first one here, is there anything added to the game you guys would consider to be like aspirational content? Basically, they're saying extremely difficult content coming to the game, like Ubers, etc.
Look, everyone has their own definition of this, I assume, to some degree, right?
Sure.
Some people are just going to find the farmed pinnacles to be that. In terms of Ubers, we've specifically made sure to not. So you obviously have you have your quest version, your non-quest version. I didn't want a then Uber grade of that, and the reason is that, not to say it won't eventually happen, is that it puts a bit of a difficult skew on what is considered an acceptable character at a fundamental level, because now they have to be able to do the hardest content in order to be good. And with so much incomplete character balance and stuff we still need to work on and fill the gaps and everything, I wanted to make sure there wasn't just stuff that is like for the, you know, the most OP of the OP of the OP builds, because it was, and this is something that it already was doing, where all of a sudden the viability of a character was being judged by some people against whether or not it can kill a pinnacle, some whether it can complete maps of certain tiers, and some where it can kill the Ubers, and it creates a bit of a difficult thing where
He's
it's
been
like,
very
what is
transparent.
considered acceptable? And so the new pinnacles
That's
are
one thing
hard,
they've always done
like,
very
for
good, is
sure.
like usually be very
You know,
transparent.
All the fights are pretty damn difficult, and as I said, you can generally juice these things and do like there are ways via the Atlas Masters to take them to slightly next levels. There are things with the different leagues, with the different league trees, to both add rewards and make them harder in the form of multi-choices. And so there are ways to do it, but they wouldn't say they're classically defined as Ubers anymore. I wanted to get away from that. We'll get everything stable, we'll get everything good, and then we'll look at re-adding some of that stuff back, be it either via an actual Uber fight or be it via, you know, a master or something like that. We'll see.
Quick question about Recombinator was moved out of the game, so we're kind of curious about what's going on with that.
Yeah,
kind of didn't like it, to be honest. Like it's always been in this annoying balance position where like the numbers that it has to be like to not be completely cracked and broken never been satisfying for the players, and we've never been able to somehow like get that right. So we just decided, you know what, screw it for now. We'll see. We might revisit that again later if we can find some way to change it in some way. But yeah,
Recombinator map
I think
did
all
suck.
the new runes we added, all of the runic ward, it's just so much better. It's so much more understandable, so much more broadly usable. Like not insanely overcomplicated. They're just better. So we were like, look, it had recombinating. It just doesn't need it. Like here's all the stuff that we can do that is clearly better. I mean, at first we kept it because there's like a little bit of a loss aversion thing, but it's like, okay, look, we're at like, do we really need it at this point? So ultimately we just decided to axe it, noting that like everything we're adding in its stead is just significant upgrades IMO.
Okay. I'm assuming
I think there's gonna be a
similar
lot of
logic
power
with,
in this
like,
next
the
league.
expedition shops. They're still in the game, but they're kind of like not the primary focus.
they're gone.
The
Expedition shops are dead.
gone as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
they were basically just taken from PoE 1, and like they never really were proper stuff. And yeah, we just
it was taken and then downgraded, and then kind of like, oh, we don't want it to be. They were just not good. So again, it was like we're like, let's get rid of the stuff that's just clearly subpar and replace it with stuff that's just clearly better. Like we don't have to be so attached to it, and you know.
Sure. Okay. On to the next one here from chat. Corruption. So you guys made like a fairly significant change, actually, the corruption, where instead of it like randomizing it, it's like a multiplier, right? So you want to divine it first before your corruption. Would you like to speak to that change, Will?
No.
Well, that is what we did. Yes. What was the goal there? I guess ultimately liked the idea that when you get I mean, I agree. I understand why some people are going to be like, no, I have to use divines now. Well, yep, that's what you got to do, right? You got to make it much more, a bit of a harder decision to decide, am I going to divine this item to be its perfect role and then do it, or am I not? And I guess, I don't know, I just prefer it more. It's a bit more hardcore. It's a bit more Val. It's a bit more, costly, and generally speaking, I'm a fan of that, as opposed to just every time I find this, I just Val it no matter what. Which,
that was
I just think
also
it's personally
cool,
better,
though.
but I can see people not entirely agreeing with that, and you're right to that opinion, and too bad, I guess, is my answer, but I just 100% prefer it, and I'd say most of the people we spoke to definitely preferred it as well.
I've seen it overwhelmingly liked. I haven't really seen almost anybody say anything like
well,
this.
in that case,
I
good,
mean,
then win.
In previous interviews we've had, a conversation that's been brought up multiple times has been, inflation and wanting a divine sync. And every time the comment has been, we need more uniques. We need more interesting uniques to Divine Orb. And I never really felt that it really did that job enough. And I think that with this change alone and continuously adding more uniques, you might actually hit the spot where this is doing exactly what we've been screaming for the past year.
Right.
Speaking of divines, one thing that came up was divine orbs are now more common, which was one of the patch notes. I mean, small line, big decision. So is that there to balance out like the changes of the Atlas and less Quan? It's really not that more common, or what's that line mean?
It's definitely more common, divine orbs. I'm almost tempted to not mention the reason why we did that. But I don't know how you feel about that, Mark. Sure.
Tell us.
All right.
Just do it. Just do it.
Yeah. All right. So basically, okay. So this is going to sound ultra dumb, I suspect, to some people. So we'll see how this goes. But okay. So the temple, right? The temple had ridiculous amounts of loot going on due to snake strategy and all that sort of shit. So there was stuff like going that, right? So basically, there's this concern that we had that people are going to be like, okay, so the temple is obviously nerfed, right? Like snake strategy no longer a thing. Like, it means that like, and so then what we believed was going to happen is immediately people are going to be like, oh, previous league I got X divines per hour and now I'm getting Y divines per hour.
Yeah.
And like just annoying shit like that.
Yeah.
And so we're like, if we just change the drop rate of divines, nobody will be able to make the comparison anymore. And there won't be like this ability to say like this.
It's gonna rain fucking
thing,
divs.
about
It's
that.
gonna rain divines. They're gonna be
just want you to
worthless.
know I just want you to know, by the way, that the troll answer that we legitimately thought we might do for a second is, what if we just removed divines from the game? That was like a legitimate troll answer that we had as like the opposite of this. But instead of doing that, we're like, okay, no, let's make them more common. They're not like, it's not like they're dropping like candy or anything, right? But they are like, you know, they're an amount more common that is like such that, you know, that doesn't make them quite comparable anymore. And yeah, that's just down to the fact that divines, for whatever reason, are the thing that people use as the sort of way that comparing loot. So because the loot is kind of like there's a lot of changes all over to the loot everywhere, you'll kind of you know, you'll I guess it just makes the whole thing less comparable, and yeah, that is truly part of the reason why we did that. But yes, we do want to divine syncs as well, which is the Vault thing. So you know, yeah,
Divs are worthless.
All right, well, I'll do one more here, and we'll call it. We're at 2 hours and like 35 minutes here. So just a real common one that keeps popping up is people are just asking about performance improvements. Like with every league, you guys typically do quite a bit of performance improvements. Are we expecting that going in 0.5? I know you talked a little bit about Steam Deck, you know, for instance, but console, PC, all of it.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, look, there have been changes, but I wouldn't say that they're revolutionary to the point that I would call them out specifically as like we made big performance improvements. Like there's just the sort of usual iteration that we do. One of the big things that we've been really trying to fight has just been this annoying freaking driver device removed thing, which maybe people don't even know what that is, but like sometimes the game will freeze and then it reboots the graphic stuff and then it all comes back, like that thing. And like we haven't fixed it yet. We're still looking into it. It's just been like the engine team has been just banging their head against it for so long now. Like we're actually at the point now, by the way, where like Nvidia told us a couple of days ago, we want you to ship us, like air freight us a PC that reproduces this. Is like the thing. So now we're going to steal one of our PCs and send it to Nvidia to see if that will get the ability to work out what's going on. But like, yeah, there's been a lot of trying to sort out like this kind of stuff and like work on crashes and that kind of thing. So there's less like performance in the sense of like, you know, frame rate higher. But we still will be doing more about that and like the O5X patches and that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, you know what? I lied. One last kind of random question here, which I don't know if you have an answer for, but I'm going to try. Okay. I know Hex Blast was the skill people were using before. It got changed at one point. It really hasn't hit a point in which it's really seen much use. I know it was beloved by some people out there.
Yes!
I know you might not have the answer off the top of your head, but could we see some love for Hex Blast or Fix or Revert or anything at some point? Like, where's your stance on that skill?
I have not thought about that one for a while, I have to admit. So it would be one of those things that would look at an O5X timeline, I would say.
No, just revert it, please!
Yeah, if it's not working and people aren't using it, then that'll be one of the things that we want looking to buff, I suspect.
Okay, I'll just throw that there.
Nobody's using it!
Oh, go on.
I was going to say the Chaos Hits and Chaos Dots just needs a whole bunch of love, and reviewing all the skills and the mechanics adjacent to it is just part of that. So, you know, there'll be some adding skills, some changing of roles, so like anything could happen really, but it is on the radar for sure.
Okay. Well, there we go. You know, I mean, we could go all day, but we're 2 hours and 40 minutes in, so I think we'll call it here, boys. I would say thanks for your time. You guys went really in depth on a lot of stuff, and I really enjoyed the conversation. So, you know, thanks for the opportunity and the answer, and for taking your Sunday. I know you guys are at home, so chat seemed to enjoy that one as well. So, thank you guys.
Excellent. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, and hope everyone enjoys the league. And what's it, 6 days now or something? However long it is.
6 days.
That was really good.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I also can't believe that interview went that long. That was really, really, really good. That was really good. I'm very glad that we watched it. So it makes me more excited for PoE 2. DM's a good host. Yeah, he's very good. So, even if we didn't agree on all the things, yeah. Sunset PoE 1? You just don't know how to be so into... The problem... So, like, I'm not going to level anymore today. I'm fucking shot. It's been, I don't even know how many hours. 7.5 hours. I'm not going to level. I'm just going to sit here and talk to you guys for a minute. The problem is a lot of this shit is out of touch. No, I don't think he's wrong. The problem is a lot of this is out of touch simply because Mark and Jonathan never experienced it, and they just think a lot of us are crying into the wind. Which, granted, a lot of these fucking guys are crying into the wind, right? So, like, it's rough, right? So, like, you don't know what's right, what's wrong. No, I'm going to in a minute. The changes to Hero Siege that are coming. There are some really big fucking changes coming. It's gonna be like a whole new game. The crack amulet bases, one is from Breach. One's going to be from Breach and the other one's going to be from Delirium. I gotta pee. Rewokage? Rewokage? I don't know. I'm excited. I'm feeling pretty excited. I guess it's just gonna be a matter of like waiting and seeing now. Is this the whole mind over matter mom thing? Yeah, there's an amulet in Delirium. The amulet in Delirium's gonna have the Delirium amulet's gonna be like the amulet from Blight Ravage, where it has 2 anoints on it. You can't wait to get into Sanctum? Why Sanctum? I guess there's going to be a big thing that's going to be needed for, oh my god, what are they called? I don't know what it's called. Jewels. Yeah, there's going to be a big need for jewels. Timeless are going to be expensive. I could see that. I think the unique jewels too will come into play. Jules are gonna be nuts this league with voices. I don't understand how like it's so weird because they give you the Adorn and then they nerf the shit out of the Adorn and then they change the way the Adorn works. And then they're like, nah, yo, fuck it. Here's voices and jewel crafting. So you're kind of like in this like awkward spot of like, what the fuck? Because Adorn won't interact. Because they're Sinister Jewel sockets. I could see that. I could definitely see that being the case. Overall, I think we're in for a really good time. I know probably not everybody feels that way, but I think 0.5 is going to be really, 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 really interesting. I definitely think we're going to see a lot of people have to do Breach. I think Breach is going to be very impactful. Especially since, like, the Breach Amulet has every persistent, like, you can get every aura for free now. Like, that's crazy. Like, I'm not opposed to it. I'm all for crazy shit. I am definitely the sign me up for craziness. Even if during you'll easily give up 1 or 2 jewel sockets. Oh. Interesting. Choir and Ho alone. Most enjoyable league. It's also the league that burnt me out the fastest. There's a level of craziness where it's like, that's it. I don't get dopamine from this anymore. I could see it. I could see it. Working dopamine? What do you mean? Does the game just not excite you? Hee. Your settings page? Oh, you're setting your dopamine receptors? That's kind of funny, actually. So like, all right, so we have a smaller Act 1, smaller Act 2, smaller Act... No, Cat, stop. You'll get food in 5 minutes. We're shutting this off in 5 minutes. You'll get food in 5 minutes. So we just have to... I don't know. It's exciting to see how this game's GG's baby. It's like they're passionate about it. I just wish a lot of changes didn't only come after Mark or Jonathan got fucked by something. You know? Like, we're seeing a lot of changes, or like they're talking about a lot of changes because Jonathan was playing the game and he just got screwed. And it's the same thing with like, oh my God, I can't think of what it's called. Asynchronous trade, right? Like, we didn't see asynchronous trade until what's his nuts got screwed. Until they experience that it's a problem. That's unfortunate. That's probably what it is. They just think a lot of us are crying into the void for no reason. You will wait. You are not starving. You just ate 2 seconds ago. You will wait. My cat is fucking crying. Oh, I see what you're saying. I was a little confused, but I see what you're saying. You think it's just bullshit? Yeah. Okay. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I don't know. Maybe we see some more shit happen and we get lucky. You know? Maybe... You know that whole thing that they were just talking about with the runes and stuff and resetting the sockets and the skill level and shit? If that does end up becoming a thing, could be good. Is it possible to do multiple rolling slams with the martial arts tendency? I have no idea. What do you mean? More detail. Multiple rolling slams. Thanks for the follow. What do you mean, multiple rolling slams with a martial arts ascendancy? I'm not sure I'm following. I mean with the clones. I mean, shouldn't they? As long as the clones can use the skill, they should. I don't see why they wouldn't. Maybe you should review builds of people complaining. Maybe. Interesting. Wolf martial artist. Clones can't expend charges, right? That's what it is. Dude, I am not the guy to be asking about melee slam face breaker shit. I think face breaker is a terrible fucking item. I wouldn't be able to give you that answer, brother. I have no idea. Martial artist rolling slam, that's probably how you would do it. Or a mace skill. Which mace skill besides rolling slam? The real question is, do you risk leveling a monk off the rip, or do you play something safe, right? And this was the conversation we were having before the interview just now, is do you just play like the safe option of the whirling slash twisters, you know, Deadeye, or do you go like something experimental and click monk, right? So like that's the real question of like, how do you approach the league? Honestly, after some of the stuff that I was experiencing today with leveling and stuff, I might really just click monk. You can absolutely level a monk and it be safe and just do a build change later. Sure. The league's not real, so experiment. Prada was doing whirling. Oh, really? Level as Witch, go Edie Contagion? Yeah. Yeah, I guess you could just like play monk as like the guy that dies leveling, and then you can just like play Whirling Assault if anything, or like any of the monk skills if the new shit ends up being bad, because Invoker in itself is still a really solid ascendancy. Like you could do so much with Invoker. Yeah, it's not the worst. You don't have to level as a skill. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You leave my whirling slash twisters out of... You get that nonsense out of here. My baby did nothing to you other than exist. They didn't do anything. Would it be hilarious if the clones give you multiple Hammer of the Gods? And you're leveling with Freezing Palm? Yeah. That's just for like... for content. Doing exactly what I'm talking about. I'm only doing it for content. You know, thanks for following. Something. You'd be practicing leveling with Whirling Slash. Bro, I've leveled like 20 Whirling Slash Twister characters. Holopalm leveling. Holopalm leveling is very good. You're not getting... You can sit there all you want. My cat's losing his fucking mind because I won't acknowledge him and go put food in the bowl that has food that's not filled to the top because he needs it filled to the top so he doesn't fucking pretend like he starves. That's where my cat's at right now. There's a bowl of food in the kitchen and it's not full and he's losing his mind. He doesn't want to do multiple Sekemis? Three extra hours. I don't think... bro, it sounds like... honestly, it sounds like the campaign's going to be a lot shorter. Instead of doing a Sekemis later. Sure. Makes sense. I don't know. We'll see. I think, though, what I'm going to do tomorrow is I think I'm going to push through the rest of Act 3. Get through Act 4, because Act 4 is super fast. And then at least I could start to test some of the endgame stuff with the monk. And kind of go from there. Or maybe after I, like, eat dinner, if I'm sitting here doing nothing, I'll, like, push the monk off stream. What are the definite best 8 points in martial artist? What a loaded fucking question. I have no idea. It could be 4 bells, gloves, rune. It could be 2 rune. It could be 1 bell, 1 rune, 1 glove, 1 something else. It's really, 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 really gonna come down to like it being out and you playing with it. Like, runes is insane, but we won't know until we see the new runes, right? Like, that's like such a huge factor. So it's so hard to say. In the combo, that's another one. I think the combo's insane, but how do you fit everything, right? How do you fit everything? Do you need all the combo? Do you need both combo lines? Because if you're playing quarterstaff skills, you don't need the second combo line, right? You only need the first combo line. So then it could go like, you can go like gloves, combo, runes, bell. Bell, bell, combo, gloves. Maybe the gloves end up being bad. Maybe the gloves end up being bait. Maybe you just lose too many stats and the gloves just aren't as good as we think they're going to be. So then you just nix the gloves altogether, right? Or maybe you want to play with the summons. Then you're just taking like summon node, runes, you know, like there's so many different things. They're an insane chest though, but are they insane in the campaign? When are they insane? Are they insane in the early game? Are they insane in the mid game? Do they only become insane later on? Do you need specific uniques for them to be good? Do you need certain rares for them to be good? Do you even level as martial artist? You know, I just think there's a lot of factors that go into it. I think what I'm personally going to do, if I do click Monk, if I do click Monk, I think I'm going to click Martial Artist, and I'm going to go... Gloves? Into... I don't even know. I need answers. Answers, you'll get answers like a week. Like a week into League. It might just be like the only ascendancy you take is gloves and you just say fuck the rest of them until later. Or maybe it's like gloves into combo points for bells. Not like the ascendancy bells, but the manual bells. I might go safe route for Deadeye Twisters and farm up gear for other classes. That's another option, right? But then you're like, do you really want to re-roll on day 2 or day 3? But you're also kind of like risking re-rolling day 2 or day 3 if shit sucks. You're just in a really awkward rock and a hard spot. We also don't know what's getting changed between now and Friday because they said they haven't had a chance to do any looking over of balance, right? And like their balance team is working on things. So like, what if shit just gets changed? Then what? Are we really forced to use Glacial Cascade? No. There's you play Twisters. You could play the Shit Strike. You could play Tempest Flurry. You could play with Bells. You don't have to level Glacial Cascade. Glacial Cascade is just easy. It's just what the guy did that was the fastest. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. You could level Ice Shot. You can level Spark. Like, you can level EDC. You can level Grenades. You can level Lightning Arrow. You don't have to play Glacial Cascade. Did it not get nerfed? Who cares? It's a campaign. Not like shit's hard. Oof. Play Poison. You could play Druid skills to level. Lightning Rod was nerfed forever ago. You can level with Frost or Ice Tipped Arrow, whatever the fuck it's called. You can level with like a Barrage type of skill. You can level with Maces. But Flat Early is going to be good enough for the gloves? Well, from our understanding, gloves change the flat to damage as. Right? So you're going to lose all the flat. You can literally just click Monk, click Hollow Palm, and then pick any skill. You can level with Totems. That's what I'm saying. No, you get flat on rings. You get flat on both rings. You lose a lot of flat? No, you don't. You don't. You get flat on rings. You get flat from Hollow Palm. So no flat from weapon? You don't have, you literally do not have to level as Hollow Palm. I'm pretty sure Hollow Palm has some sort of flat on it, but early currency depends on luck for rings to be decent. No? How much flat do you think you need in the campaign? Because you don't need a lot at all. Right? So like, hold on, let me get in this guy really quick. Let me go on this guy really quick. I'll show you what I mean, Gabs. So right now, I'm level 31 playing Hollow Palm. Hollow Palm is giving me physical damage based on the skill level of the skill that I'm using. It's giving me critical strike chance, which is irrelevant. It's giving me more attack speed, which is like irrelevant, right? But you're getting physical damage based on the skill level, so you're getting a lot of flat there. My ring has 1 to 15, my other ring has 3 to 6, and my gloves have pretty much nothing. If I take these gloves off, for the sake of phrasing, I don't even know what I said, that was phrasing. If I come here to Infested Barrens as an example, oh yeah, I have no idea what I said. That was phrased out of context. I'm tired. Get out, go. You're not getting anything. So like, look, you're still doing like an absolute metric ton of damage, right? Your damage isn't bad. You're still two-shotting white mobs. Right? You're still doing a ton of damage, right? So if I put these gloves on with shit flat, it's slightly better. But then you have all this gain as extra that scales on top of the flat that you have. So it's not like you're not gonna lose that much. If anything, you might even gain damage. Like, look, so like, see, look, that's with gloves on, right? If I take these gloves off, and that hit was at max range. It still hit him when the first hit missed. The biggest thing that you're going to need if you play Glacial Cascade in the campaign is distance. I was really hoping that I would find another rare to just fucking try to hit for the sake of hitting it.
Oh, the stench is damaging my calm.
See, look. That's with no gloves on. It got him down to the L and Fledgling. That missed. So you can see the damage difference. Right? So like that's the damage difference, gloves and no gloves. It's still 2 hits at the end of the day. Nothing changes. That's stuck in the blind. No, I'm not. I really don't want to. I was just showing Gabby something. My dipshit cat wants to eat before he has a fucking aneurysm. Because he's like half a step away from having a fucking aneurysm. I also have to go cook for myself. I'm really hungry. Your boy be hungry. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be bad at all. I think everything's going to be just fine. I think it's going to be a really good time. I think the glove node's going to be insane. Because even if you don't get flat on gloves, you're going to get other stuff that would just universally be really good. Even if you like somehow get quality on your gloves and give all of your skills like % quality, like that's just going to be nuts in itself. But you can just do the safe route, right? You can just literally do the safe route and click Invoker. You don't have to click Martial Artist off the rip. I'm 10 levels behind, so Frodo Logan said, kills half a screen anyways. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the test. You're very welcome. My entire point is, I don't think it's going to matter. I think it's going to be just fine. Now PoE really needs Wi-Fi looting. Like, really needs Wi-Fi looting. Alright, I'm gonna go feed my cat. I'm gonna go make myself dinner. I will be back for a few hours tomorrow before I have to go pick up Dean. If you guys had a good time today and you enjoy the content, please hit the follow button. It means the absolute fucking world to me. It would help me out tremendously. Also, if you haven't already done so, I released a brand new YouTube video today, which you guys should go check out. Leave a like and a comment. It would really, 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 really help me a lot. I'd appreciate that too. But for now, friends, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go find dinner. I'm fucking starving. I'm gonna bring you guys over to Spooker. I like Spooker a lot. He's a really good guy. He's playing D4. I'm pretty sure he's playing D4 when I just peek now. So you guys will have a lot of fun there. But for now, friends, I'm getting out of here. So long, farewell. Have a wonderful evening. Good night.